Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Critical Role. We've had a 2-week hiatus due to illness and traveling, but we're back, and we're a little late today because of traffic in Los Angeles, which is always a pleasurable experience.
This is what happens when you get half the cast in a session together.
Yay! In Santa Monica.
It's good times.
Woo!
Love you, Steve. You did great. But no, so we're happy to be here. We missed you guys. We missed each other, and the rest of our team just arrived as well. And we got a Sam and we got a Liam coming in right now. So let's go ahead and knock these announcements out so we can get this game started. So first and foremost, I want to let you guys know that Tor Books has been nice enough to help sponsor tonight's episode of content. So you guys have seen announcements and stuff for their the new book, Bands of Mourning. We had it at the last game, and you used to being a Brandon Sanderson fan for a long time.
Huge Brandon Sanderson fan,
yeah.
Yes. He's the man.
We've
talked about
yes,
this.
we
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. I'm perpetually prodded about whether or not that's me on the cover. It's not. But if they ever option it for a film, it is.
It is. Oh, you'd be a good Wax. You'd be a good Waxalum. You was the lead character.
Well, see, there we go.
Yeah.
Read the books, and then write a screenplay, then get an option, and then cast me.
Easy.
Hey,
It's Hollywood.
Done.
How hard could that be?
Yeah, so Bands of Mourning. Thank you, Tor, for taking interest in our little show, and hope you guys take an interest in their awesome books. So have fun.
Tor.
Yeah. Next up, announcements. Me and Marisha want to give a big shout out and thanks to Kaizuku-Con in Ireland. We had a wonderful time meeting a bunch of you critters over there on the Green Isle.
Yes.
Are there critters in Ireland?
Dude,
There were a lot.
force. It was amazing.
Yes.
Yay.
There were a bunch of people who came over from England as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
we had
cool.
a
People from
couple
Egypt?
from Egypt.
Egypt.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was really, really
great.
cool.
That's
so thank
cool.
you guys for all
Yes.
coming out and visiting us, and
This episode is also sponsored by Jameson.
because we got a lot of it when we were there.
Thanks, Ireland.
Yay!
Thank you.
Well, thanks you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next up, I want to give a thanks to Sirenscape again. I'm going to be incorporating Sirenscape's audio program into sessions in the near future once we get everything ironed out for my my list set up. But they're an awesome program you should check out to help you run audio for your tabletop gaming experiences. It has built-in soundboards and music tracks. It's really, really cool. So I recommend you check them out. Also, I want to give a big thank you to Dwarven Forge. We had a critter in the past send me a bunch of dungeon tiles, and I myself had backed previous Kickstarters of theirs. Just recently got all my city builder stuff in, and I have some more that they sent me that may be showing up on the stream in the near future to help kind of just make battle maps and things look a lot cooler and more three-dimensional. So I'm excited about that. They also have a really amazing Kickstarter that just went up last week called it's the Castle Builder, where now Dwarven Forge allows you modular pieces where you can build and customize your own castle pieces for your game at home, and it looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. So if that's something that interests you for your home games, go check out Dwarven Forge's Kickstarter for the Castle Builder. Looks pretty freaking rad. I've already given them way too much money for it. Let's see. Also, for those of you who have tried out the Order of the Lycan for my Blood Hunter build, I did an update last night, minor tweaks, basically just clarifying some of the rules for dex builds, as well as some minor balance adjustments, but go check it out. So beyond that, all the feedback's been really positive, and I don't foresee many major tweaks in the near future, so that's good. Let's see. Marisha, you wanted to pitch your new show that's coming up here?
Yes, I have a new show coming out on Geek and Sundry.
Whoa, is that true?
That is true.
What's it called?
Hey!
That has been
Good name.
That's you.
It's just everyone doing Fonzie for now.
Hey!
What
So,
What is it?
what happens on the show?
Anyway, it's called Signal Boost, and there's actually going to be a never-before-seen promo airing during the intermission. So you'll get to see it. But yeah, I'm hosting the first run, and I'm producing it, and Sean Becker is directing it, and it's written by Aaron Campbell, so it should be very fun.
Do you boost signals in it?
I do boost lots of
Is
signals.
it just about optimizing your home Wi-Fi network?
100%. It's sponsored by Time Warner Cable.
Dude.
It's great.
Sponsored by Time Warner.
It's great. Yeah. I mean, check it. No, it's not. That would be awful.
that'd be terrifying.
It's going to be on from 2 to 6 or 6 to 8 or
Or,
whenever they want to
well,
show
yeah,
up.
6 to 6. Gotta try to be there. Make it service.
Perfect. Well, cool. We'll have that video at the break today. Let's see.
Oh, and it's airing Tuesday, by the way. It's
Airing
coming on
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Boom.
On geekandsundry.com.
There you have it.
Yay!
Yay.
Ah,
Yes.
Laura, you have something you just got a chance to talk about recently.
Oh man, yeah. On Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, we finally got to admit I got to say that I was in Gears of War 4.
Because no one had any clue.
idea. I know I'd already had a bunch of messages on Twitter, but I couldn't confirm them
Yeah.
until the 8th, and I finally can.
Yay, NDAs.
That's
Yay,
wonderful, aren't
NDAs.
they?
But in conjunction with that, Liam McIntyre, who is one of the also leads in the game.
That's confusing.
I know, right? I already like him because his name is Liam, and I also like him because he's a nerd. And I say this because he just started a Kickstarter for a card game that he developed called Monster Lab. So if you guys want to check it out, it's really, really cute. It's really, really fun. And I think it's been going for like 15 days. They're doing really well on the Kickstarter, but now they're going for stretch goals. So
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Boom.
Monster Lab.
Monster Lab on Kickstarter.
Monster.
Yes. Taliesin, you have something you want to talk about?
Oh yes, no. As I realized as I came out of the haze of Portland, I'm the new voice of Crazy Dave in Plants vs. Garden. Apparently, and that's a lot of fun.
Devil.
Perfect for that.
Thank you.
Fun. You should wear a pot on your head all the time.
It's a good plan.
You really don't like the hair, do you?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
I love the hair.
It's a light. It's a
so
color
great.
absorber. It's really
I went
cool.
fishing for that one. That was nice.
Can I just thank everybody from CoastCon real quick? Thank you guys treated Steve and I so well in Biloxi, and we had such an amazing time. And I met some unbelievable critters there. This one fantastic woman who's started becoming now a DM because of Critical Role, and it's just amazing. Oh, I got these really cool horns
They're so cute.
and my ring of flask. my one ring. But thank you to everybody. It was amazing.
One scotch to bind them all together.
Exactly. Forge the fires of Mordor.
The flask, not what's in it.
But I guess. And Liam, you said you wanted to.
Hey, Marvel Animated has started to use me as Doctor Strange. So.
And it's so good.
And also, if you need to put your dice in something, you should go to warwoodgaming.com and use the code CritRoll,
You put your dice in
which
it.
will get you free shipping.
Nice
You put your
in
dice
the
in it.
thing.
Hey, look at this beautiful box.
They're beautiful. Many of you have been purchasing them. They're lovely to make nice presents for yourself or for another person.
This is what happens when we're gone for 2 weeks. We have to
Yeah,
cram
oh
all
my
of our
God.
backup, catch-up announcements and little friend bumps there at the printing. So,
Let's hear it also for the app called Waze, which got me here at 7:20
No,
instead of 7:45. No, what happened?
Oh, well, that's true. But we used
Should've
it right
started
away,
early.
and we got here 20 minutes earlier than
No.
him.
No.
so ways. If you're looking to throw some sponsor dollars around,
Thanks.
Love the Morgan Freeman voice. We love
you gotta make sure you get to your place on time. All right.
Hey, real quick, can I do one quick shout
Yes,
out?
yes.
My friend Mark Whitten has a D&D based web series starting tomorrow called Rolling High. I think it's YouTube/Rolling High. Check it out. That's it.
Nice.
Delightful.
Very nice.
Wondrous. Anything else? Any other announcements? Anything crazy?
I got a new note-taking pen.
Look
Look at all the
Setting the
colors.
Solid announcement.
Thank
That
you.
is delightful.
This life is
Confusing.
All right, let's do it, guys. Let's step on.
This is where we need the light change.
You
up.
are.
Indeed.
Fan game.
Bring it in. So to catch everyone up, what's going on? Vox Machina. Our intrepid band of adventurers, after dealing with the horrible attacks by the dragon circle known as the Chroma Conclave, destroying cities all across Taldore, the party escaped, sent the refugees they could, as well as allies, back to Whitestone, seemingly not on the radar of this attacking front of dragons at the moment, and then made their way toward Vasselheim to find allies. Pike staying behind to help with the refugees at the moment.
No.
Upon going to Vasselheim, you managed to encounter a number of old friends from the Slayer's Take and enlist them for the time being to help you with the refugees and your current wanderings here in the city proper. At the same time, you encountered Lady Kima, who also has agreed to help with the events in Whitestone and this entire dragon attack towards the east. And you, after wandering the city for a bit, retrieving these allies, followed Grog, into the Trial Forge, where you had a conversation with Earthbreaker Groon. And by conversation, I mean a full-on drag-out sand pit battle to prove your worth to him. At which case, you were given information about it. These things called the Vestiges of the Divergence, artifacts of great legendary power that existed from previous wars that had wiped out most of society multiple times. These vestiges have been scattered around the world, many of them lost to the history books or passed down as symbols of power through various bloodlines or government positions, or stolen and have been seen for hundreds of years. You found the location of 2 of them, one of which was the Titanstone Knuckles, and the other happened to be some sort of a leather, a Deathwalker's leather that belonged to a champion of the Raven Queen. This exists in apparently the champion's tomb, which used to exist to the west of Vasselheim until it eventually sunk into the ground as the topography shifted over time, and resides beneath a lake known as the Marrowglade Loch. So, that is where we left off. As you guys recovered from the encounter in the Trial Forge and deciding on your plan going forward. So, stepping from the tavern, having a few drinks, and discussing the merits of your current path, what would you like to do, friends?
That fucking hurt. Oh, dude, hit hard.
Well done, though.
No, I mean, we found 2 of the vestibules of
Oh, yes,
Death
Sure.
What did you find again? Brass knuckles of some sort?
No. He mentioned Titanstone Knuckles. Which
Do you know about those?
yeah. It's a bit of a sensitive subject. I think my uncle Kevdak has them.
Knuckles?
Yeah, the leader of our wandering herd. He has like 2 prize weapons that he pretty much used to use to beat me to like near death.
Oh.
And now we have them?
No,
we have to find
he
them.
still got them.
Okay.
He has
So
one of the
where-
vestiges.
Do you have any idea where they might be wandering?
Yeah, it's the thing. I lost the GPS tracker on them, so no.
You should
But-
use Waze.
Large.
Yes. Sometimes it gets there. Well,
20 minutes here. or there.
20 minutes here or there.
Yeah, but he's real strong, and it's only one of 2 like really powerful weapons he has. So hey, at least we know where one of them is.
How is your relationship with him now? Besides the fact that he used to beat the crap out of you when
Just
you were younger.
peachy, like
Really?
really great. No, it's fucking terrible.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's lovely.
Yeah.
All right, well, we know where one is. Where are these leathers then from the Raven Queen? We need to figure out where the Marrowglade Loch is.
Marrowglade Loch.
Do we know where that is?
It's a
get a
lake.
map?
I did get a map from the Slayer's Take. Is there anything on this map that
Yeah.
would indicate where the loch
The,
is?
the Marrowglade Loch resides about a 7 to 8 hour journey, swift of foot, to the kind of southwest area of Vasselheim, and it is marked on the map. It's not marked as a major place. It's just kind of this sunken, somewhat muddy, swampish lake. You've
This
passed
wasn't
it.
the place that we passed on the way to go get Rhymefang, was it? There was
No.
some ruins? All right.
That was more north.
Okay.
You've passed this in your travels and some of your hunts with the Slayer's Take before, but it's never been a place of consequence. It was just a lake that exists on the map until the significance was given to it.
So Cash and I have passed it before.
Yeah, I'd say probably somewhere in time in the past.
So we know it's relatively close. We should probably head there.
Unless
at
you think
least
your uncle's closer than 8 hours away.
No, he's on another continent.
Then
Yeah,
that's probably
he's
not
on
closer
another-
than 8 hours away.
Yeah.
Or he's in the tavern down the street. You never know.
I feel like we need to. We told.
What?
We keep changing places and nobody's gonna know where we are. Pike is in Whitestone. How do we let her know we're moving? Or are we coming back here?
Wait, where are we going?
Like
Marrowway Cove? What?
the loch.
To the Loch.
Well, the lock, we're only going for a day.
Okay.
That dragon's days are numbered.
Yeah,
of them.
quiet.
Yeah, right.
I feel like if Pike really needed to get a hold of us, she could.
We could also
We've seen her
leave
do
word
some
for
pretty
where we're
crazy
going.
Let's leave word at the Slayer's
At the
Tape
Slayer's Tape.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
that we're heading out. So if, Allura or Pike shows up wanting to find
Or
us.
God forbid, if something happens to us, they know where to retrieve our bodies.
The
Yeah, keep it
take's
light.
not coming
It's
out to
good,
retrieve
yeah.
your bodies.
No, they won't.
The take's not coming out. There's no money in your bodies.
And Kima at this point
money
kind of
in
looks
my
about and says,
Surprised.
"We have plans to head east and probably not
20
spend
gold
much
pieces
time here among Vasselheim for a while. I have some business I gotta clear up here as well."
Can I introduce myself, Lady Kima? I don't think we've ever met before. Have we?
This is true, actually.
I have
No,
not met
and
you.
she steps up to you, and and at first view of her to you see she's, square-shouldered, and pretty rough in the physicality of what you'd imagine from a most halflings you see. She walks with her shoulders forward, and she has this intensity to her step, even when it's just a friendly exchange. And she bears armor that is gold with various silver and blue details on it that are parts of the presentation of Bahamut and the temple that is a representation of his worship. She carries a large metallic hammer that she kind of keeps left over one shoulder. She has just past her shoulders kind of wavy, kind of ashy or dirty blondish hair, and a big scar that rides across her face, as well as a number of other kind of scars that aren't quite as visible. But she grins as she steps up and moves her hammer to the other side of her shoulders with a clink and puts her hand out.
I put mine out as well and say, your appearance fascinates me on so many levels. I look forward to getting to know you.
She pulls her hand away. She goes, "Interesting coming from you, definitely."
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think we met either. How you doing?
Anyway,
Anyway, that's Cash. A man of few words.
I've met few as unremarkable as you in my travels.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
Touche. Well, I'll get about my business here. You said you're traveling for half a day to a day. You say meet back at the Slayer's Take in about 24, 36 hours, then head on to the east.
We assume it's going to be as easy as all that.
So
First
wait,
step's
a
easy.
couple days and then we're heading out? I thought we
Or
were
meet
heading
up with
out
you.
now.
I'm going by what you're telling me. We can meet up
Are
whenever
you-
you like.
Are you coming with us?
I'm coming with you, yeah, but I have some business to take care of here in the city before we go ahead and head off.
Well, can we wait a day?
I guess.
To have
I don't
Kima
see
with
why
us, I
not.
think so, yes.
Where are you guys going? Where?
We were going to head to the lock.
To the lock.
What do you have to do in Vasselheim first?
Oh, good question.
She kind of closes her hands for a second and says, "Why are you so interested in my business, human?"
Well, because if you're coming with us, then we have to wait. So what you're deciding to do very much affects what we're doing. So let me ask it a different way. What business do you have in Vasselheim?
He just raised his voice a little. That was the difference.
I didn't catch that.
I was trying to arrange a passage to the east. Got a little bit of pull here in the city, some favors that are owed to me. I figured maybe I could do a favor, but that's... I don't know. If you're gonna have an attitude about it.
Oh, then we're in trouble. I have an attitude about everything.
Pay him no mind.
That's
it's not
true.
personal. Cash.
What? I'm just... It's a logical question, Z. She's got something to do in Vasselheim. We have to wait. What does she have to do? I don't feel like I'm talking out of turn.
Making friends as always.
To be fair, Kima and I kind of had a rough start too. I mean, I love you, Kima, but I mean, sometimes just like you can get a little bit of
Are we meeting back in a couple days,
Yeah,
or are we
yes,
waiting?
yes.
What's the business here?
yeah.
How long do you need to get what you have done? You need a day?
I'm assuming a day. I have to try and find a couple of folks and pull some strings.
Do you need me to stay with you, to help you?
No, I'm fine. I've seen plenty of your strengths in the past.
And nipples.
Okay.
We're missing something, Anders.
I feel like we're missing something. Wait, you're trying to get us passage to
Are you trying to get us back as to the Knuckles place? Is that get them?
Or are you
passage?
trying to get us to the lake?
Why exactly do we
This
need
is kind of out
passage
of
to the
character.
east?
I literally.
I want
don't
an
understand
inside
what's
check,
going on.
Kima.
A little rusty after 3 weeks.
Yeah,
folks.
man, come on.
Part of you coming and asking for the aid of Pounce was to help with this whole scourge of dragons you're
Yes.
talking about to the east.
Yes.
Ones that you say have destroyed most of Western, and most of my friends still exist in
Right.
that area.
Yes.
So I
when
figure
you
that's the
mean-
passage we need to get over there.
Well,
You mean east? You mean like far east?
East.
Like really? Okay.
Like-
well, you know,
here's the
there's
thing.
time.
Also,
Four E's, capital.
our lady
I've
Judith, the
missed
beautiful
all of you.
princess that lives among us, she has a way she can travel us very, very quickly through trees. So we don't actually need passage.
Through trees.
It's a new skill I've picked up since we've hung out last.
That's weird.
No, it's really quite painless. It's pretty cool.
It's and it kind of has a nice cedar scent when you go through.
Alright.
It's good.
So unless we're getting supplies and we need to travel with a lot of things, then, we don't actually need passage.
Oh, whatever you-
Also, I kind of need to go by the fire Ashari before we really head east, and they're west. So
Yeah, there's like 37 things we have to do
Yeah,
before
we need to
tomorrow.
carve out a plan. Cash is right. We should pick something short term and do something because
Let's head to the lock.
we need to go to the lock.
Look,
The lock is on the way to the fire Ashari anyway.
Do you think that this is going to lead to some serious fighting? Because it sounds like these vestiges are well guarded.
I would think so.
well, you
yes.
don't have any reason to think that. It could be hanging from a tree branch.
I'm sure. You know what, Grog? That's an excellent point.
Yeah. Just hiding
Under
in
the lake.
plain sight.
Hanging on a tree branch under the lake.
That's where I'd hide it.
Z, Cash, you all have been by the lock before, but do you know it?
It's pretty unremarkable last time we were there, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Actually, can I? I may have remembered something about the lock. Would I have remembered anything at all?
Make a history check.
What do I do for that?
You just roll
Roll
a
a
d20.
20. I'm gonna add it to your history.
11. 11.
I think it's 11.
It's 11.
It's a pretty unremarkable lock.
unremarkable lock.
As far as lakes go, it's maybe a few hundred feet across. It's more from a part of the landmass actually had like a large sinkhole, and where certain things may have existed. And there are bits of ruin throughout the surroundings of some sort of a structure that existed there, but most of it seems to have been swallowed up by the ground. And the lake has formed in its place, though this was quite some time ago. And as it swells or drains based on how much snowfall there has been in the recent seasons. And it's been a pretty heavy winter for you guys, so you imagine from the times you've seen it, it's been pretty high, if not frozen over at times.
So it's rather unremarkable, but I think it's something that we can handle definitely within a 24-hour period.
Well, we just loaded up on a bunch of potions. Some
I am with
dickhead.
Vex, though. I have a feeling that the chance that this item has been completely forgotten is not likely.
well, we need allies and we need power because we're not in any shape to take care of a coven of dragons at the moment. Seems like slightly lower hanging fruit than the other option.
Let's try it.
Let's try it.
And it's here.
Yeah. Agreed.
What time of day is it right now?
At this time, it's probably, say, mid-afternoon.
Well, we're not going to get there before dark, so maybe we
Great.
should sleep here tonight and start out in the morning.
Well, I have a question. Not like I can really help with this, but should we go see if we can read about some article of shadow death, whatever the fuck it's called?
Or maybe
Like, is
somebody
it
at
in
the
the
Stairs type
library?
knows more about the lake, about these No, these are pretty secret. I think the vestiges are pretty well kept secret. People aren't going to just know where they are.
No. Like, what if they're super old, but they go by a different name or something?
I wonder if somebody knows about a cavern under the lake.
That's what I would assume, is there must be some sort of underground structure, some part of the ruins.
Or maybe we need to breathe under friggin' water.
Oh, I've got 2 vials of that shit.
We also
All
have
right.
an earth mover.
Why don't we take the rest of the night to try and do some research? Is there any way we can find maybe maps or something about
There's a map maker that does
history
it.
books?
He's
and
out
I
of
do have a
town.
map
She
from,
has-
I have maps
she
from
has a map.
Slayer's Tale.
Oh no, but I mean, like, we need to find like books about civilizations that might have been here in the past that might give us some sort of like a library.
We
Is
got
that
a
library?
wonderful history
Pictures
lesson
and no
last time.
pictures.
There might be some pictures.
All right, I'm in.
Is there a library nearby? Kima, do you know of any libraries,
It's been
Kima?
2 weeks. I missed you guys.
Do we have a library at the Take?
There are a collection of books at the Take, but most of them are in reference to cataloging various creatures, details about their lifestyles, their inherent weaknesses, what elements of their bodies can be harvested, and what clients are usually looking for them. It's more specific to the business of the Slayer's Take than anything that would involve local history. I mean, I'll say if two of you would like to make an investigation check between the two of those choices, whoever wants to do that will base and see what information you
Just
can
feeling
find.
good about their.
I feel
on a
good
minute.
about my investigation. I have a keen eye.
I've got a pretty decent investigation.
I don't.
I don't either.
You and me, brother.
Let's do this.
Right. 23.
Not as good, but pretty good. 17.
17. In taking the better part of the rest of the day and asking around, you managed to find one location that carries books in what you would consider sort of like a library, though nothing of the ancient historical fashion. There are many books about the history of the temples here in the town, elements of the battles of old, but they're all very vague in their writing, as almost like a story as opposed to a historical, fact gathering type presentation. You managed to find a place that does deal in dusty books, partially repaired and restored books, a little bit pricier, but there is one tome that seems to talk specifically about the history of the Raven Queen's rise here in the city, and if you would like to possibly take this book for a price, that is up to you.
Somebody watching me at the moment?
Have I rejoined her?
No, you guys are doing this
Are we
separately.
just
So this-
perusing a bookstore? Or?
Essentially, right now it's a small place, but there are two employees, and it's not very busy at all. You're the only person in the room, so they're both just
I
quietly
sit
watching
down
from
on
a
the
distance.
ground and start reading through the book.
Barnes and Noble style?
Barnes and Noble style.
Okay.
And see if I can find information.
Well, about 30 seconds into that, one of the one of the employees comes up and goes, excuse me, miss.
hi!
If you are going to, I would ask if you would wish to read this to purchase it, as that is our business. We are not an open place to just
I thought
utilize
this
the
was a
information.
library.
It's a book sale collection. Please, if you're going to read it, please purchase the book or
Of course.
leave.
Well, can I just check and make sure that it's actually got any information that I need? Because if it doesn't, then I don't want to buy it. You understand?
You may peruse for but a moment. If you do not
Thank
find an essence of what you're seeking at that time, I would have to ask you to leave.
All right, of course, yes. Are you just going to stand there and watch me peruse then?
Yes.
Well, I just start looking for what I need.
In the brief time that you have going through, you manage to glean. There is a chapter that speaks of the divergence. It speaks of the last large struggle that happened in the center of civilization. This was the second battle before the gods themselves fully rescinded from the land itself. And the Raven Queen did have a number of chosen champions as part of this endeavor, and that's as far as you get before he goes, all right, so you've had a bit of time.
I just don't know. I can't really tell if it actually has.
There is a tag on the book that says 30 gold.
Interesting. What's
30
the back?
gold.
30 gold.
That's 30 gold. 30 gold. It's so dusty, though. I mean, is that even worth it if it's this dusty? 30 gold.
He
Does it have
reaches out-
spells in it?
He reaches
Wait.
out and grabs the book and says, if you're not a serious collector, I'm
Oh.
sorry, then it seems that we've...
Oh.
He starts pulling it and
No,
tugging
no,
on it.
I hold on to it. Well, I know people that, care about dirty old books. So, I guess, I might be willing to purchase it for them, but they usually like things in mint condition when they buy their antiques. This has damaged spine. I see it in yellowing of the pages. And it seems like somebody's bookmarked this one.
Wasn't
Yes,
kept
I
in
see
its
there's a bookmark
neoprene
right there.
sleeve.
Slams the book shut as you're cruising through the pages.
Dang it.
It's like 30 gold, or I will ask you to leave.
Oh, this is the worst haggling ever.
Get out your buyer's guide.
What's your name?
Just kill him. After now his family in.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, good grief. Scanlan could poop 30
18.
gold.
18.
We have robbed cadavers.
As far as you're concerned right now, my name is No Sale.
Wow.
The book back.
Do you need some help?
I feel hurt. And I pull out 30 gold and I say, I suppose I'll buy it.
Takes the gold, hands you the tome.
It hurts me in my soul.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Vex pay
Yes.
full price for
Yeah.
anything.
No,
Yeah.
the retail gods.
paid retail.
First time
Not
you've
smile
ever paid
upon
full
you.
price for anything.
It is actually the
Should-
first
should
one.
you
This
just
is a
hunter
monumentous
mark him?
occasion. Hunters mark that.
I have an interesting. I kind of respect you. I'm a little impressed.
Benjamin Cole, should you find your way around here again and wish to pay full price for another one of our fine books.
Benjamin Cole. You're a dear.
Come again. He says begrudgingly as you exit the facility.
Totally shut that.
Totally
So,
shit. That's
looking through the book, it does talk about specifically there are a few champions, many that were lost entire to the battle, unrecovered. One of the highest of the Order of the Raven Queen that fought in her name was, where's the actual information here? There we go. Was named Purvan.
Yeah, he was.
Purvan?
Purvan. Purvan.
Last name, Pedobear.
We're running out of good names, aren't we? We've finally gotten to the end of your list of good names.
Oh, you guys are cruising to a TPK today.
Not on the anniversary, Matt. Not on
Oh, this is great.
It's your Purvan.
Cash and Z left, staring at the bodies.
Purvan.
Yes,
on
get
the
your
second-
Purvan.
Yes.
Emphatically.
All right, that's
Purvan, Matt.
more hit points onto these guys. All right.
Purvan McDuff. Purvan.
Purvan Sul is the full name.
Of course.
Though the name was given to the Raven Queen at the time of signing itself to the Order, in which they become nameless. The champions are just mentioned or spoken of in public as the champion. So the name is part of the gift they give to the Raven Queen when they swear themselves to her. Fell in the final conflict and was interred within a tomb to the west of Vasselheim. It is said that it is a multi-leveled tomb. And as the Raven Queen's fellowship began to fall out of favor after the divergence had happened, essentially because her realm is death, during times of great conflict and strife, there is great power and a lot of energy given towards the Raven Queen. When things fall into peacetime, or at least for an extended period of time, there isn't a lot of conflict or burgeoning death and destruction within the vicinity. Her worship tends to dwindle, and as that dwindled, there wasn't enough people within the remaining bloodlines to maintain the tomb. It fell into disuse, and since then has not been really tended to.
Yeah, nobody's there.
Where?
There's definitely going to be ghosts there.
Nope.
Kishaw?
Yeah.
do your holy shit when we go there, alright?
I will
Keep doing your holy
absolutely do
God.
my holy shit. You don't want to see the god, but we'll do the rest of the holy shit. We'll be fine.
Oh, really?
All over Purvon.
Well,
Not
do
like
everything
Serenray?
else.
Is it like Serenray? Serenray, is that your god?
No.
No.
no, he's married.
No, he's
remember?
married.
You're married to a god?
She married
Oh,
me.
you're married, and we didn't have that conversation with her.
Yeah, we did.
That's right.
For the record, she married me, and there's a difference.
You're married?
Technically.
I don't know if that holds up in court, Vash.
She's not really gonna care about court so much as ripping the bones from your back.
Oh,
You really don't want to meet her. It's a bad thing. But yes, we can do a whole lot of stuff to get through the ghosts.
good
We'll
time.
just stay away from her.
I
They
want to
weren't.
hear more about
good
this.
times. You really don't. You won't
So
sleep.
we also need maps, right?
No,
we
I
need your
really
maps.
do.
Yes, I've got maps.
Zara's got maps.
Well, don't you have something for me also?
Yes,
like,
I
with a
do.
map?
Oh, yes, I do. Actually.
I mean,
I forgot. I did keep it with me. I
so
did.
patient.
As drunk as I was, I do remember telling you about the moon hammer.
Yeah.
So I did. I brought it,
Really?
and I give this to you, my friend. I'm very, very excited.
How big is it? I know I'm looking at it, but what's it look like?
It's
Go ahead. explain.
no. Go right ahead.
It is a fine, smooth, dark metal warhammer that, as the handle itself leads towards the actual heavy head portion of the hammer, the metal turns instead to almost a glistening ivory that has symbols emblazoned within it or pushed into it that a language you don't understand, but there is a giant moon crescent carved into the sides of each of the hammer's head.
Whoa.
It took me weeks to forge it.
This is beautiful. Can I hit something with it?
Sure.
What can I hit with it?
Scanlan, where are you?
I take
Scanlan, come
10
in.
paces back right away.
You just stand right there.
Oh, sure. Whatever you need.
I'll reach back halfway and give like a quarter measure. Whoop! Right into Scanlan.
Make an attack roll.
I thought you were gonna.
We'll say with disadvantage because you are taking a half measure.
Oh, about the same as the firebrandish?
It would be. It's technically non-magical.
Okay,
So
14.
14. You managed to just barely see this thing coming towards you and woof, just duck beneath it.
I thought you were gonna tell me a dirty joke or something. When you say come here, that's what that means.
No, I want you to try out the hammer.
Oh, well then no. Try it on Vax.
I'm already 20 paces away.
Bags.
I go stealth.
Roll stealth. Roll perception.
Bags. Shit.
27.
2.
Try as you might to look around, Vax is nowhere to be seen.
I literally just pivoted around my sister and pressed.
Mirroring doing exactly what she does.
I'm gonna use minor illusion to make a really shitty Vax. Just like a really cruddy looking.
Slightly
Vax.
melted.
Not in Vasselheim.
Oh shit! It's too late.
Too late. So, as you're looking around, you see this strange quiver of shadow that seems to formulate in the air, and this awkward, still, unmoving, awkward mannequin type visual recreation of Vax just kind of muddles himself there. I need you to roll an insight check.
Please be low.
4.
Finally! Vax cannot evade your vision this time, bro.
Just stand right there.
I swing down in an arc to try and
Okay.
hit Bax.
With this weird, awkward half grin just frozen in place, the hammer whoosh, streaks down through this form and passes completely through it, slamming into the mud beneath, splattering mud up and around you, across your chest, and for a brief instant, Vax completely seems to have evaded the attack.
Oh! I killed him! He's all over me! His bits are all over me!
My brother!
What did you give me?
Hell of a hammer, isn't it?
With that, the illusion is dissipated, and Vax is no longer there before you.
I've killed him. I've killed poor Vex.
Come here, darling.
What is this evil monstrosity?
No. Come here. And I lead him
My
around
God.
the side of Vex. And
Hey, big.
You're alive! Come here! I give him a big old squeeze. And I squeeze a little tighter and make sure he doesn't turn into mud. He turned into mud last time.
The harder he squeezes you, you fear you may turn into mud.
Ooh. Did it hurt? Did the moon hammer hurt you?
No, I was able to dodge both ways apart, and then came back together. It's my cloak does that.
Shit, this is like... We're gonna save this for the really nasty fellas.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna put this in a bag.
all right.
You know, if like a kid or Scanlan or Puck sees it, she'll be so furious.
Yeah, she'll be terrible.
Alright, I'll put it in a bag.
All right. At this point, Kima has pulled a small flask out and just takes a swig. And goes, oh, I've missed you.
Give me a swig of that. Come on.
Best friends forever.
Respect!
Fair enough.
So, are we resting or are we off? I'm growing impatient.
We're off. We're off.
We're gonna go there and
We're
spend
gonna
the
go.
night
We're
there.
gonna camp overnight.
Yes.
Yeah. Why
Yeah,
not?
Sounds perfectly safe.
Let's
You know
go.
what?
It doesn't matter if it's
Yes.
going to be daylight if we're underground.
That's true.
True as well.
All right. I just think outside of Vaseline, things come out at night. But whatever.
We've killed a lot of them.
Yeah, we
Good
have.
point.
Let's
If
go.
you guys
Let's have an
think this
adventure.
is the most brilliant decision, I'm on board.
I'm going on an adventure.
I'm actually really hoping that it's the worst decision we make, because then everything's uphill.
True.
It's my...
So much wisdom.
Thank you. I'm just trying to bring
An optimist.
Glass half full.
glass half full.
Let's do it.
Would
We're out.
having been
Jameson's, apparently.
past the lock before, would we have an idea of what we might anticipate on the way?
I mean, there are all sorts of things that you could anticipate along the way. There are a number of denizens of this forest that are all sorts of levels of danger. There are roving orcish bands from the far, far west, northwest, which you encountered on your way to Rhymefang. There are a number of other creatures that wander these areas, some of them bestial, some of them, some element of cultured. There are bandits that come from the far, far west, possibly from across that sea, that occasionally just try and kill and pillage as best they can. Most everyone avoids the city of Vasselheim because that place is pretty hardcore by comparison. So yeah, there's all kinds of things you can find.
Well, I think we should go. We
Ready?
can handle it. Yeah.
Keyleth, can you just
I'm
turn us
ready.
all to mist and then we just...
I was gonna
poof
say,
in?
do you wanna mist walk this?
I mean, and then we
It'll
could be
be
there.
appropriate
We
this
could be
time.
there before the evening.
Can we control the direction that we move?
Yeah, yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Can you mist walk us all,
Um,
including Trinket? Don't
Context
forget.
is everything.
Better double check that.
let me see how many people I can.
how
Oh,
far away
Scanlan,
is it?
Oi.
can you see my bow?
Oh, sure. I'm just looking at all the pretty
At
pictures.
a fast pace on foot, take you about 7 to 8 hours.
I also
which is
know,
like
I
exactly
know
how
a place
long
where
we-
we can get horses as well.
Horses will die out there.
That's all right.
We
They've
will
died
probably
before.
Cash ass.
will-
Might need
Eating the
food as
horses.
well.
You guys have a great history of.
Killing horses.
I
So
say,
many dead
I say
horses.
we let Keyleth handle it. We swish out and camp for the night.
Let's go.
Hang on.
Just do it.
Up to 10 willing creatures for Windwalk. So.
Oh, 10.
Boom.
Yeah. Done.
Yay! Let's do it.
Please.
All right. all of you.
Giant fart!
For some of you, it's a familiar, if still uncomfortable, physical feeling as your
Just
body.
accept it.
Yeah, you just.
What's happening?
accept
You
it.
become this kind of amorphous, cloudy, vaporous form. You can fly at a very swift speed, even against.
Probably should have
relatively
talked
strong
out our plan before we did this, 'cause when we get done.
wind. Trinket in his form is seemingly very uncomfortable with the
Are you speak,
circumstance.
speech? You're right. You're right, Trinket. Everything
talk?
okay?
Can we talk?
I can speak to him.
What's happening?
It's all right, Ty. We're going to a lock. It's going to be great fishing. For
I
you.
will
It should be.
follow.
We can talk in mist form?
Sure. At this point, I don't give a shit.
Your fun is wrong. Your fun is wrong.
Your fun is wrong.
The T-shirt exists.
It does. I know. Thanks, Kevin.
I can imagine as part of the enchantment, as there, you guys can pass wind through your
Yeah, we can.
mist vocal cords.
Just about
and
everything. He's very good at
sounds
passing
more-
wind.
Oh, it's delightful.
You really should just chain up with me, and I'll get us there super quick.
All right, so you guys begin to head westward, kind of following your guys' previous experience, the direction that it takes you, and you push that way. Kima is also still kind of getting used to this whole mist form endeavor, and it takes a little bit for you guys to adjust to this locomotion, but it is very swift comparison to, moving on foot. Drifting over the top of the forest canopies, you guys kind of riding the top in this full-on, Falcor fly-through type moment as you're kind of cruising through the snow-capped forest.
Like E.T.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's nice.
And music blasting in your ears.
Don't cry.
You could see a cluster of large eagles in the distance. You guys kind of managed to swoop around. Eventually, as the sun begins to make its way towards the horizon, you managed to cut a good 4 or 5 hours off of your journey on this, making your way towards the Marrowglade Lock. You can see, there are certain areas where the canopy itself breaks apart, and you can see ravines. You can see where areas of the topography have cracked or shifted in time, and there are drops that go deep under the earth, though you cannot quite see where those where they would continue to go until you make your way to the Marrowglade, and there you can see still pretty full at the top, if a little icy at the surface. It seems relatively undisturbed. You make your way, all drifting down back beneath the canopy of the Vesper Timberland and at the edges of the lake.
Are there any islands in the loch? I'm so sorry.
No.
Are there any islands or any sort of rocks or outcroppings or anything within the loch itself?
No, actually, it's a pretty solid surface. And as you guys have kind of drifted down in your form looking at it, you can see that there is a layer of ice. You're not quite sure how thick, but the surface is very crystalline.
Any remnants of ruins around the loch?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
From above, could I see any sort of caverns or openings in the ground or something that look like caves? That's what I was keeping my eye out for. As we were...
Make a perception check for you as well.
25.
25.
Ooh, that's good.
You see there are bits of stone kind of scattered about 30 feet out from the lake's edge. Going and inspecting them and looking about them, there are pieces of fallen walls and what appear to be elements of the tomb, possibly before it fell within. But you do not see any sort of opening or entrance. It's just a part of some structure or some sort of foundation that was left behind.
Are there any runes or any markings of any kind?
Make an investigation check.
22 is what I wrote.
22? Nothing near the lock. The largest chasm or portion of land that you saw that was kind of broken and receded into the earth itself was probably about a half mile to a mile back.
Okay.
Nothing that is in the immediate vicinity of this lake.
Okay. Is this technically? Are we in the woods? Is this my favorite terrain again?
Yes, you guys have come down into the forest. You're all still in mist form, so you're unable to really directly interact with anything in the area.
11.
11?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have any specific elements or markings.
Can I try as well? Because I can read any writing that we'll find. May I make a check as well, or no? Is it?
Yeah, make an investigation check, sure.
D20? Oh, that's terrible. Never mind.
So, you guys all rest around the outskirts of this lake.
How do we stop being like this?
Just will it.
Think about it. Think about really hard. Think about being a person.
How high are we?
As high as you want to be. Right now, everyone's kind of come down to the edge of the lake, so you're right off the
Should
ground.
we turn like people again? Yeah, let's turn like people again. Sheltering get to turn like a bear.
Why is
everyone
talking?
Oh, can we talk normal?
Like that.
Oh.
We have to talk like
Trinket, turn. Just concentrate on turning back into a bear, and you'll turn back into a bear.
Okay.
All right.
Eventually,
I love
Trinket.
him.
Oh, and Vex loves you.
If a bear could grin, it would. However, the process is very strange to see this kind of misty cloud into a bear, and it's about a minute for the full transformation. The spell still maintains its 8-hour time period, and you can transform back and forth during that 8-hour period.
Killer.
So we'll say about It's been about 3 to 4 hours, so you're about half duration. But all of you eventually take a minute to revert back to your physical forms, and you're all now standing at the edge of the lake.
So for the next 8 hours, a little bit of concentration, we can jump back.
Next 4 hours.
Next 4 hours, we can spend a minute to go foomf and foomf.
Yep.
Okay.
That's killer.
You just can't do anything while you're in that form other
Yes,
than just
yes,
move.
I remember. Can you move underwater?
Can we miss underwater?
You can certainly
Like a
try.
Can
bubble?
farts travel underwater?
Yes.
Like a bubble?
My experience
Or
tells
we
me
got
that.
I guess
only
if we
trouble.
get trapped underwater, we could just
turn into
concentrate,
mist and
turn into
fly up.
bubbles.
That's kind of cool.
Right? That'd work, theoretically.
As long as you can
Or
hold your breath
we'll
for a
all
minute.
drown.
Yeah, as long as
Yeah.
you can
Or
hold
we'll
your breath.
drown.
Some David
It's a
Copperfield.
freshwater lock, right?
I don't know. I walk up to the edge of the lock and I look in the water. What's the water look like?
It's ice.
Ice.
What?
So your head goes. A little crack.
It's
kind of appears
ice.
at the edge. As he says that, you see like a trickle of crimson kind of streaking down the front of his head.
Thank you, Grog.
Okay.
I'm gonna put some pressure on the ice with my foot. Is it giving or is it not giving?
At the place where he put his head, or just any other
no,
place?
just I'm walking. I'm just testing the ice.
Okay, testing it with your foot on the edge, it doesn't seem to be any give. And looking up close, you can see it's probably a good 1.5 inches of ice, inch to 1.5 inches.
Can I go hit the place where Grog hit his head and see if I can crack a hole in the ice?
Yeah, it takes you about a few minutes, but you manage to break apart and make like a good head-sized hole.
And how thick is it based on what she just did? From
It's about 1 inch.
oh, just an inch. Ooh.
This is gonna suck. I put my head underwater and see if I can look around.
Okay, make a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh,
Jesus.
let's go!
19.
Oh, with disadvantage.
Yeah, but this
Doesn't
will
it count as disadvantage by like destroying the rest of my dice?
Yeah, break your glasses.
Yeah.
Perception. That is a 31? No, 41. No.
What?
No, 71.
7112.
You see through reality.
31.
Into the plane.
Yeah, 31.
Giant floating baby right outside of the planet in space.
What?
We're a
All
marble.
right, so glancing through the murky water beneath, beneath the ice surface, it is dark, and with a little bit of light that would be hitting the surface is refracting through the ice, so it's very hard to get a form. You can see there's a very thick layer of bottom of the lake undergrowth, various underwater plants that have kind of caked the entire floor area of the lake. However, you can just see at the edge of your vision before the rest of the light is swallowed by the water and the murkiness of the depths. You can see what looks to be the edge of some sort of a stone structure, like where two walls would be joined, and they kind of break off and crumble, and then disappear into more of the undergrowth.
It's down there. Oh, it's so cold.
I take a braid and I start wringing it out.
My poor little feathers are like, pew.
Can I use my staff to cast light and shove it down in to see if we can get any light on this source beneath the ice?
Sure, you go ahead and you cast light at the end of your staff. It glows and illuminates, and as you shove it down, you can see the light dispersing beneath the ice.
I'm going to take my mask and put it on and use the glass to create a clear view into the water.
Okay.
Should give you some light, Percy.
Thank you.
Okay. So having to close one eye separately, as the light source is literally right in your face, you do look past and you using the air trap between it and the mask, and a little bit of water is peeking in because it's not perfect. But you do manage to see beyond that. Yes, there is indeed an element. It looks almost like a slightly tilted peak of some sort of structure that comes to a point, and the top of the point is broken off and crumbled, and there are a couple of sections of stone that seem to offshoot at 4 different points, towards the very, very bottom of the lake itself.
How deep does it look?
I'd say it's about 50 to 60 feet deep.
50 to 60 feet deep,
Good.
give or take.
Do you want to try to cloud creep our way in there?
How far away is it under the ice?
About 30 to 50 feet.
Yeah.
But let's stand over top of where it is.
Is there any way, because I just have this horrible feeling that we're going to get underwater and then we won't be able to get out because it's covered in ice. Can we melt the ice? Can you do something?
I was about to do that, yeah, but
Oh,
I want
never
to go over where
right
we're
above
close,
it,
right
and
above
then
it.
use. Oh, that's a perfect idea.
Yeah. So
Walk carefully.
walk
Are we all going in?
I feel like we should.
It's the same day as the monk fight?
Oh,
Yep.
didn't we? We didn't rest. We're
No.
idiots.
A little
Yeah,
bit
we're gonna
hurt.
camp when we got here, right?
It's
a little
close.
bit hurt.
It's about dusk now. If you guys are landing.
Let's
It's
camp.
not-
Oh god.
Yeah, backpedal.
So we're going to take a
backpedal.
risk. What if I?
Well, we can keep doing. We can at least start setting up in the meantime. So.
So if
Well-
we rest, will it be a long rest? Overnight.
Yes. it
Yeah,
would.
we're going to
Alright.
camp for the night. I don't think
But
we
our
should...
mist form will dissipate, so if we want to mist it, we should mist it now and
We're not
just
gonna
check
miss
it out.
anyway.
We're not going to...
You and
I
I.
don't know if we
mean,
can miss down.
Is there anyone else that?
I'm
could
gonna try to
potentially
miss
use
down and just see if I can.
polymorph.
Hey,
I'm going with
Grog,
Or I could.
maximize
I have
around
water
here so I can
breathing.
get
I
out
could
if
do
I
that
need to.
Just at the edge
Or
of
we
the
could
lake.
polymorph
Sure.
into
Can
something.
I? Can you book me?
Well, let's just use the magic you've already
I'm
expended.
just gonna see.
Yeah, the moon
I'm just gonna
hammer.
see if this works.
Yeah, we'll use the magic you already expended first.
Yeah. Do that
Ice shards
first.
flying off, splashing in the water. You know, you're covered in this ice cold water now.
I'm concentrating on making myself a fart.
Vex turns into a large gaseous form.
He's doing it too.
Okay, the two twins together.
Twin farts.
I'd also,
Um,
I'd also like to use sculpture of flesh and polymorph myself into a very large alligator.
all right.
Go down and check it out.
All right. So you guys, all three of you, descend into the open portion of the lake that Grog has
Can we
broken
go
into.
in as
Can
gas?
we breathe?
You guys do like it. It's a slog, and you can move slowly. But the speed that's normally granted to you by this, you actually move slower in this form underwater than you would normally swimming.
Oh.
And as you submerge yourselves, you realize even in this form, air is required, and you start.
Go back up.
You guys, the forms. It's almost like just mist appearing on the edge of a lake that forms up into your two different
So
forms.
pretty.
You, however, still delve down as your alligator, and you kind of swim your way down across the bottom of the lake.
Percy, we did some science. That didn't work.
Congratulations.
So I go and investigate the ruins.
It's good to know.
All right. Well, if we rest, I can learn water breathing, and I can.
Oh, kill.
Well, our
Cast
good
that
old
ice.
Zara is already down there.
Let's
looking,
try to make it set up camp in the tree line, so in the trees, so we're not on the ground.
Yeah, like in Whitestone.
Okay.
As they're setting up camp, Cash doesn't leave the side of the lake. He's just watching for where Z went in.
Okay.
He's just staring the whole time.
All right, so you guys are setting up camp in a simulated Whitestone up within the actual tree canopy itself. I need you to make an investigation check.
Any sign of a cache?
Nothing yet.
Oh, natural 20.
Um,
Gotta get a little more exclamation going with that shit.
as you check around the ruins, looking about, you can see there appears to be two different entrances that are both completely caved in. What you do see, though, is there's an area of the bottom of the lake, about 10 feet away from one of the edges of the temple itself, that there is no undergrowth. There's it's a muddy floor, but it doesn't appears as if there is no actual plant life that has grown in this kind of 10-foot circle area.
Oh. Can I investigate that area?
I mean, it's mud.
It's just mud. All right. Can I get down with my fabulous snout and sort of go, dig down into the mud a little bit?
Okay, you take your snout and you kind of dig through the mud and you bring up some clouds of dirt and whatever scum has kind of congealed at the bottom of this pond. It murks up the water around you. Your vision is obscured. Doesn't seem to be revealing anything per se.
But I do see an entrance.
Well, you see there what would be an entrance to the structure, but the stonework itself is actually collapsed in on itself.
Can I see any writing, any sort of runes, any sign of any carvings on the rocks at all?
Actually, no, it's pretty plain. The exterior is pretty damn plain in presentation. What minor bits of any sort of design or grooves that were put into the stone to give it a presentational bump have eroded over time. But beyond that, it seems pretty surprisingly plain.
What the hell would cause no plant life?
Smart.
And I can do no more investigating than just that?
I mean, What else would you want to try and do? You are welcome to do whatever you want to do while you're here.
Maybe Keyleth can find out something.
All right, and then I'll go back up to the surface and report back what I saw
Okay.
at this point.
All right.
Right when she gets out, he throws his cloak over.
Oh.
Okay.
And I transform back into myself. And whack him on the butt as a thanks.
With your tail.
With my tail.
That's what tails are for.
All right.
That's what tails are for.
You guys return. You relay what you found to the rest of the group as you guys are preparing yourselves. At this point, the sun has set, and the night itself is going from red to dark purple to a proper evening sky. Anything else you wish to prepare for the evening before you all find yourselves resting?
Yeah, sit on the ground. Your hair's a mess.
Oh.
I undo the braid and I just starting over. Hold still.
All right. Anyone else?
You're welcome.
Can I go speak to Keyleth about what I saw?
Yeah.
Keyleth, I saw something strange down there. I told everyone before, but I just don't know what it is. I'm not quite sure how to go about finding out what's inside there. I mean, there's no plant life whatsoever, and you have a connection, do you not, to plants, to trees, a much stronger one than I certainly do, I would imagine.
I do. I could attempt to see what happened. What do you mean there was no plant life? Like,
Well, I went down. There were two entrances, and they're obvious that they had crumbled and were no longer accessible. And then it seemed like there was one more, but around it, I mean, there was pretty substantial plant life all around coming out from the ground. But about a 10-foot area, there was nothing there. And I tried to get down in with my snout, but all I did was kick up more silt and everything else, so I couldn't really see anything.
Strange. Wait, this was at the bottom of the ocean floor? Or
Of the lake, of the loch, yes.
The look.
The loch. Loch Lomond.
Can I do like a nature check to see if that sounds like anything familiar? Would be a problem.
Sure. Go ahead and make a nature check.
Did it seem like a perfect circle, Zara, or was it kind of jaggedy?
It did.
It wasn't like mathematically perfect, but it was noticeable to be a section of the lake floor that was glaring to be missing in a large patch.
How soft was the ground when you dug into it?
It was
Softer than the rest of the
very
ground.
It was very soft. I just stuck my nose, my snout in it, and it kicked up all the mud, and I couldn't see anything after that.
Sounds to me like a creature that would burrow.
It's possible. 18.
18?
Yeah.
From what you understand, there are, for reasons for something to not grow on the bottom of a lake would mean that the dirt and the surrounding earth would have to be disturbed enough to where nothing could take root.
It's a
That's what I
layer.
was thinking.
Do I know of any
Sounds
creatures that are like underwater that
like burrow, like giant worms?
other than
Or like
or is it like the worms that we
giant
encountered
snakes.
From what you know and have researched about like the worm you discovered previously, they tend to favor a more rocky, mountainous terrain than underwater. And there are many creatures that can burrow.
Are there any like underwater serpents? Yeah. So
Plenty of underwater serpents. There's all sorts of manner of creature in this
It's
world.
possible it's a creature that's burrowing, or it's possible that's an opening into our underwater cavern and nothing can grow there.
I mean, it could be a
because-
sinkhole. It could lead to.
Could be a
more-
chimney.
Unlikely, but it could be a chimney.
Would being working for the Slayer's Take and having done research now on the animals that we have destroyed and for money, would there be anything that we would know about serpents or another sort of creature that might inhabit this loch that would?
Serpents and lakes? I mean, nothing that would be monumental beyond actual just water serpents, which are minor inconveniences and just natural creatures. Anything of this size, per se, I mean, there are all sorts of entities that could be, but none that would be, specific to a lake location necessarily. Whether it be a subterranean creature that just uses it for passage, if there's something that lives in the lake or it's part of the lake, living in the water itself, nothing comes to mind from your experience.
What time is it?
It's past sunset. It's now in proper night.
Let me go take a look real quick.
You're going underwater now.
Before we
I'll
rest,
come with
Freezing
you.
we're all
cold.
going in there anyway.
I can do my beast thing. I'll be fine. I go I jump in and go shark form.
All right.
I come with you.
And watch.
Sorry.
So do I.
Okay. So the two of you are waiting at the edge of the lock. Keyleth jumps off the edge and in midair forms into this giant shark form that slams into the surface of the cold water near the opening that Grog had already opened.
She's
And-
really attractive now, isn't she?
I'm with
that shark.
with Cash, man. What?
Huh?
all right, go ahead and make an investigation check.
It can't do like nature or anything like that.
Well, what are you inspecting the room? What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Can I see if the hole is like
I want answers.
natural made or man made?
Investigation check.
Damn it.
There's a difference between your knowledge of nature versus actually having to investigate a specific detail or location.
14.
14. I mean, if you're looking at the area that she was mentioning where the plant life is missing, it doesn't appear to be man-made by any means. It just looks to have formed by some sort of perpetual disturbance of the muddy earth in that vicinity.
Sounds like a creature.
That's a thing.
And you guys want to investigate while you're down there?
Does there appear to be any type of like motion, or does it look like it's like going downward, or it's just flat?
I mean, it
Flat.
has some variation to it, and there's a portion of it that appears to have been dug up, or at least there is a slight indentation.
Let me do like a quick lap around the ruins and see if I see anything that jumps out at me.
Okay, make another investigation check about the ruins specifically.
11.
11. Looking about, same details that she made out about it, you do see there is one other stone entrance of the partially tilted stone structure. Looks like almost like there was a double doorway there at one side of it, but a series of stones and portion of the structure have crumpled in on it, and it has blocked the passage.
Does it look to be a similar kind of downward suction thing going on like the other hole?
Looks like a partially collapsed
Collapsed.
or completely collapsed entrance to this
Alright.
structure.
Okay.
Downward suction thing. No, like the
That's
last
the
one.
scientific term. I'm good. I go up. I guess.
Vasselheim.
I bounce out.
Okay. The shark out of the water catches you off for a second, almost like Jaws ride style.
3-point landing. Yeah,
Fin.
yeah. Land shark.
There you go.
I'm just a dolphin, man.
Yeah.
Belly flop on the
Candy
ground.
Keyleth reverts to her normal form.
Wow.
I'm with Zara. It seems like something scary is probably burrowing down there. We'll probably just have to avoid it tomorrow.
But that's. There are no other entrances. That's,
We can
that's really
unblock
the only
the
thing
entrance.
that could be
Blocked
the
entrance.
entrance.
Oh,
That's
well,
what we're
man,
gonna
I
have to
guess
do.
it's
What we're gonna have to do is unblock the blocked entrance.
It's
If
gonna
we
be a
can find
big
way
day
to breathe
tomorrow. We should
underwater.
probably get some sleep.
Let's get some sleep.
When I went around the ruins, did I notice how large the stones were that had fallen in for the blocked entrance?
They varied in size because it was part of the wall that had actually fallen in itself. So there are sections that are, 3.5 feet in diameter, and there are also a number of smaller kind of almost head-sized rocks and chunks that had all kind of filled in this space. And a lot of the general soot and mud that had kind of gathered as part of the lake's creation kind of filled in and covered elements of it, seeped in to form this kind of this pucker point, if you will.
Pucker point.
It's getting weird tonight.
It's an the lock.
Going in the pucker point.
The lock has an
Locks
anus.
the-
It does.
We should settle down to sleep.
Oh, you're going to
I'm
Loch
gonna-
Honest, are you?
Ah, look honest. Look honest. It's very muddy. Very muddy.
Oh.
Well, it is. I put my nose in it. It's a Loch honest.
Loch Honest.
Why are you making it weird?
As we're settling down to sleep, I make sure the trinket is laying between Cash and Keyleth. Always.
All right.
I just snuggle up with Trinket.
I'm like, hey, bud. Yeah, Trinket, keep Keyleth warm. She's cold. She was in the water.
All right.
He's a big bear.
It's a very big bear.
Yeah.
And the moment that you kind of just glance over and give a look, without even looking at it, you just hear this.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. Anything else you guys wish to prepare for the evening?
I'm good.
All right. You all find yourselves asleep. A good.
I want to stay.
I'll take first
I'll be up
watch.
and watch.
Who's watching?
What are you doing, man?
Friends, they all died in
I'm
their
up.
sleep.
I'm up.
You can.
I'm
but
up.
you need to rest. You got beat up.
you did. You
We
need
take
to rest.
fucking
You go to
turns.
sleep. I'm gonna stay up for a little bit
We'll
because
take
I'm
turn-
fine.
I'll stay up with Vex.
Yeah, we're
All
gonna
right.
stay up.
All
Pick
right.
me up when you're done with your shit.
Yeah, wake me up whenever.
We climb up in the tree and keep walking.
I find the only empty spot of fur on Trinket left and snuggle into it.
Okay. Which the whole process of getting Trinket up into the tree itself is hilarious.
Difficult.
This is
bears climb
it's a
trees?
group effort.
They do.
To
Not
a
this
certain
bear.
extent.
He's domesticated.
It's more about there's a difference between climbing a tree and getting up into a tree and then getting to a comfortable place where you can rest and
Mountaineering
not
with his
destroy the
carabiner
tree.
and everything.
Yeah. So it's a combination of minor druidic talents to create an element of the tree's growth that would be able to support
Yeah,
the weight
I
and
kinda,
size of a bear.
grow a
But
basket.
yeah, you've done it before. You can do
Bear basket.
that's good.
Trinket's very thankful.
Yeah.
All right, the two of you keep watch for the first watch. Say for about a 4-hour period. Okay. As the end of your watch progresses,
How are you, darling?
I need you both to make a perception check.
Oh shit.
Each of us?
Just the two that were taking watch,
Yeah.
the twins.
Get your
You up with them as
I
well?
was. You
he
were
went to
sleeping.
bed.
You
We
went to bed. I was
stayed up.
awake.
Oh,
We stayed up really late.
Because something's coming out of Loch Ennis.
Perception check.
Dark force is coming out of the dark.
Loch Ennis.
Right on.
Okay, it's okay. I'm good. I'm good.
Maybe passive perception.
It's 34.
Alrighty.
It's fucking badass.
Looking off towards the other side of the lake, you see under what little bit of moonlight is peeking through the cloud cover over the area, which breaks up every now and then. You can see a few stars glistening, and a little bit of the moon peeks through. Catches your attention specifically as the moon is kind of the essence of your patron. And through your guys' vision, you can see a handful of small, I say small from this distance, but relatively large, trinket-sized, furry entities that just kind of cluster up to the edge of the lake. On the opposite side.
Trinket-sized furry entities.
Yes.
I can't see if they're actually bears.
Not at this distance, no.
I cast without a trace on everyone around me,
Okay.
and I stealth.
Okay,
Not
make
that
a
we're
stealth
already like kind of stealth, but
Alright.
What's the circumference of the lake? Like the distance around it?
The full distance around it, it's about close to, like, let's say 250 to 300 feet for full circumference. It's not a huge lake.
It seems like a pond, like a giant pond.
Kinda, yeah.
So they're not that far away then.
24.
Not far at all.
They're about 50, 60 feet from you guys right now at the moment.
I have dark vision. Can I see them?
Dark vision up to a certain
We have
distance.
60
equally-
feet. I don't
Yeah. So I'd say best you can look at it. You've encountered these in the past, and this appears to be a small group of even and wandering owl bears that are just passing through the vicinity.
I'm sorry? Owl bears?
Owl bears. I can talk to them.
Owl bear.
Big angry bastards.
Oh, well, I didn't want you to say so.
They do not appear to notice your presence and are just passing
Let's just stay there.
Let's just watch this.
What are they?
Throw things at them. I want them to be our friends.
We just sit and enjoy this magical moment of seeing the rare owlbear in person.
all right.
Quick, start
They-
eating a Tootsie Pop.
They,
Three.
Mr. Owl, what a dick. But the true, Mr. Owl's bad, but Mr. Turtle was a real dick. So he's the one who sent the kid to it, knowing full well that I was going to eat that tree. True villains, Mr. Turtle.
How about the education of the kid, where he's got to go to animals to learn things? I forget it. It's a whole different
Yeah,
thing.
it's a whole thing.
Half the audience is
Rabbit
going.
hole.
And half the audience going.
You get slightly nervous as the owlbears make their way closer to your edge of the lake, going to where the initial breaking of the ice was set by Grog. They all drink of the ice-cold water, and then eventually make their way scarce on the opposite side of the forest.
Do we notice any?
Disappearing.
Did they leave any feathers behind?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Straight up Lake Placid.
Thinking like we go full
Maybe.
Lake Placid.
Yeah, after they get away, I want to climb down and gather the feathers that
Okay,
they
you
left
find 2 owlbear feathers.
behind. Okay.
Put them in our hair.
I want to fletch an arrow with an owlbear arrows.
Okay.
Taller.
What kits do you have with you?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Really?
Yo, what
You know, those ones I have.
Go ahead and make a dexterity check. It's a
Okay.
straight dexterity check.
Where'd you get those thieves' tools?
I have thieves' tools because I'm a thief now.
Where'd you get them? Did you buy them?
I stole them, dude.
Stole them from where? When? I don't remember that. That happened in game? Or did you make that up?
Matt told me I have thieves' tools, dick.
Where'd they come from?
27.
Vortex?
Aren't you asleep?
27 dexterity.
This is the voice in
This
her
is the
head.
voice
The voice in my head, the brother, the twin.
So you finish out the rest of your watch using the moonlight at your disposal. You manage to make a couple of owlbear arrows with the feathers you found.
This is special.
They're functional. They'll do.
Cool.
They're fucking feathers.
Shut up.
So
I'm writing 2 owlbear arrows.
next watch.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So you guys go to sleep. The 2 of you stay up. All right.
On your head, but
Your
not-
watch for the next 4 hours go by unhindered.
Oh, I warned them there's owlbears in the area before I go to sleep.
What the? All right.
Can I, about 3 hours into their shift, can I come and relieve him and...
Wait, I'm talking. I wanted to talk to him. You gotta.
Oh, wait. I'll wait.
Yeah. Percival.
Yes.
Rolo. How you doing? A lot's going on. A lot. But it hasn't been that long.
No, I'm pleased with the distraction. Honestly. I feel,
Has Orthax fully left the building?
I don't hear anything anymore, if that's what you're asking. I think all I'm manifesting at this point are scars. Honestly, I feel a little lost now. I'm really not entirely sure what I'm doing with myself.
Can I tell you? I believe you are a good man
Thank you.
if you listen to your better angels. And they're within your friends. Listen to them. I don't want to be pushy, I'm sorry, but you have a family if you want it.
I know, I've been thinking a lot about why we're together and what we're doing.
I think we all are, yeah.
And the conclusion that I've been coming to so far, and Pike being the exception to this rule, as she's the exception to so many things, is I think we're very broken people. But I think together we are far greater than the sum of our parts. And I like who we are together. And I think that that's important.
I agree with that.
And I like the influence that everyone has on each other. And this includes perhaps you taking some strides with yourself.
How do you mean?
It's good to want things. It's very, very good to want things. It's also very, very good to have things. It's good to find the things that are important to you and move towards them. I'm in a place where I'm realizing that I have to make decisions about what's important, and I'm a little envious that you seem to be ahead of the curve on that.
Wish it felt that way.
I know.
Well, I started talking to you. I'm sorry if I've done anything to offend you. And,
Never.
we're a bit of an awkward family, but we are trying.
And I apologize for any of the mistakes I've made, and honestly, any of the mistakes I'm likely to make. But I am starting to imagine a better version of myself. I'm not quite sure who that is yet, but there is a destiny. I think for us all, together.
This is all a
lot bigger than us individually now.
We've been given mighty deeds to accomplish. We will rise. Or if we fail, no one will ever know.
There's comfort in that. Yeah. All right, I've said my piece.
At which point you hear a voice say, "Good, I'm trying to sleep." The crinking of armor as Kima kind of rolls over in one of the branches and is like face palming at the conversation.
You are really fucking cool. You know that, don't you?
At this point, you hear a distant screech that echoes across the night sky.
Do we wake up for it?
All of you wake up because, while not extremely loud, it is very noticeable and cuts through the silence as there is a very, very
Even if my
still
sister's
wind
waking up, I
tonight.
kick her hard in the ass.
That's not normal.
Fuck you.
You two make a perception check.
Yeah.
Have we achieved our long rest yet?
Not yet, no.
Damn it!
Shit balls.
22.
17.
Okay.
I have passed without a trace cast on.
You're just like,
Oh.
As you went to sleep, you didn't.
Shit balls.
But you guys, getting some consciousness, you see a shape that's just can't make out the actual details of it, but it kind of coasts across the distant sky, across the clouds, and a little bit of moonlight kind of framing the image.
I pull out bad news, and I'm just going to try and use the scope to trail.
Okay. You pick it up, and what you see in the distance is a very, very large bird cresting across the distance. It doesn't appear to be coming in your direction, but it just slowly makes its way just over the opening in the canopy.
I'm of course reminded of the giant rock. Is it the same shape?
It's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
And then it disappears over the opposite side of the
Is
opening.
it our guy?
After I've kicked her, I grab Keyleth by the shoulder and I start waking her up. Rock, 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 rock.
Can I? Does it look like the same one?
It does. You catch it just before it disappears over the distant horizon. It kind of arcs away and then vanishes past.
What's a... It's very pretty. I don't understand what...
I don't
It's
know.
the cow rock. When we were cows.
It's that little
When we
fella.
saved a rock.
Was
Percy,
I? Were you
Percy
there?
I don't
was
think I
having.
was
You weren't
there.
You were
there.
having an episode and locked herself in the basement.
Oh, right.
Oh, bring that up.
Percy.
Yes.
We saved
Cash,
the
it's
rock.
the Cash, it's the big bird.
I remember that.
Big bird.
You've seen it.
Of course,
course
we
we
all the
have.
time.
It
When were you cows?
Oh,
it's
You a cow?
It's a long story.
Okay, fair enough.
We saved him though, and we told him to come here.
We see them all the time.
Bet you
Fixture in the night sky out here. Of course.
For a long time.
Was it just a bird?
So everybody should
back
go
to
back to
sleep.
sleep.
Okay.
sleep.
Fucking.
The rest of you go back to sleep. You guys are finishing up your watch. Did you want
Take a watch.
All right, I'm out.
Okay. All right. So, so it's just Cash taking this
Oh,
last
nope. Do I need my sleep still?
one. No, you've had a full 8 hours.
Okay, I'll stay with you.
We'll nap it up.
All right. So,
I elbow him. He's snoring.
Shut the fuck up.
So, I've seen you've noticed. I've seen you checking out some of the members of our little group here.
It is a very interesting group you have here, that's for sure.
Listen, Vax doesn't fly that way. I don't think. I know you've been eyeing him pretty good.
Huh?
Vax, I'm just looking out for you, brother. He's he's not available for you.
What else do your keen eyes perceive?
I see the way you've been flirting with him. It's adorable.
That's funny, I didn't think anyone was going to pick up on it.
Well, I'm a romantic, so I.
You are at that.
this thing.
You are at that. He has a way about him, you have to admit.
He does. He has a flair. It's not my thing, obviously.
No.
I go for the lady hookers.
Well, to each his own, am I right?
Yes, but no, you have good taste in men.
Yeah,
he's
This,
a dashing young rogue.
He is. And this crew is lucky to have you.
Yes.
Very amazing.
They are. They
Yeah.
really are. That's your keen eye at work.
Well, we all see what we see, don't we? Incredible. Just incredible.
Can I give you a bit of advice?
Please. Please do.
You know, you have to follow your heart. So if you do have feelings for the lad, You at least have to tell him, even if he won't return them to you.
It's funny, I've been wanting to have a conversation with him for quite a while now.
Oh,
We have a lot to discuss.
Oh, yes. What about?
Oh, you know, this and that. Feelings, as you would call them. Romance, as you would say.
You are so in touch with them.
I know. I do my best. When you've lived the sheltered and wonderful life I have.
Oh, yes?
It's not often you meet a man like that. So you run towards him. Some would say with your spear out.
TMI, my friend. TMI.
That is funny. Yes. Well, you're right. We do have quite a bit to talk about.
Yeah, we have another 2.5 hours on this watch.
I wake up.
Wonderful.
You guys talk a little quiet.
Sorry.
Some of us are sleeping.
Are you going to be able to get her on board with my little plan for her brother?
I think she just wants her brother to be happy.
Well, that's wonderful.
You know?
That's wonderful. How do you come up with your songs, by the way?
Oh, well, you know, I think of like a word and then I try to think of a rhyme for it. Like pshaw. Like what could that be? That could be pshaw. You know, something like that. I don't know. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Quite amazing. It's a skill that I've never had, of course. But I guess, as you said, when you really take in the world and can see people and how they feel, you can really write a powerful
I'm
ballad.
a man of the world. I'm a well-traveled. I'm cultured, some would say.
Rickshaw.
Rickshaw's a good one. Oh, Rickshaw. Secret weapon. Secret weapon. I sleep near Percy a lot. And
interesting.
He rhymes in his sleep.
He
It's the
does.
strangest thing. Incredible. Here, I'll show you. Okay. Haven't to fear in the world. Sometimes it takes a while.
I don't understand.
Takes a while.
Okay.
Something rhymes with world.
See? It's amazing. Every time.
Absolutely incredible.
The hours pass through intense conversation and learning about one another. The sky comes to a glow with the rising sun.
For the love of God, let something attack us.
The rest of the group finds themselves to consciousness. The cold morning air and frozen bits of early morning dew across the grass and growth of the forest.
My ears feel really hot this morning. I don't know why that is.
I've been breathing on them.
What about the little hole in the lake that we smashed? Is it still there to freeze over?
The hole's still there, but there is a very thin layer of what appears to be forming ice that could be easily cracked.
No, I gotta melt through that and I'll go and take my morning wee right on the little hole where it's starting to freeze back over.
There you go. Grog has now effectively peed in the...
Cash walks over to also pee and then looks down at Grog and goes, "Holy God," and just turns and walks away.
And that's canon, folks.
That's the sound of 20,000 pens.
For the love of God.
Oh my gosh.
2 weeks, folks.
Oh my gosh.
2 weeks. Covering this up. All right. So, what's the plan, guys?
I don't know.
I guess we should breathe underwater and head down, right?
Can we handle the cold is the question I'd want to know.
That is true. How cold is that lake?
Pretty cold.
damn
It's
cold.
it's the surface is near freezing by the just general temperature of the morning air. You'd be liable to get hypothermia if you spend an extended period of time in the water.
Extended periods.
Can you send somebody down to try to find the entrance and get in before the rest of us go down there and flounder around?
I can, well,
It'll be easier
I
to
can
move
I have
back.
really good
That's
perception,
true as well.
so I can go down and see if I can find an opening that you guys didn't see yesterday.
I'm going to take a walk around the whole thing
Yeah,
and see
why
if
don't
I
we
can
just
see
drain the
anything
lake?
on the edges.
Drain
wait,
the lake?
How big? Oh, you said
Actually,
the lake was like 350 feet.
Clearly, the water wasn't always
It's not a
there,
very,
right?
very large.
Right?
So why don't we just take the water out of the
I
lake?
can control water.
Displace water? Can't you displace
I can control.
Could you
water.
make a parting of the Red Sea sort of thing?
I might be able to actually. Yeah.
Try that.
And, did a 22 perception check around the edge of the lock find anything?
Nothing beyond the edge of the lake.
All right.
There isn't. I mean, you find bits and pieces of broken stone, but nothing that seems to be like indicative of a change in the topography.
I would actually say breathe underwater would be the safer bet in case something happens.
I would agree.
That's
We
true.
have to escape. We don't want to necessarily rely on your consciousness.
I can make us all look like fish.
Oh, that's good. Useful.
Yes.
It could that could be useful if something was attacking and they wouldn't attack fish.
They're like, oh look, fish. I'm not going to
I
eat
don't-
that.
Hold on to it.
I'm so bored of it.
I'll workshop
or
that
we
one.
could
I
prepare
can
to be
focus.
lunch.
We look to be unhealthy fish.
No, I mean it's good that you have it, but just hold on to it for a rainy
Or
day.
it's like serpents.
I can focus to part the waters for about 10 minutes.
Ooh, yes.
Oh,
That's more than enough.
I'll run in, search around.
You.
I can
we'll
do
all
it for
run.
about 100.
We'll all run in,
100.
search
Yeah.
around like maniacs for 10 minutes.
Bro,
All
are you
right.
ready to dig?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
And then if we don't find anything, then I can still cast.
How much
breathe
water
on
can
us.
you?
Can you cast
spark,
breathe water
display?
on a bear?
100
Yeah, a
cubic.
cube of up to 100 feet on a side, so you could pretty much part the entire lake.
Let's do it and run
it.
down and
Pardon?
search.
In doing so, could she get all the water out of the lake so that it would be gone forever? Or is
Forever?
it just a permanent, a temporary part?
I feel like that's killing a lot of wildlife.
Are there a lot of fish in here?
Oh, she doesn't want to kill those fish.
We've gone around.
just
There,
get
there
in
are
there.
some fish that live in there.
Fine.
Let's get in. Let's not
Yeah,
destroy
I
the
probably
log.
can't even get all of it out, but let me
Rains a lot.
let me
yeah,
see what I can do.
get
Let me see what I can
Filled
do.
up again rather quick.
So you
I'll get the
cast
shovel.
control water.
I guess I cast control water.
Keyleth, I have total faith in you.
Thank you.
Go, Keyleth, go.
Nothing
Right.
wrong or bad
As you-
ever happens.
As Keyleth completes the spell, and a rapid series of hand motions, concentrating her eyes,
Get ready to run in as soon as
kind
she's.
of illuminate with the power of her druidic divine energies. She extends her hands, and the water itself in the center of the lake, the ice cracks up almost like a fissure is building in the center. Like it's almost like tinfoil being folded back from the inside out. The ice is actually breaking and being pulled to the sides. And as the ice is pulled back, the water is pulled back with it. Like someone has torn into the surface of the earth and peeled the ice back like a sheet. It forms this long tunnel that leads directly down into the center of the lake. The water is being held aloft over the surface, not actually being cast to the sides out into the river. You could empty the lake for the most part if you wanted to do it now, but right now you're just
Could you
holding it
build
aloft as these two kind of water pillars.
Could you build an ice tunnel, perhaps? Take some of the ice and actually structure
I was gonna
a-
say actually, I think as control water, I can also change if it freezes and if it's solid. Can I like freeze the edges of this?
You can-
Make like an awesome, you
You
know.
cannot refreeze water with the spell, unfortunately. You can just control its shape. The temperature is a whole different.
But
ballgame.
there is frozen. We could take the existing ice and create.
You know what? Let's just run.
Yeah,
I'm running
everybody
in
let's
and
move.
inspecting.
Yeah.
And Keyleth,
Yeah.
just be ready
Just-
to throw it away.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna focus. I'm gonna
This
just
is
kind of
taking a
keep
while.
pushing it out and
All
just
right, I
continue.
Dig in
run
mud.
in and start
Focus
looking
my
up,
energy.
Dig in mud.
looking for anything.
I'm
go-
just
I
digging.
Go, move fast! You have 10 minutes!
I go to the entrance that was blocked and I investigate to see whether or not there's any way that we can just climb our way through. Focus on the non-vegetative spot.
I'm going
and
to
get
that
in.
and seeing if there's something there.
Okay. The stonework, you can start pulling the stones that kind of block the area that lead into that one partially or collapsed entrance. And yeah, the stonework, you start moving things out of the way and they tumble down to the bottom and stick into the mud. And the bottom of the pond is a very interesting sight when it's drained. Like all the plant life is just stuck together and you're all kind of sloshing through.
Yeah.
And you're up to your knees with each step
This
as
is
you just
never
sink
going to
into
come
the.
out.
Oh God.
It's a super muddy honest.
Yes.
I mean, I am gonna go ahead and start pushing
Yeah,
some of
I'm
the water
trying
like outwards, out of the lake. As
Okay.
I'm keeping it.
I go to
pushed.
the hole, to the anus, and start looking.
Okay. Looking in there, the as you begin to step into the mud, it is a thicker portion. Your feet kind of begin to sink into it.
You can control water. Can you control the water in the mud?
Unfortunately,
Got a lot on my mind right now, Percy.
Okay. I was just
This is a lot. It's really
throwing it out there.
heavy.
Throwing it out there.
to a certain extent, you can control elements of it, but because the earth itself is not part of it, it does resist the spell effects, so it would be very minimal effects.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, as you step into it, you begin to sink.
Oh, I just stepped right in because I'm really smart. You guys, hold on
Quicksand.
to me.
No, stop pulling.
All right, make a
Whoa,
strength
pulling.
check.
Pulling. Oh, thank God I'm so strong. That is, I'm going to use luck, and that's shit.
I'm
It's
sinking.
an 11. 11.
In
All
the
right.
grog.
The two twins are now
Oh, great.
into this small
What
mire.
happened to you two?
Grog, help. Seriously. Quick,
Remember how happy you were that I was alive? That's not going to last much longer.
Come on,
Could
come on, come on,
you
go,
pull us
go,
out?
go, go, go,
How
go.
deep are they?
She's about up to her waist now.
No, you're good. Just swim.
Or
If you-
up to upper torso. Vax is now getting to right around upper thigh.
Seriously.
Oh, look. I mean, you're not even like
Trinket.
twinsies about it. You're at different lengths. You've got to even out a bit.
Don't struggle or you'll sink faster.
Yeah.
Trinket's all.
I take out my rope of infinite twine and throw it to Trinket's mouth from far away. Pull me out!
All right, and with that, Trinket begins to back up. Can't get traction in the mud. Is trying to pull, but is just sliding in
This
space.
sucks, you guys.
I'm gonna try grab the rope as well.
Oh my God!
Effort into it.
Okay.
Why are you being a
So
chick
you're gonna make a
fuck?
strength check on
I
your
need
end
to
as
get
well.
out of this mud.
That's a
Seriously?
12.
You're
This is
fine.
there's no movement on this point. You guys are trying to pull.
All
and
right,
there's-
all right,
They're
all
not, they're not
right.
sinking right at the moment. There is tension on the rope, but they're not being pulled out either. They're just kind of held
Okay.
in place.
Can I use mage hand?
You all had
Yes,
better
do
be
that.
making damn good use of this time.
Oh, great use, Keyless.
Almost in.
I think we found an entrance point-ish.
Are we just at the edge of the pond?
You guys are now like in the center of the base of the pond.
But we haven't gotten to the part.
The lock.
No, you guys are at you're at the base of the stone structure, which is not too far from the section they're sinking in.
Dying in slow
you've been
motion
pulling
over
rocks
here.
away from the crumbled entrance, which is much easier now that there isn't water pressed against it. So you're like
Yes.
actually moving rocks out of the way, and you're making some headway into this entrance.
All right, do I even see them? Do I see
You see out of the
them?
corner of their eye them talking and shouting to each other.
All right,
as
Grog, come over here there, darling. I've got some rocks you can move into. Maybe we can get in on this side.
Okay,
You're
cool.
not gonna even help.
I can't see you. It's the corner of my eye. I hear you squabbling. You guys squabble all the time.
Well, now, what are we moving?
Seriously, we're dying. We're
We
gonna
are
die.
Kima runs
sinking
up
in
to
the
you guys.
mud over here.
They're fine.
So here we go. Let's move this shit.
come on.
All right, let's move.
Hey guys, you want a hand?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so
out with
I will
Big B.
cast Big Miss Hand. Come on it.
We're useless. I've never felt so useless.
And I will gently lift them up and cup them as I pull them up from the.
Easy enough to do. The giant shimmering arcane hand of Big B scoops both of the twins up and dislodges them from the muddy surface, setting you guys down gently, and kind of drifts to your side with a thumbs up.
Why don't, since we have Bigby's hand, why don't we use it to...
Can he scoop
Yeah.
out
Scanlan,
that
could
mud?
you?
Sure. What do you need me to lift?
Can you scoop out all the mud in that fucking hole that just tried to kill us?
All right, let's scoop. We're scooping. I'm
Are
scooping.
you scooping mud or are you scooping stone? I didn't hear which one you're doing.
I go with Zara. What do you want me to scoop, Zara?
Oh, well, did I even hear any of this? I'm still over there with Grog.
Zara, you
moving
need some
rocks,
help.
Rock. Yeah, we're moving rocks.
We're moving rocks.
Moving rocks.
Okay.
I think we're going to move rocks. Could you give us a hand with the rocks?
Sure.
All brown.
Here it comes. Whee!
Okay.
That makes sense.
I'll say go ahead. The two of you guys make strength checks, and you go ahead and roll a d20 and add your charisma. No, the Big B hand is.
20.
Wow, that's your wisdom modifier. Holy cow.
Is that good or bad?
That's awful. That's amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, roll an 8 plus 8 to it.
16.
16, okay. 20 and 4. So you're helping.
I'm more of a delegator.
Yeah, you're the foreman of this
I'm the foreman.
exercise.
Move the rock over
Between
there.
Grog and Bigby's hand, though, large sections of stone are being scooped out and tossed to the side.
I start kind of tossing water out of this lake.
You're hitting the 5 to 6 minute mark. It's a 10-minute duration
Okay.
at this point, so
Seeing
you're a
that
little
they're
past
still
halfway.
doing a lot of work, I'm gonna start seeing if I can push some of this water out of the lake a bit.
Okay, so you push some of the water out of the way. Some of it's splashing off into the side and kind of being soaked into the local dirt and earth. You're still holding about half of the pond itself up at the sides.
Okay.
You guys are beginning to make headway through it, and see a lot of the stones here have been pushed in with suction from the mud and kind of kept a barrier. And about 3 minutes later, you begin to find an opening, and you start pulling out the big plug of stone, and you can see beyond that there is an actual stairway and a pitch black, lightless entrance that goes deeper into this actual structure.
Let's go.
Well, problem, stairway, but when water comes back in, you drown in that stairway. So,
We have to block it up behind us.
All right,
Once
tight.
this is done, can you cast one of those? No.
maybe
Do we
I
have a
I
sphere
start
of some sort?
walking towards them and
Some
kind
really
of
stupid. once
Wait.
we're in and water's
Making a
covering
water
it, we're
bubble.
not going to be able to get these
Keyleth,
stones
can you
away.
walk down this way while still doing that? And Scanlan, can you use Bigby's hand to block the hole once Keyleth is past you?
Yes, yes,
For
if
a
we go
very
fast.
Small amount of time.
Yeah, and then Keyleth, can you make a wall of stone once you've let down the water?
Yes, if we try and go super fast.
Let's
I
do
can
it. Let's
cast
do it.
light and get
Just
us
try and
down
use
there.
Or let's see if
Bigby's
Bigby's
hand
hand
can
can
make
maybe.
the wall of stone.
Yeah, let's see
Okay,
if
yeah,
Bigby's-
I can make a wall behind us or something.
All right,
It'll take a
so-
hot
So I
second,
go in and I
but-
start heading towards the tunnel and pushing all the water.
Okay, so
outwards.
keeping the water at bay now, kind of rotating around your movement into the center. You all make your way towards that rocky entrance. It's just big enough to get each of you through. Grog and Trinket at the very largest. You all push your way through, climbing on the other side. Keyleth concentrating, steps inside is the last one as you begin with the last few
I guess
minutes
I'll
you
just
have.
pack it with mud and rocks, right?
Taking it all, chunk after chunk after chunk, just at the tail end of your concentration. The hand pulls in the last plug as the water comes crashing into itself, filling the space. As you all are standing there, the light of Zara's staff kind of lighting the area, there's the impact of water rushing in against the stonework, and you can feel the whole place kind of shake from the impact. And immediately, water begins to rush in through the cracks of this created section.
I'm not a good builder.
Hold it, Scanlan, hold it for a moment.
I was going to say, based on the push of the water against the rock and Bigby's hand against that, I need you to go ahead and roll a d20 and add 8 for Bigby's strength to try and hold the plug in place.
This is the boy in the dike.
Yeah.
24.
24 total roll. With that impact, you can see streams of water pushing through and mud and other elements kind of filling the gaps of the stonework. Bigby's hand pushing up against it. The looks like the stonework was ready to give, and the water to begin to just go ahead and fill this vicinity. The hand pushes back until the streams that are peeking through turn to a trickle. And by the time the spell finally comes to an end, the hand vanishes. The plug hole gives a little bit and then seems to keep itself in place. Water's still dribbling out and trickling. There is still a gradual bit of moisture passing through here, and you don't know how long it'll hold, but for the time being, it seems to be holding.
Yikes!
Well done, Scanlan.
Well, thank you for the idea.
Well, we could risk it, or
You could
We
put
can-
it-
of course we're gonna risk
put up
it.
a wall.
I am.
I think we can risk it for now.
Yeah, risk it, because we have to go back
That's
through
true.
this way.
If,
probably.
Yeah.
Let's at
if
least
something
head
happens, you
downstairs.
can put it
I can
up.
always,
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Let's
need
head
be.
downstairs. We might not need to worry about this in a second.
Hey, sneaky, sneaky, go take a look.
Are you talking to her or me?
No, you, shitbrain.
Hey, you know what? We're not doing anything for you, you fuck. Because you didn't even try to help us.
Oh, look at me digging in a muddy hole that led to nowhere.
I let them argue.
We don't
and
know
I
where it
stealth
led.
forward
No one helped.
while they're fighting.
We didn't hear you, Jonathan.
Natural 20.
We heard
Nice.
you.
Okay.
He heard
See that? My man's gonna
Oh,
check some
no.
stuff out.
Oh, you must be so proud.
Very excited.
As Vax vanishes from your sight, disappearing into the shadows down the stairway that leads forward, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. So get your snacks, get your bathroom on. We'll be here as soon as
perv
possible.
on.
Get your perv on! Hey, perv on!
Yeah, get your perv on.
You set it up. Perfect.
Get your perv on!
We're
Perv
gonna
on
die.
song.
You're gonna say every name out
Never
loud.
made
before
it
the
out
show
of the
starts from
tunnel.
now on.
Geek and Sundry says it's tabletop day. On April 30th, it's tabletop day. More than 250 stores will celebrate all around the world for tabletop day. And on tabletop day, go online. Geek and Sundry will be streaming the entire time. 24 hours of games for charity. Just get on the channel on Twitch TV.
Hey guys, I'm Marisha Ray, and I'm here to give you a quick sneak peek at our brand new show, Signal Boost. Take a look. Okay, so this is the first thing that we've shot. All right, give us a break. But there's gonna be more. It's gonna be like a show. Come watch it.
Welcome to Super Fun Awesome Party Game Time.
A show where we take your favorite party games and blow them up.
Basically, Thin Ice is a game where you keep stacking marbles on a thin sheet of tissue paper, and whoever's holding the tweezers when the tissue paper breaks is the loser.
Of course, our version is all about the twist. So the person holding the tweezers is actually blindfolded.
And sitting behind another person who has to direct them. The losing team will also have to do something unpleasant for everyone.
Oh, hey guys!
Hey, what's going on?
It's Chloe Dykstra.
Jason Horton, he's on my team.
We
Oh,
got
we-
this one.
We got this.
You guys.
This is the best game. Let's do this. I always wanted to.
All right, all right.
There we go. We do it like this.
Is that your
I've
eyes?
never been blindfolded before.
You're like a Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
Except blind.
Now I definitely.
All right. You ready?
Let's thin ice. I use it as a verb. Thin ice is a verb to me.
Put your arms through me, buddy.
So you get in front of me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a creepy thing to say. Okay. Put your arms through me. Now you need to move your arms down. You need to move your arms down. Now my butt is. Yeah. This is an awkward. Okay, so go down. Nope, you're not at all going down properly. Grab the ball.
one?
Yeah, now go up. Good, cool. All right.
Thin ice.
Go down again.
Okay.
All right, you have it? Now go back a little bit. Up. And slowly let it go. No, no.
Did I thin ice it?
Yes, you did.
There, and wait, stop it! You're being really aggressive.
Wait, I got
Stop! You're being really aggressive. Gently. Grab that ball.
I don't see that ball, Jessica.
Stop! The ball's right there. You have it. Okay. Okay, now grab it. You've got it. Okay, up, and down. Okay, let go of the tweezers.
Okay.
Walk back.
Okay. So down with the tweezers, way down, way down. Go a little back into the left. Back to the left. Yep. Up. A little more back, and a little more left. A little left.
The balls are going everywhere.
Oh no, go left.
I can't. What is going on? They're slipping. My balls are so slippery.
You know what? Go left, and I'll tell you when to go. No.
They're so slippery, these balls. Oh my god.
You're so much better at this
Down.
game than these guys.
You got one. A little more forward, and drop it so lightly. Nope, you didn't drop it.
Nope.
You didn't let go.
Up there. You still
How did I
got
not let go? Was it still on it?
Yes.
Oh my god. How is it still on it?
Okay, no, you don't. So you don't. There you go. You go forward.
Here, I'm just gonna straddle you a little.
All right, wait. This is so weird. This isn't working. I'm pointing at it like it's gonna make it better. Left. All right, you're in the balls here. Okay, open them more.
Amateurs.
Okay, you got it. Up. More.
Drop it.
Drop it gently. Let it go.
Did I get it?
Yes.
Forward. No, all right, go to the right. Up a little. And then to the right. Like, can you feel the ball? It's kind of there. Up. And drop it right there.
Okay, go down.
Danger zone
All right.
right here.
Right. Okay, to your left. Okay.
You're holding.
You're
Okay. All right.
Okay. Lift up. And let go. Throw it!
Well, this is butts. All right.
This is tenuous.
This is like almost like a game of thin ice. You know what I mean? It's like very similar to a game of thin ice. Okay. Now go down. Is
that the balls?
Yeah, that's a ball. Those are balls. Those are definitely.
Are those
Yep,
balls?
those are balls. Yep. A little forward. Just open your thing more. Open your thing a little bit more.
Those balls? I'm opening my thing.
Right there. That was now. You almost got a ball, but you're also you clipped. Oh, shit. Forward. You got one. Hold on to it. Back. Up. Let go. Pass it off.
So.
We got this.
Forward. Forward. Yeah. You're doing slow. Left. There you go. You got it. Up. Left. Way left. Forward. Drop it. Let it go.
Oh, come on! Wait, why am I behind you?
Yeah.
Just so I like it back there.
It's not a bad place to be.
Okay, all right. So I need you to
My heart is like.
move those forward a little bit. Spread them. Spread them and go down. No, go back. That's, no, back. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. It's so slippery. Squeeze it. All right, never mind. That's a lost ball. Okay.
Okay.
There's the table.
Okay, there's the table. Just gentle. No, that's not so gentle.
Okay. Can you feel my hot breath on your neck?
Yeah, you smell like milk.
I don't want to play this anymore.
Please, you have to grab a ball.
Okay.
You got it. Okay, lift and gentle and down.
Shut your mouth.
Let go.
There you are. There you are.
You can recognize that butt anywhere. Okay, go actually right. Right. A little down. That's a ball right there.
Not anymore, it ain't.
Okay, let's switch it around. Go left. Down. Right, that's a ball. That is ball. A little lower. Just let it go lightly.
You're the worst.
Oh
Shit.
no!
Feels like bomb defusal.
That's worse.
Okay, come forward.
All right, Milky Way, let's do this.
That is not gonna be my nickname today. Okay, grab it, firmly grasp it, pull it up. Left, down very slowly. Slowly, to the left, to the left.
Did I drop it?
Drop the tweezers!
Speed round! Speed round! Chloe, get it! Okay, throw it to Jason. And then me.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
You can do that?
That was brilliant.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
come on.
yes!
Chloe?
This is ridiculous. You just double. Go! Oh, look at you! Smack it down so hard that way that you smacked it. I want every single one of these on there.
Oh, this is the end.
It's getting to the end.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
can't-
Drop it.
You jerk! Oh no. Okay, do it quickly. It's breaking. Oh. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
No! No, Chloe!
He had it in his hand. He's the one who made it fall. Come
It
on.
was thrown.
No.
It was thrown. Out of
You
my
guys.
hands. We agreed to the rules. We won. You lost. It's too late.
All right.
no.
All right, are you ready for this?
I'm not sure. Let it go.
There you go.
Let it go.
Are you singing from the beginning?
Don't feel.
Thank you for watching Super Fun Awesome Party Game Time. We will see you next time.
Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore.
Now they're enjoying it.
Let it go.
Welcome back, everyone. So we've had a little break here. A couple quick announcements to give to you guys. One, our first winner of the giveaway today, of the chat room giveaway for our various prize package, is Black Death 2099. Congratulations. I'm glad we have a little ways off before we have to worry about that. Or maybe Marvel will rekindle that comic series. But yeah, so congratulations, Black Death 2099. Also, a reminder to all of our European viewers, we, here in the US, because we're ridiculous and still do this whole time change thing, we are springing forward. It's our daylight savings. So the show will actually be airing an hour earlier for you guys. Which
Hey,
might
that's
Oh,
good.
I like that, right?
Huh?
So everyone can work on the farm.
Exactly.
Yes. No one. And it doesn't even work.
Damn you, Benjamin Franklin.
I know.
What is today for Critical Role?
Today is our 1-year anniversary.
Did
of
we?
Hey! So rushed at the start, we didn't get
We
around
didn't
to
even
it.
talk about how it's our 1 year.
It's our 1 year. It's been a
Happy
rush day.
What do you get for a
Guys.
1 year anniversary? Is it paper?
Paper.
Paper.
It's paper.
I got it.
Hey! Happy anniversary!
So, I mean,
We
thank you.
get tons of fan art. That's paper.
That is paper.
That's totally paper.
Thank, thank you guys for kicking along with us for
We
a
got a
year.
very nice anniversary present from Megzilla. From Meg.
Oh my gosh, it's
Thanks,
so,
Meg.
so great.
It's my
pretty.
background now.
Mine too. Is yours just you? Because mine is just
Mine,
me.
it's just me and Pike. That's the only one because you can't get all of it, so you have to try and frame it.
Unifying entity.
She is unifying.
Also, guys, wanted to let you know before we get started here again. You helped our good friend here, Ivan, is doing his Kickstarter for the ABCs of RPGs children's book, which is awesome. But one of the stretch goals was to actually have a few pages of Critical Role related activities for kids within the book, and you guys succeeded in smashing through that stretch goal. So he gave me a couple of the early designs to show off. Here
We
is
can
the.
show it?
Yeah, we're gonna show a little bit of the preliminary stuff. So this is the Vex and Vax connect the dots.
It's for a Critical Role.
So this will be part of the presentation for that activity, which is fantastic. What's the out there?
And this is artwork by Wendy.
Put
Yeah,
it
this
on
is-
the
Yeah.
put it on the thing. The
Wonderful
paper.
Wendy.
On the paper?
On the
Right yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, there you go.
So you can see it.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Then we have the create tattoos for Grog activity sheet.
Yes, I can draw all the penises I want on it.
Finally.
There's that one there. And then here we have the Percy connect your knowledge of the various fantasy creatures activity book.
Baby creatures.
Learn your baby creatures.
I'd like to point out the Rakshasa with the hands.
Actually doing Rakshasa hands.
Doing jazz hands.
So
I feel so
So those are really cool RPGs. You can look forward. You guys kicked ass on making that happen, and so we have our own little stamp and his amazing creative piece. So thank you for that. And look to that. There's also more stretch goals, I think, before it finishes up. So if you want to smash those records, feel free to check it out.
Smash.
Record smash.
Thank you for letting us be a part of that, Ivan.
Grog smash with Moonhammer.
When are you going to use it? Like what?
All right. So now,
What?
as you guys bringing back to the game here, I think those are all the announcements I'm supposed to make there. Perfect. Set up here with some proper audio. Get some good atmosphere here.
Imperial Death March.
Little CNC music background
Perfect.
with mud squares.
Yeah.
Really? All right.
Are we like
So,
Death Star chickens?
that
What's
got weird.
happening?
Yeah.
Apparently.
They just got the power on our show.
I'll be right along.
so
That is
as are you guys all staying at the top of the stairs, or are you just staying a little bit behind Vax's movement?
I'm 20 feet ahead.
Yes. So
We're moving,
A bit with the light.
but we should probably, I don't know, stealth. I don't know what would be alive down here, but there might be undead thing. Actually, can I take a moment and use primeval awareness and sense if there's any undead entities around, any ghostly, undead zombie-ish, anything undead,
And
You
I
take-
just rolled a 30 for perception.
yes.
aberrations.
So wait, which one are you focusing on?
Oh, do I have to
I think you have
focus
to.
on
I
one
think you
of
have
them?
to choose the type.
Let's start with undead.
Undead is the big
Undead. You just take a moment focusing here as
Up to
as
6 miles.
yes, as Vax pushes forward. Nothing catches your attention undead-wise. There are no undead entities within the vicinity of which you can focus on. So that's one thing you don't got to worry about.
One thing.
One
Would
thing.
be very cool, especially considering.
I think as Z is in the front with her light, Cash backs all the way up to the back and lights a light as well.
Okay. All right. So the two of you have light from this pitch dark vicinity, which is helpful for the those of human descent.
Thank you.
Me too. It's
Yeah.
tough.
So no undead presence in the vicinity.
Okay.
Vax pushing down the stairwell. It continues downward with a slight curvature, almost like a gradual spiral staircase, until eventually it hits a floor area. And like the flooring here is at a tilt. From what you can see, this whole tomb, this whole ruin, is when it sank in, it sank at a slight angle, and the surfaces of all the stonework here is still slick with water and various liquid that has just trickled through over time. You get the sense that there are a number of leaks within this temple, and it just the river or the pond that would grow larger is just steadily slipping into this ruin and then being filled over time from the rainy and snowy weather as it hits the area. As you hit the bottom and you look around, you see ahead immediately across the way, as you're the first to hit there, two small humanoid shapes down like this T-juncture. To the right and the left of you are two tunnels, and there's one ahead. And about 35, 40 feet ahead of you, see two humanoid individuals.
We've already got company. I see two small little buggers ahead of me. I don't know what they are.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on the group.
All right.
Can you kill them?
I don't know yet. Just wait for a second. I'm gonna sit for 1 minute, and see what they do.
Can we stealth?
Yeah, it's all stealth.
All right, everyone will stealth. You keeping your light spells up?
No.
No.
Nope.
Both of you snuff the light spells, so you have 0 visibility. Right?
I have
really
dark vision.
well
Oh.
hidden.
And you're fine.
Yep, I've got dark vision.
I do too.
So do I.
Stealth checks from everybody.
I am covered in mud.
It's one.
Oh, that's true. We are
Yes.
really camouflaged.
Twins are dark right now.
I rolled a natural 1.
Oh, no, add 10 to it.
11.
14.
Natural
Oh,
one's
plus.
failure.
32.
Yeah, just
30.
Just fail.
Okay.
22.
28.
17.
17 with plus 10.
14.
14 with plus 10.
No, then it's 24.
24. Okay.
And is there any light here?
There is no light.
We-
No light.
We just doused it. I can see.
Black.
Grog and I can see
Dark vision.
dark vision.
These two figures just walk beyond. What little bit you can see, and both of you guys roll perception checks. Those are the dark vision right now.
Oh wait, dark vision.
Natural 20. Natural 20.
That's your second.
14.
14. The two of you can see these entities. They're humanoid, bipedal. 2 arms, 2 legs, standing up on their legs. However, their feet are these webbed claw type physicality. They're wearing kind of haphazard leather tunics, wrappings around their wrists, and they're hunched forward as they're walking away from you, deeper into the shadow, seemingly completely unnoticing your presence. Their heads are these kind of bowed forward fish type visions. You can see they have these bulbous eyes at the edges, jagged, toothy mouths that end at the small point to the end. Very, very fish-like, amphibious type entities. They just kind of both scuffle alongside each other and shuffle into the darkness beyond, down that further hallway. And you still have the
They're
tunnels.
walking in pitch black, right?
Yes,
We have tunnels left and right.
left and right, and in front where they both disappeared down.
Do we hear? We don't hear them speaking. We don't hear them doing anything.
No, they're just walking.
Do they look to be like on patrol? Are they walking back and
They're
forth?
just walking. They haven't turned back
Are
yet.
they armed? Listen up, you.
Yes, you can see both of them have what looks to be like a cluster of ropes to one side hanging off their belt, and have spears that they're clutching and just kind of like walking along.
Are the ropes attached to the spears?
No,
Do they have eyeballs?
they do.
Are they? What color are they?
In the dark, there's no color in dark vision. It is black and white.
Everyone listen up. There's 2 of them, and they're walking away from us down a hole. They don't see us yet.
They
bet
appear
it's
to be
patrol.
some sort of fish-like creature. They've got spears and ropes.
You know what? I bet if they live in the dark, light will kind of blind them.
I bet. You know? Very smart.
Are we all huddled together at this point?
No, I was talking to
Yeah, they've all gathered down to the
They
bottom
came up
of the
behind me, right?
Yeah.
So you're
Okay,
talking
we're
to
all
your ear to me.
Guess what?
What's going on?
Pull up ahead.
It sounded like that, but I can't see shit down there. Zara, you were able to see.
I just kind
I'm
of poke
sorry.
my head in between the twins and I go,
Why'd you
do you
keep
guys
holding
have an earache? Is your ear hurt?
You see how
Or you seem to be holding your ear.
Really?
You can't see shit either.
What?
What do you need?
Should we,
I don't know
should
what
we
to-
light up? Should we get some light?
Should we? There's a tunnel to the left. Oh no, thank you. There's a tunnel to the left and there's a tunnel to the right.
I pull out my flame thumb dagger and make dim light.
Okay, so as the dagger gives off a little bit of flame, those of you with the light vision have extended visual at this point. And at this point too, like as you're adjusting to the atmosphere here, there is this very heavy smell of mold and mildew throughout this entire area. And looking down, you can see the bit of light dances across the stone floor that has, what you can see, water trickling across it and leaning to one side, to the left, kind of with the tilt of the floor. What do you wish to do?
Well, we can follow the fish. We can follow the Fish Brothers, or we could check out these two tunnels.
I like that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
In my book that I bought for 30 gold,
Yeah.
did it mention what level of the multi-level tomb the champion was buried on?
No, there wasn't much detail about the tomb's actual build. It spoke more of the history of the man who was buried there, and gave reference to the direction you were traveling to just reaffirm that you were going in the right way.
You got played.
I got played. It was with a worthless 30 gold then.
And you
No,
paid
you
full
learned
price.
information about the history of the man who's buried here.
Got played.
It's not like every single stone structure of ancient history has a book of blueprints available at your local 7-Eleven. Like,
That was 60 gold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a little more expensive.
All right, Grog. Since you and I have dark vision, is it still? Did you cast light? Is somebody?
No, you can see Vax is holding out his flame dagger. It has a little bit of fire trickling
Little
off it. It's
fire.
ever so gently lighting the very local area.
I'd like to investigate the tunnel to the left.
And I'll look at the one on the right.
To the left. You go to one on the right.
But I tell Vax to stay on my 6 as I go up.
And I follow Z.
Yep.
Okay.
Which one of us
Everyone
were you
else?
talking to?
So we have Grog and Vex are heading to the right.
Vax.
Sorry, Grog and Vax are heading to the right, and then Zara and Cash are going to the left. Anyone else? Everyone else staying in the center?
I'll
Staying center.
I'll stay
go
center
with
with Percy.
Zara.
I've noticed that you all have some sort of earpiece. Do you have any extra?
No.
No, but I'm gonna go with you, so
Okay.
I'll be able to report.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
I'll stay
Glad
center
you'll
with
be here.
Percy.
Okay, so you stay behind.
Ash, are you sure you don't want to go with Vax?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so Grog and Vax, you guys traverse to the right, with a little bit of light that he's giving off the dagger. It continues for about 15 feet before it curves sharply to the right. Roll a perception check, Grog.
Oh, that dark vision too. That's not bad. 17.
17. You turn the corner and manage to stop yourself just as your feet meet the edge of where the stone flooring has dropped out. The tunnel itself here just seems to have ended, and there is a chasm that just disappears beneath your visual range. A couple of stones kind of crumble, and
Stop.
you hear them
Back up.
after a number of seconds eventually hit with a slight splash of water.
I just think you should go in front of me here is all.
I think I should go for you. Want me to scout
Yeah,
ahead?
it looks a little slick, but just go ahead, just real careful.
All right, I walk
No, I'm
past
kidding,
him.
Jesus.
What?
It falls
What
off
is-
into eternity. It's instant death. There's
What the
nothing
fuck is
here.
wrong with you?
What, you can't see?
I really can't get a bead on you.
Can you guys keep it down? I can hear you from here.
I'll grab my earring and I say, the right, I'm on the right, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the right, it is a dead end all the way.
Is it like a dead end? So it's a wall in front of you.
I
something
grasp
over
his giant fucking forearm and lean out with the dagger. And how far can I see with this dim light?
You can see that this collapsed portion of the it goes for about 20, 25 feet, and then the path continues beyond that for about another 20, 25 feet, and then comes to a halt at the opposite
So
side.
there's a big gap, and then there's more path.
Correct.
Further. It goes on.
Yeah, it's like 20 feet. Who is anybody can climb on anything?
You're not here.
Do you see any openings?
You don't even know what we're doing.
Shit.
Yeah, can't you climb on shit?
I can, but let's see what the others find on their end, and then we'll figure out if we want to deal with this.
They're useless today.
Hey, Scanlon.
Oi.
What did you and Zora find?
All right.
Well-
So as you guys continue down the other
Meanwhile,
back at the
ranch, you guys step down this surface, and the water is pouring down this way. And as you step, there's this squishing sound. Not from the water, but there is every 10 or so feet, there's a patch of like a very thick, mucusy slime that seems to cover portions of the wall and portions of the floor. And you just kind of like slip a little bit and catch yourself, and there is a residue that you kind of have to slip off your boots.
This is never gonna be good.
Eventually, the tilted tunnel comes to a very tight spiral staircase that descends further down.
Scanlan, tell them I can see some sort of spiral staircase, but there seems to be a lot of goo here, and I'm always wary of goo.
Goo is rarely good.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
But we should continue on to find out.
How about
I agree. Should we?
Some light?
Should we check in with the others and see?
What are you holding your ear for?
This is something we all do. I don't know why. It doesn't. We don't need to do this. It's just like a thing.
It's like Professor X.
Yeah, that doesn't make. You know what? I'm gonna try it without. It might feel weird. Grog, can you hear me? Grog, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
See, it doesn't work that way. Don't know what it is. The magic. Wow. Grog, there's a spiral staircase and some snot, so we're gonna keep going.
Wait, you're going down into the salty...
Talking to Grog!
Let's all go down into the spiral staircase.
Well, get the others to come with us.
I heard it as well. We don't want to split up.
Let's all head down the spiral
staircase.
Is there any moss snot near Percy and I? Kind of in the middle of the hall.
Looking about your general vicinity, very quickly at your foot, yeah, there's...
Can I do like a check?
snot check.
Just a snot check.
Make a nature check.
That one failed me.
I blame the dice.
Get out of here. Let's do the wood one. Oh, that's good.
See?
29. Math.
Taking the slickness of it, you would expect some sort of secretion, and there is no acridness to it. There is nothing about it that seems to jump out at you as a natural creation by a creature. You're not quite sure what the source of it could be. It could be just somehow just over time slickness that came in through the water, or some other source. You really, in your experience as a druid, have no clear idea as to where this may have come from.
So it's not from a creature, but it is natural, or it's not?
It doesn't appear to be natural.
It doesn't
It doesn't appear to have any sort of the viscousness doesn't match anything you've encountered from nature. So you're not sure what the source is. It doesn't appear to be like a large snail or something like that.
All right.
The only reason you would know that is from your experience with subterranean creatures and studying that in your books, and as you kind of go through what you've researched, nothing jumps out at you.
You've milked a lot of snails, and you've never seen anything like this before.
This is the strangest snail milk I've ever seen.
Does it have any aroma? Does it?
No, actually, no aroma whatsoever. It is relatively featureless, other than its kind of viscous texture.
I'm gonna pull a Grog and taste it.
I was just gonna say, what's somebody
I want to just.
You said there's no acro.
Okay, I need you guys to both. No, I'm kidding. Flavorless.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey guys, I don't.
It's like a lube.
I don't trust
It
this.
is.
This moss, this goo. It creeps me out. Just be careful.
Okay. On our end, there's a big chasm over here, and there is a path on the other side of it, but we'd have to get over the chasm.
I mean,
so...
we can manage that if you think it's not a.
But
dead
you've got a
end.
complete stairway over there with boogers on it.
We do.
Peek around.
I think we want to head down.
We've got a staircase
down into the
Can you guys hear
window.
me? No.
dark vision is 60 feet.
You're really light. It sounds like you're
It sounds like
on
you're
beyond
coming
your vision, you don't
through,
see it.
yeah, like
It just continues
someone
on
else's phone.
the direction they're walking. They might not notice you, and they have not seemingly returned yet.
Like a century, I just keep looking that way.
I think we should go down.
I agree.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
What do you think about a little bit of light?
Let's, you know what, I can still see in the dark for a little while. Let's
Okay.
not alert anything of our presence.
Fair enough.
We have to.
You
Fair
are
enough.
the two of you are fumbling in
Yeah,
complete
that's-
darkness right
Yeah,
now.
it's really.
Why I was asking
fucking
Z, 'cause
Do you want a little bit of dark? All right.
We just can't be much help. That's the
Just
problem.
a smidge. Can when you cast light,
don't
do you get to control the amount of light, or is it just?
Sure, I don't see why not. I
All
think
right.
if you wanted to keep it low.
All right, I'll cast light, very, and sort of keep my staff
A faint
behind me.
candlelight
A
type.
faint candlelight as I continue to use my dark
Saturday
vision
Night
going
Fever
down.
level, you know
All
what
right.
I'm saying?
So do you
To a
guys?
lava lamp?
So do you guys return with the rest of the group, and the group continues down the spiral staircase?
I want to keep an eye out for any kind of traps or anything.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm
Ahead.
just gonna. I can see some things.
I keep an eye on the goo.
Okay.
Creep
I'll
out
stay in
front.
the very back.
I'm watching her
Just a
watch the
traceless
goo.
Traps.
At this point now, Trinket finally comes down the rest of the staircase, kind of staying back from the rest of the group, being stealthy. And just,
Trinket, have you ever experienced anything like this? Do you know anything about this gooey shite?
Trinket is actually far behind.
Oh,
He's back with
balls.
me.
You'd have to back up to.
All right, never
converse.
mind.
You guys have quite a large group here, especially with Kima involved. You have quite the party.
Yeah.
This should be very interesting.
We're all in the same tunnel now.
Yeah, you guys are all making your way down the left tunnel, down the spiral staircase.
One
that
big
Sarah
target.
found. So, you progress downward. So you're looking for
Traps. I'm looking for traps.
just keeping an eye out.
Yeah, I'm using the light from her thumb, or whatever. Where's
My
it?
staff.
Your staff.
I
call
want
it
to
a
look
thumb.
for any kind of imperfections in the stairs that look like they could collapse at any time,
Cool.
or they could be unsafe.
What do you guys make perception checks with disadvantage?
For me,
Disadvantage.
Very low light.
no disadvantage.
And goo.
And slippy.
Oh wow, I rolled them both on the same time. 22 for me.
28 for me.
That's a disadvantage roll.
Pressing down, what catches your eye is a little ways down the spiral staircase. There are a couple of small, dark, like minor objects that stand out against the rest of the stone structure.
Can I crouch down and kind of look at it? And see what's this?
Will appear to be a couple of dark feathers.
Feathers.
They are beneath an actual layer of slick slime. They've been there for a while, but there are two feathers.
Do they look? Do they look like the owlbear feathers that I picked up?
No,
earlier?
actually, owlbear feathers are textured with some layers of color, like a natural owl type entity would have. These are jet black.
Are they raven feathers?
Hey,
You
Keyleth.
recognize it very quickly.
Keyleth, have you ever seen feathers like this?
Do they appear to be raven feathers?
They are raven feathers, yes.
These are raven feathers.
Why were they covered in goo?
Maybe this was some sort of offering to the Raven Queen. We might be getting close.
Fuck the Raven Queen, right? That makes sense.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Hey, you guys.
Yes.
Ravens.
Ravens. Yeah, ravens. Onward.
All right.
Press on.
Pressing down the spiral staircase, it comes to another floor beneath the one you just hailed from. Go ahead and make another perception check. You guys going forward?
Yeah.
It's the two of you at the front.
Yeah.
Do you need more light? All right.
Oh, was I supposed to still be at disadvantage?
If she's behind you with a very, very faint bit of candlelight, you guys have low light vision, so you can still make these checks right now. But it's a disadvantage because it's very, very limited.
22.
26.
Damn. Look at you twins.
Twins, baby.
That's well.
All right. As you guys push forward, you reach out and stop Vax before he takes another step. As you notice this pathway now kind of hatchbacking back in the direction from where you guys had come, but on the lower floor, you can see these very, very thin, about 2-inch wide slits in the stone walls to each side of you.
I'm gonna take a closer look at those things.
Okay.
Yeah. Do I need to roll anything if I see them now? Because she's
Sarah.
pointed them out.
Yeah.
Or
She pointed them out.
More light so you
raise-
can see.
I'm gonna try to disarm them. They look like things I've seen before. They look like traps. I'm gonna try to disarm them.
Okay. Go for it.
Zara gave him a little more
I
light.
extend my staff and I raise the
So he
light just a
cannot
bit so you
get-
can
All right.
see.
What is it?
Does it
for-
look
Yeah.
like traps where you want to like perceive them?
What
a little
is
bit?
what is disarm traps? Is that
Well, this is using
dexterity checks?
No, this would be using your thieves' tools, and
Oh.
for this it would be a. I will make this an intellect check with the tools.
Intellect check, not the thieves' tools, or
No, it's your thieves' tools proficiency plus your intelligence modifier.
plus the intelligence modifier.
Correct. Because this
Oh.
is you actually have not encountered this type of trap before, and you're trying to ascertain its nature without setting it off.
Well, that's.
I need popcorn for this.
23 then.
Wow, you're really
23.
Yeah.
Okay. As you kind of step forward and begin to try and pulling your tools out to inspect the nature of these, looking into the dark paths on each side, there's a instantaneous movement, like a puff of air that comes out of each side. I need you to go ahead and roll a dexterity save.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the instinctually. I do evasion if it's dexterity. I rolled a 12 plus 22 for
22?
dexterity. Yeah, 22.
All right, you just out of the way as these two pendulum blades right past you, missing you by about a half an inch, and then disappear,
I did not expect
and then
that.
swing back a second time, kind of resetting on the opposite sides of the hallway.
Did we see that?
Yes, you did.
Oh, we all saw that, right?
You all saw that with a very.
Everyone saw that, right?
Right.
We all saw that.
I just kind of shout forward. Nice.
Scythes in the wall. My nose tickles right now. I'm gonna attempt to take these out. Hold on. And
Can I
thieves'
perceive
tools
around and see
again.
if I see any switches or anything that would turn them off?
Make an investigation check.
What thieves' tools to disarm, right?
You, based on the check that you previously made, these are a little more intricate, and you're having a hard time deciding or finding a way to disarm them.
Okay.
This would be more of trying to find a mechanism in which to disarm them, which
This
she is.
wouldn't be Underdarky at all, would it?
No.
Then I'm gonna perception check.
Then I
alongside
rolled a
that.
10.
Well, this is an investigation check.
Investigation.
Yes.
All right.
Number 10. You have
Could you
no
send
idea of the
trinket
nature of these.
Why is everybody being an
13.
asshole today?
From this perspective, you have no inkling or idea as to what the mechanism is, where it's hidden, if there is a way to disable the trigger. You've not encountered this before, and it is a little bit beyond your expertise at the moment.
There's giant scythes in the wall or something, and I can't figure out how to
Who's got good perception?
take it apart. Do you have a weapon that you could jam in this
Perception,
fucker?
right? You can see very
Like a
well.
throwaway
Sure.
weapon that you
Yeah.
don't care about.
I've got 3 great swords that are just like shit.
You wanna fucking fuck this knife
On,
hole
Vex,
with
on
this
Vex's
sword
suggestion, I'm
and
going to
fuck
make
it
an
up?
investigation
Yeah.
check.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna just jam it in like we're trying to stop
30.
it, like jam it.
Yeah, but don't get right in front of it. Just stay at an angle and jam it in there. And
Oh,
see what
the
happens.
bard.
We have an investigation check going on.
All right, so while you guys are having this conversation,
Awesome.
Scanlan, you step directly up to the very, very edge of where these blades swing from.
Kashaw, watch this.
I think someone has a problem.
And you notice that just glancing ever so slightly on the inside, the crest of the light, there is some sort of a latch that is guarded by the blade in its embedded portion. You realize as you put your hand forward, you trigger some sort of an arcane sensor that is part of this, that causes the blades to whoosh, swing back. And as they swing past you, you hear a click on the inside of the groove that they swing from. And then as they swing to a second time to reset, it gives a louder click sound, almost like it resets
And
itself.
how long a period from the blade swinging to swinging back? Like a half a second?
It's about a second. It's whoosh.
So if someone needs to reach their little hand in there and click
Someone
it.
with little gnome hands, maybe.
Yes.
Impress me.
All right, watch this, y'alls. I'm gonna try to do it.
We get 2 tries each. It'll be great.
Bravo. Scanlan, would you like a little bit of
You could also jam one of those blades
A little
in
bit of
there,
enhancement.
I have a mage hand. I
Enhancements?
can help
Natural enhancement, of course.
Yeah, but he might lose his head.
Never,
as soon
I
as
will
he
never
this
say
goes.
no to enhancements.
I reach over and I
don't know.
enhance. What are you probably going to be using? Dexterity?
I guess a little short swordy blade, I guess, to like get in there, or I have.
We're gonna be like a sleight
I
of
have
hand
climbing gear. I have
Like
the
a choice.
cube.
You got a little itty bitty.
I have a
hand.
flute. What can fit in there? Is it just like a,
It's about 2 inches wide.
So it's
the
wide
gap.
enough for your fingers.
I'm gonna cast enhance
I'll
ability
go
and
for my
give him
fingers. I don't need those,
cat's
right?
grace.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Do it.
Okay, so you have advantage on dexterity-based ability checks currently.
Come on, I need these babies to
Learn
play.
from Victor's
Don't
mistakes.
lose your hand, Scanlan. We don't have pike to regenerate it right now.
I'll build you a nice
heal
hook.
him.
It will be lovely.
Do you have any tools I can borrow?
I have a sword.
That shitty sword that you don't care
It's a
about?
very nice sword that I care about quite a bit.
I have some smith's tools.
Grog's
I
got
need
some
my
giant.
Get a crappy sword.
Could I shove a
dog.
blade in there and jam it, maybe?
Get a crappy sword.
Try to.
That's never a good answer. You can
You
try.
can certainly try.
I'm gonna use my Aberration Bane sword.
Okay.
Short sword or whatever it
Operation
is.
Bane.
I've never used
There's
it.
aberrations.
Use that sword while you think.
No, get a crappy
All right.
sword.
All right, I gotta jam it in there.
Okay, so you set
We have,
you
we have swords you can destroy.
you. Are you gonna do it?
Sure.
All right, so you reach over and trigger the blades, pulling back immediately. Woof, they pass back. In that one moment, you go for it. Go ahead and make a straight dexterity ability check. So roll a d20.
Advantage.
You have advantage on
If you
it.
have
Oh,
advantage, roll
my
again.
God. Come on. Okay, plus my dexterity,
Plus your
which
dexterity.
is 0. So
Correct.
that's 13.
13.
Dear God.
Understanding the nature of this, and you did. Once you understand the nature of this, it's not a very difficult thing to find. You bring the blade around in that brief moment, and as you bring your head into view to kind of inspect the inside, you can see there is a slight, a very very slight stone protrusion from within in that groove. You realize the blade probably isn't going to help at this point. You reach over and just
With my finger.
hit it with your fingers.
Okay.
As you do, you look quickly over to your right, and the blade is already pulling back towards the area where your head is, and then halts. Now the blades are just hanging, locked in place as the arcane nature of this trap has held them aloft.
That was hot. That was very hot.
Thank you. 5.
5.
That would have been very bad.
Thank you for the advantage, Keela.
That was impressive. If it weren't for Vax, you'd be my man.
Oh, Kashaw, you sweet talker.
I'm in the middle of this.
Don't worry, everyone. I've cleared the way.
I can feel the heat on both sides.
Pat his little head as I walk through the blades. Not his
Like a
cube,
broiler.
just the top of his head.
Okay.
Oh, for the love of God, really?
So, as you guys continue forward down this long hallway, kind of heading at a slight upward angle now, going against the tilt of this temple. Who's leading? All right. Pushing forward, it continues for about 60 feet. It was a tunnel splinter to the right side, but that is entirely collapsed and is just filled with stone, and it kind of spills out partially into the hallway, but it's easy to step over and get past. Eventually,
You saying it's not blocked? It's just some rubble, and you can step over it, or
meaning the passage that you're walking down.
yeah.
It looks like there was a path that went to the right. That whole thing collapsed inward and is completely impassable.
It's pooped into the
But
passage.
it is spilled into the passage, but it's nothing you can't traverse over.
Thank you.
You paint with words.
It Vernacular is impressive.
Into the poopage.
This is my profession.
It pooped into the passage.
Pushing even further forward, the passageway begins to curve gradually to the left over about 20 feet and disappearing around a corner. As you continue to push forward here, you have moved beyond the light. Masari, you're keeping the same essence of light here to help with his vision. You would have to travel up with him to be able to see around the corner as you move.
Vex, could you tell Zara to come up another 20 feet or so?
You got it. Coming now. So I go up and I stand next to him.
More
All right.
quietly, dear.
as you continue to move forward with him, the light cascading further down the hall, eventually the curvature comes to a halt, and you can see before you a T intersection of the tunnel. Across the way, the tunnel directly across from you comes to a halt. It just ends about 20 feet beyond this intersection. There's a path to the right and the left. Make a perception check.
22.
Okay. You can see in a similar fashion to the tunnel you and Grog first discovered, the floor that is the center of this T intersection has completely fallen out as well. There are sections of stone that kind of jut out from the edges, but it appears that this intersection for about 10 by 10 foot area of the floor is just completely bottomed out.
So I had a fucked up passage on the right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a T ahead of me that goes in two directions, but there's a hole in the middle of the T.
Correct.
And there's nothing else.
What would you like
Nothing
to
else visible in the
investigate?
area.
How far are they sticking out from the stone walls?
You want with them?
I back up against Zora and I say to everyone else, since she's right next to me, we've got a T in the passage here, but there's a big fucking hole on the way. So we're going to need to use our never-ending rope, perhaps, or some means of getting over this hole if we want to go
Or
forward.
into the
I
hole.
could
Maybe it
use-
goes further down.
I could use my cloak, and I could fly.
You have a- wait.
I have a cloak of the bat.
You have a.
And I can
Cloak of
use
the
mine to
bat,
just
she's so
investigate left or right, whichever side you'd like, and I can do a quick investigation and come back and
You
see.
can fly.
I can. I can. I can also
That's
cast
super.
flight on all of us, but that would. I think at this point it might be best to just
Yeah.
do a single investigation.
I agree.
How strong are you?
I'm terribly not strong at all.
So you
No,
can't-
but I can get in and get
Can't
out.
carry any one person over? Maybe a gnome?
I could maybe try to leap from the sides of the hole or something.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
go over.
where it meets this kind of center area, it's only about a 5-foot step over
Oh.
to
But
the
I-
other parts of the intersection.
I could totally
Oh, we
pull
can just
that.
like jump.
I do have a
Yeah.
question.
I mean, as long as you're not going directly across, if you're just going catty corner, it would be a relatively easy acrobatics check,
Oh, well, fine.
All right.
Yeah, let's do that.
barring you don't roll a 1.
Hold on, I've got this figured out. Hold on. Shush. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Do you wanna
Catch
go
a
left,
tiger
I'll go
by
right?
The toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We
Let's
go right
shine a
first.
light down into the cavern and see what's below us.
So, what's the plan?
I'm gonna jump off to the
Down.
right.
Can we just look down?
Does my dark vision
Okay.
extend at all 60 feet down into the hole to see what's there?
All right, as you guys approach, Vax deftly attempts to leap over to the right side of the teacher. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
That is a 30-something. 33.
Perfect two-toed landing. Just ding. And you're immediately met with
Oh, hi.
a wall. It ends to the right. It's almost like the cross the way and immediately to the right both just end abruptly.
There's nothing here.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
31.
You can see there are symbols burned into what looks to be some sort of a bird head that ends in these streaks that are carved into the rock, intricately and done with a very careful hand.
There's a bunch of bullshit on this wall and a raven's head, and I don't know what any of it fucking means.
I use my cloak of the bat to fly over and to read it.
Ooh.
Wait, you can read bullshit?
I can read bullshit. I have.
Oh, I read bullshit.
You've known Mary
Eyes of the
Elizabeth for years.
Runekeeper.
Okay.
that-
It is
not
it's not a
technically-
language. It
All right.
it is a symbol.
Oh, never mind.
But you can make a religion check.
Are we up there with them now?
You guys have stepped up to the edge of the tunnel.
All of us are there.
That little ledge won't support. I mean, is it a long hallway that ends abruptly, or is it like, this
20.
much space?
It's maybe 10, 15 feet beyond the break.
20.
Alcove.
20. This being a tomb of a champion of the Raven Queen, looking at this, you gather this is the symbol of the Raven Queen.
Oh, that's so simple.
Point A to point B.
Queen.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I drop something down into, just like a rock that I find, and drop
Okay.
it down into the hole.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
If I,
Pretty deep.
what do I hear if I knock on the wall here that we're looking at? Solid? Does it feel solid?
Solid stone.
Doesn't feel hollow.
Can I, since it's only 5 feet away on the left, Can I look around and see if it looks like there's any similar sort of traps or anything on that?
Okay, so you
Down
kind of
that
get
hall?
around, glance on the edge. To the left tunnel, there is no wall. Instead, you're met with a large, 10-foot tall, about 10 foot, 8 to 10 foot wide, double set of doors.
Hey, if you guys would have turned
We should
around.
just leave.
I'm gonna hop over to where the doors
I
are.
hop over to
Okay.
the doors
Both of
too.
you guys make acrobatics checks.
Jesus, don't fall.
13. 14.
31.
Okay, yeah. You guys make it across fine.
And I just fly over and land.
31.
No, it's one of the few things I can do well.
Kima's getting impatient. She joins you guys across that way. She's fine on her roll.
Yeah, I'll jump over towards the doors as
Okay.
well.
Acrobatics check. Acrobatics check. I
Oh,
love.
yeah.
Me too.
I rolled an 18.
Yeah.
20.
No.
15.
I rolled a 1.
Oh!
What?
So, as all of you kind of start leaping across into the small tunnel right before the doors, kind of taking a moment to inspect it, the final member of the group, right before Trinket, who rolled a 2.
You rolled for Trinket.
Yeah. Don't worry, Trinket's fine. The 1 was the killer.
Oh my
Don't say that.
So, you hear a whoa as suddenly that slime-like mass that you've seen appearing throughout the stonework here has also gathered itself along the edge of this open crevasse in the hallway. Your foot hits it, and within a moment, the stone beneath your feet are beneath your feet no more, and you find yourself about to plummet into
Can I
this.
leap forward and try to grab?
This is happening very quickly. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can manage to catch the edge.
17.
17? Actually, no, because there is slime on this, I need you to make it roll with disadvantage.
Oh.
11.
11. You just catch yourself on the edge, and your fingers are sliding off the edge right now as you're
I
barely holding on to this piece of
Turn and I
crumbling
cast
stone.
Grasping Vine.
Oh.
From like kind of up here and try and yank him back up.
Trinket turns and puts his claws into Grog's hand.
Smart.
Okay. So in a very Scar Lion King moment,
Just drop me! Drop me!
you do take 4 points of slashing damage from the claws that dig into your hands as Trinket is like holding onto you there. Then a vine streaks out from the stonework, wraps around you, and pulls you up out of Trinket's grasp, slamming you
strong
into the
vines.
ceiling, and now holding you aloft before it drops you,
into the
plopping right into the stonework between the rest of the party.
Good to join us, Grog.
Yeah, no big deal.
Good to know you can jump at all.
Yes. How'd that work for you?
Listen, an example of what not to do.
Are your hands okay?
Yeah, shall we proceed? What is all this dilly-dally?
Are the doors locked?
You go ahead and push on the door.
Are there
Wait!
traps on the door?
Let me over
Are
there.
there
Check
traps
for
on the
stuff.
door?
I
Hey,
studied
you're on the other side.
Told
I
you.
check for traps.
Wait up. Okay, go for it.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Do me proud.
16.
Okay. Looking over it, there is a what looks to be a locking mechanism on it, but it is not currently locked.
Oh, that was lucky.
Yeah.
Is it?
I push.
You push. It doesn't budge. You have to put some of your weight behind it to get it to shift at all, and it opens up slightly into a pitch black room ahead of you.
Good, more darkness.
I peek in and using my dark vision, see what I can see for 60 feet.
Okay, make a perception check.
Do your horns make it through the little doorway?
It's just my eyeballs.
They just come out and they go.
I'm gonna catch up with the ladies.
Okay.
And acrobatics over.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Persuasion? No.
20.
Deception.
33, excuse me.
Yeah.
33. Yeah.
You around the edge.
Spider-Man over.
10.
Castlevania.
It's hard to make out much detail in the room. You can see what appears the room just lays up before you. It seems to open up slightly and then even further partway in. It ends on the opposite side with curved corners. You can see what appears to be 4 pillars in the room that meet the floor to the ceiling. The ceiling, which is about 25 feet tall. Most of the tunnels you pass through here are about 15 to 20. This is about 25 feet tall at its full height. Where these pillars reach to the ceiling, and there are steps across the way, what appears to be a raised platform. That's the most detail you can make out of it at this distance. You'd have to.
Can't see much. It's a taller ceiling. There seems to be a platform in the middle and some
Like
pillars.
Like a platform, like a tomb?
No, I can't see really.
Like an altar?
It's slightly raised platform. That's. Grog, can you help? Can you do anything? Can you see any
Yeah,
further
I'll
than
come
me?
over and could I have 60 feet of dark vision? Can I try it?
Yeah, make a perception check.
No, I can't see shit.
All right, I'll look. I've also got dark vision, so.
All right.
12.
All right, you all come to the same conclusion.
Right, it's sort of a platform, but you can't really tell
Put
what's
it
going
in
on.
the light and take a look.
Sort of curved
push
at
the
the
door
back.
up.
It does, with columns.
I could probably sketch it for you.
Yeah.
Can I stealth?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stealth. And perceive. I'm gonna like step in.
Oh, let's just go in there.
Yeah, let's
All
just
of
go in.
us?
No, wait a second. Hold on a second. Jesus. It's the only thing we can do.
20.
Peeping it up.
25.
All right. Okay, so you guys stealth into the room. You sneak in, and you can see now, like this slime type substance that you've seen throughout is
Oh,
almost
30, because of Pass Without a Trace, which
There
is
you
still on us.
35.
Oh.
It seems to coat most of the floor and walls of this interior. You guys step inside, and you see a few shapes. With what little bit of light you have, you see a couple shapes shift across the way behind the platform.
That's not good.
All right, everybody get ready to play.
What, play?
All right.
There's definitely creatures in here.
Do you think?
I reach down. Are there any rocks or pebbles or anything on the ground?
Yeah, good call.
You find a couple of small
Can I
pebbles.
just shoot an arrow?
A pebble. I threw it already
waste it.
towards the platform.
Okay.
And listen.
As you listen, you hear a couple of hushed voices. Do either of you speak Undercommon?
I do.
You do.
The Jawas.
Yes, I do. Secret. Secret.
Check out the Geek and Sundry store for fantastic Critical Role themed products and merchandise. There are shirts and posters for sale.
Are you grabbing something or are you
Oh,
hiding?
I forgot. Wait. You know what? I don't know. I didn't
Catch
check
up.
with Claudia.
So,
What? Did you not just?
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
They know we're here. Obviously, you threw a fucking rock. They want to fight us. Whatever it is, they're protecting.
They want to
This
bite
champions.
us?
I don't know if anyone can hear you when you're whispering.
I'm gonna just yell it out.
Yes.
Well, if they know we're here.
Hey, there's people on the other fucking side, and they're gonna attack us when we walk in here. They're saying to defend his fucking tomb.
Oh,
Right.
right place.
So they've been in the dark for a long time. Is that right?
Massive light.
I'm gonna cast some light as bright as I possibly
I'm
can.
going inside
stealthing
of the
to the
room.
side.
Stealthing to the side.
all right.
Kashaw jumps up with Zara. They cast the light at the same time.
Okay, so light spell is about as powerful as decent torchlight. It doesn't become crazy, Gandalf, Brews of
Daylight.
Khazad-dûm style.
You shall not pass.
You shall not.
Yeah, but it does light up the room, and from what you can see now, immediately across the way, atop this platform, there is what looks to be another stone raised platform, or what could be considered some sort of a tomb or stone coffin that lays atop these stairs and this upper platform. There is another humanoid figure that stands on top. That turns around at the light, and you can see the light kind of giving that weird, ominous animal eye glow whenever the light catches it at an awkward angle. The fish face snarling at you, robes kind of drenched in various liquid and mucousy fluid, kind of just slish around from it as it turns to you. This fish humanoid clutching this big staff. You can see now 3 other of these fish-like entities all kind of clamber up from the side, holding onto these spears and these like weird buckler-type shields on the side of their arms. And it just...
What
What do they say?
I want to get up and meet him, but
Didn't do this.
sorry.
You can also make donations to our charities of choice. Find links to those on Geek and Sundry.
Oh.
I use my earring and I whisper,
They're calling to their master. Something big.
I stay stealth.
All right. The rest of you.
Oh shit.
Stealth.
Right. We have two of you who have stealth inside, and you've rolled stealth for this?
Rolled stealth?
Do we still all
new
have
stealth?
Pass Without a Trace on us?
Yeah, everybody still has cast without a trace.
Is this new stealth?
Well, it doesn't matter. There's two big light sources in the front of the door. This is going to be an initiative roll, folks.
Yeah.
Wow. Look, there's the broken floor.
Oh, it's so pretty.
There's
They're the pillars.
Wow,
so
the
cool.
detail.
Thank you,
Wow.
Dwarven Forge.
Oh my goodness.
Who is this made by?
Dwarven Forge, folks.
Dwarven Forge.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So, this door here has been opened for the moment. The folks that were still back in this tunnel here, we have Zara and Cash that walked in and created the light. Drink is still back here at this point.
Oh, it's so cool.
Scaling you at the edge of the door, Percy. And we have Kima in the back there, holding up the range. Across the way we have the one robed individual and these other kind of frog-type creatures that have stepped out from behind here. Alrighty. So, let's go ahead and get some initiative rolls, folks.
Was I supposed to roll stealth at all on that?
Yeah, if you roll
35.
35. Okay.
Ew. Did you add it to anything? Yeah, you have an initiative number.
29 from something.
Initiative.
Or nothing.
+2. That's what I thought.
Nice. All right. So, 25 to 20.
Oh, initiative.
21.
21. All right.
Use luck on that.
20 to 15.
19.
19.
Oh,
Nice.
17 and 17.
No, actually.
17 for Scanlan.
All right.
19.
17. Oh, I'm sorry.
So Grog is 17. Scanlan is 17.
19 for Vax.
Yes, 19 for Vax.
Okay.
Would you roll 5? Okay.
9 to 10.
So that's 15 to 10.
12.
Percy. 10 to 5. All right. Keyleth, what'd you get?
4.
4.
Big 4.
4, yeah. Lucky number 4.
Oh, man.
Quad power.
Kimo rolled really bad, too.
This is a really God.
Kima's been
Dwarven
very
Forge is
quiet.
amazing.
It's incredible.
It's so amazing.
You
This
have
is so
9
amazing.
people in your traveling
I
group
know.
plus a bear. Try not to overcomplicate this.
True.
You mass traveling assholes.
She's very focused in studying our styles.
Exactly. All right. All right, so Vex, you have the top of the round.
Awesome. I'm gonna. Ooh, is this sneak attack? Cause I'm stealth.
Yes.
Technically, you would sneak attack if you hit somebody who has not. You don't know if they've seen you or not.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna cast lightning arrow on the guy in the middle, cause everything within 10 feet
Right there.
is hit.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I was using those little blocks as feet marks. Is that?
Yeah, I mean these are 5 feet each.
Okay,
It would
cool.
get those two there if you were to do it.
Is there light? Oh, they lit torches, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It wouldn't
Yeah.
get the two guys down.
It would get these two there. This guy is actually beyond the 10-foot radius if you were to hit
Okay,
the middle guy.
so let's do the middle guy and yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh man, which one? Which one?
Go for it.
Let's do that. That's 30? 30.
30
no,
hits.
28. 28.
30 hits. Passive loud trace now drops, by the
Yeah.
way. All right, so go ahead and roll damage against that guy.
Lightning arrow is 4d8 lightning damage.
Correct. So go ahead and roll that for the main guy.
Gil. D7 plus sneak attack.
Correct.
29.
I'm missing a page here. Oh no.
9 points of damage. Fantastic. And then it is 2d8 against the other two. If they do not make the dexterity saving throw. So what's the DC on the spell? Oh, it's a natural 20.
15.
One of them succeeds, one of them fails.
Okay.
The roll 2d8.
13.
So one of them takes 13 damage, the other takes 6. Okay, so as you step out of the shadows, pull back your arrow and release this bolt of blue lightning energy, it fires across, slams into this robed fish person who shrieks out in pain. The bolts then scatter off and shoot into the two of the nearby ones. One of them manages to pull right behind the pillar and manage to avoid most of the impact. The one over here, however, takes the brunt of it and doubles over in pain, almost falling onto its knees. You start croaking back to each other.
I'm gonna
To move yourself or trinket?
Yeah, I'm gonna move behind that wall there.
Right here?
Yeah.
All right. And trinket, you want to move?
Trinket is gonna
Don't forget to have your pointers, guys.
move. I don't know where that is. Move behind the pillar. Can he get there?
Its movement speed is 40.
Maybe. Yes.
Get there, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. That brings us to Vax.
I don't know if this laser pointer is going to work because there's now a wall in the way. I'm going to go up the side.
works.
I'm gonna hit my heel against the other heel.
I love that you're
All right.
pointing it at the TV.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna go
It
right
totally works on the
So
TV.
funny. Oh my god, it works
to that
perfectly.
window, the window right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
All right.
And you tell me if it's a surprise, I don't know, but I'm going before Fish Guy up on the dais. I can't make it work over these walls. I'm going to chuck 3 daggers at Fish Guy up here on the dais.
Okay.
Through the window.
It's not a surprise because they were aware that there was an aggressive action
Okay.
coming in, but you still...
But because I go first, I get advantage on all attacks.
Correct.
So here we go.
So
First one.
3 against this guy?
Against guy on the dais, yeah. Is 28.
Hits.
Second one is 14, and the third one is 27.
Okay, all 3 hit.
All 3 hit. All right, so the first one we'll do sneak attack on, and here we go.
No sneak attack.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, advantage. Advantage. Thank you. 11 for the first. 10 for the second. And 8 for the third.
This includes sneak attack damage?
I
Does
thought you
it?
said it didn't.
You have
get sneak
advantage.
attack.
No,
yeah,
no.
because it's advantage.
You don't have surprise.
Right, but because I have advantage, I automatically have sneak attack. So yes, sneak attack on the first.
Yeah.
The first one was okay. So
It was 10 plus whatever the dice roll is.
I rolled a full 4, so that's 4 to 8. Plus 8 is 13, 19, 24, 28, 32, 34.
That's better.
That's the dice. 34, so 68 plus 7 is 75.
68?
No.
You doubled the dice, yeah.
If it's a surprise, you... Okay.
A sneak attack. Sorry. I always get this
Yeah.
fucking shit confused. Sorry. So half of that is it was so 34 plus 7 is 40. 41.
41 points to take. Okay,
Always
got
get
it.
it confused
It's all
every
good.
fucking time.
So, after the energy from the arrow is still dissipating from the blast, you've already rushed behind through the small space in the wall and thrown all 3 daggers, all sinking into the body of the robed frog creature who doubles over from pain, slamming into the top of the stone sarcophagus. In doing so, its hand hits it, and a bunch of black feathers kind of scatter off the top that come to rest on the ground at the bottom of the raised platform. Is that end your turn?
I'd like to use the rest of my movement just to sink down with my back against the wall, out of the way of the window.
Okay, so that should be kind of there. All right, that ends your turn. Kasha.
Okay. How far away are they?
They're
50-ish.
about
10, 20,
45-ish, 40 to 45 feet.
50 from whoever's in the lead. Man.
Oh, yes.
You know what? I think I'm gonna do a.
How close are the 3 together?
Oh, there's 4, right?
There's 4 of them, yeah.
So those, how close are the 3 to the top there? I don't
Here?
have a laser pointer.
I mean, they're all within 10 feet of each other.
They are. Okay, good.
10,
I
15
think
feet, depending.
I am gonna do a 5th level flame strike.
Yeah.
Hells yeah.
Whoa. On all, if they're within 10 feet, I can hit all 3 of those guys right there.
All right, dexterity saves. Fail, fail, and fail. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Woo! So that's a 20, right?
Yes, it is. Well, no, you already hit with them. Sorry, take that back.
Damage.
You just do straight damage to them. They don't get any reduction in that because they missed their saves. So you just roll the dice, and that's how much damage they take.
And it's a 20?
It's
No.
1d6.
No, it's
1d6, 5d6. It's
There's
fifth
5d6.
level.
1, 2.
No, it's 4d6 fire damage and 4d6 radiant damage, so 8d6 total.
Oh.
Got it.
There you go.
Oh, come on.
Big money,
Does it
no
feel
worries.
good to roll that
Oh, that was good.
That's good.
Cash.
Okay,
It's gotta
good.
feel good.
6, 10, 14, 16,
Carry the one hand
19, 23, 24.
Okay, so
Thank you.
as you, are you gonna stay where you are? Or are you moving in?
No, I'd like to then move in closer to Trinket.
Okay, so as you're moving by, you grab onto your holy symbol, look over and concentrate. Your eyes go dark black, and one of the feathers that drifted off the top of the platform comes to rest on the ground between the 3 of them. As the feather hits the ground, it creates this kind of opening of blackness behind them. As they look down, all of a sudden the darkness turns to bright, searing light as fire and divine energy just whoosh, slams up from the ground beneath them into the ceiling, and you just hear these 3 simultaneous screeches. As the flames die down, there is nothing left where they were standing.
Yes! Nice.
Yes, my brother.
All right, and that ends your turn. He doesn't have a turn anymore. At this point in time,
I'm sensing something bigger's on the
Vax, did you see that? I'm undercover. I'm pressed to a wall. I saw a flash of something. Sorry, I won't draw attention to you.
there is this echoing mutter, this almost burbling that seems to rise up behind Akima and Percy at this point.
Oh shit.
Oh
shit.
You
Are you
glance
way in
over
the
your
back?
shoulder into the darkness below, the collapsed tunnel.
No.
And what little bit of light you see coming through, you see something fleshy rise up from underneath.
Fleshy?
Oh shit.
It's glistening in places, and immediately a cold shudder crawls down your back as you see a series of appendages release, each with a gleaming eye at the end of each one.
No.
One giant eye rises up.
No!
What is that?
No!
Oh.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
No!
Oh
You weren't prepared!
Not cool! Not cool!
Happy anniversary, you dicks!
As it rises up and Kima looks over the shoulder.
It's so big!
Shit! That's gonna be a beam
die.
at Kima, a beam at you, Percy,
God damn
and a
it.
beam at Grog. Since
Everybody
you are
wake
the most
up.
Visible.
Shit just got real!
Yeah, dude.
And we're all we're stuck in the room now.
All right.
Oh my god.
Okay, against Percy, I need you to make a dexterity save.
Wake up, everybody.
Okay,
What's going against him right now?
You.
That's 19.
A 19. Okay, great. A dull green beam arcs past, and you manage to just duck out of the way as it slams into the stone wall next to you, of which that stone wall now just turns to dust. Rock behind you. The one against Kima. See if she makes her save here. No, she fails. This beam hits Kima square in the chest, and as it does, she doesn't seem to have any physical reaction, but she begins to back up instinctually from it. You can see her jaw agape, her eyes wide open. She looks like she is filled with the dread of the ages.
Damn it.
And the third beam going towards Grog. Do we roll that? I need you to make a dexterity save, Grog.
I'm not raging or anything. 19.
19. Great. The a strangely quicksilver-like beam strikes you in the center of the chest. It hits you, and you feel the muscles around your chest begin to seize up and crack into dust, like the actual flesh is turning to a slightly hardened stone bit. Flex and resist the effect. The petrification not beginning to take hold within your body.
I don't remember all the things. I don't remember all the things.
It does everything.
Everything. Yeah, they've got fear, disintegration. Yeah. Incident. Right? What's the incident? That's
It
the
is
death
the comes
rate.
with supersized with a Coke.
I think they got a poison. Hang on, let me see.
There's a fuck you beam too. There's like literally a fuck you beam.
No, it's
Oh
like
my
the-
God,
it's
you're
the
going into a
disintegration
special
ray.
section of your book that's never good.
I've got a list. I've got a fiend's book.
Oh my God, of course you do.
He's
Where's
moving.
it going? Oh no, he can fly.
So as it's kind of like turns up its beam striking you, after all the beams hit, it turns around and worse than that. He's speaking in a language you don't understand unless one of you speaks deep speech.
God damn it.
Deep speech?
Speech.
I speak common.
Yeah, is that the same as
and
giant?
gnomish.
Infernal.
Pretty close to there right now. Drifting up
It's
ahead.
been fun hanging out
We
with
like
you
to
guys.
keep
All right.
things here.
He's right above you, essentially, just kind of hovering right over your heads, and it stops kind of right above you, Grog. That ends its turn. Grog, you're up.
Don't you fucking shoot that shit at me, and I'll go into a frenzied rage. And I will.
I'm gonna just attack it regular with Craven Edge.
Okay.
Just on this one because I don't know what hits yet or not.
There's two. You get 2 stacks.
Yeah.
It has a view and it's
Terrible. 12.
12. You go to swing and it misses entirely.
it's not looking at you.
17.
You swing with the 17, and once again, just in your fury and anger, and it flying overhead, and the little bit of intensity of its reveal, you just can't seem to find purchase in its body with the
17
weapon.
does not hit, FYI.
Okay.
Got it.
All right, Grog, you want to move, and you stay where you are.
I am going to move like the sweet dewdrop that I am, and haul ass behind. I've got a little pointer. I'm going to move behind that column.
Okay. You can get there fine.
Yeah, just put it between me and him.
Alrighty.
That'll end my turn.
Okay. As you rush past, it's going to go ahead and use a reaction to make a bite attack at you as you kind of speed beneath it. Ooh, that is a 24 to hit.
That hits.
So you take 14 points of piercing damage, reduced to 7.
Thank you.
As its teeth just reach out and bite towards you, kind of streaking across your shoulder as you push out of the pain, continuing forward.
Okay.
All right, that ends Grog's turn. Scanlan, you're up.
Jesus. I mean, what? Can it see me? I'm right under it.
It doesn't seem to notice you at the moment, no.
Okay.
It seems to be intent, actually, looking towards Zara and Kashaw at the moment, as they are immediately in front of it.
I'm going to attempt to use my wand of fire. Oh, no, that's a bad idea. I'm going to use my lightning bolt. Lightning bolt on it. Lightning bolt.
Alrighty.
Because I'm right under it, right? So I'll
You
just
are,
go
correct.
straight up.
Oh, it fails its save.
Lightning bolt.
Yeah, that's an 11.
Okay. So I can roll for something.
Yeah, go ahead and roll 8d6 points of lightning damage against it. Are you doing it at level 3?
Yes, please.
All right, go for it. So, yeah, so 8d6 lightning damage.
That's really good.
Damn.
30.
30 points of damage. Nice. So as you just release this bolt of energy, you guys see this flash of blue light in the distance as the bolt slams up into the creature from underneath. It's all of its eyes kind of whip around in your direction for a second before kind of looking around all the areas around it. It's still focused intently in your guys' direction.
Awesome.
Do you wish to move or you stay where you are?
I mean, it gets... Well, I assume it sees me now, but I'll slowly back away.
Okay.
It's
First sees in your way, so you have to back over in this direction. You're going to stay there?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Cool.
Does it kill me while I move?
No, it's already made its reaction.
Okay. And then I will turn to Zara and I will sing to her to inspire her. I'll sing, Zara, a rainbow, Zara, a sunrise, Zara, the moon to wear. That's not good enough. No, not good enough. Not for Zara. Okay.
Right. You take a D10 inspiration dice, so keep that on hand.
Wow.
I always like the bailout at the end.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's the best.
Oh, it's terrible.
All right, and it's your turn. Percy, you're up.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. First thing I'm going to do. So it took its reaction. Does that mean that if I try and like run around it, it can't take an attack of opportunity on me, or?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to be able to.
If you wanted to move past it, yes, you could.
I'm going to try and run past it, full speed. Yeah.
That's that. There you go. That's about as far as you can get in a direct line.
Okay, that'll do. I'm going to. What's the smart play here?
Run. Keep it going, Percy. What you
Yeah,
gonna do?
sorry. I'm going to cast Hex on the little fish creature. I know that sounds odd, but that's what I'm doing.
Actually, Lucas, can you hand me that little template there? The postage to the left of it, to that one, yeah.
Ah.
That worked.
The bigger template. So,
Hey, Pike's
Percy,
here!
as you go to cast the spell, you release the incantation. Nothing happens.
Okay. That's fine. I'm going to take a trick shot at the beholder.
Okay.
So I'm going to shoot for the head.
Okay.
That tends to go well. Oh, thank God. It's gonna miss. That's a 15.
15, unfortunately. In your sudden fear of realizing the spell not happening, you go to fire and it just
Okay.
ricochets off the stone.
All right, I'm gonna take another shot.
Okay.
Same thing, headshot.
Okay.
That's a little better. 13, 20.
20 does hit.
20 hits, so that's wow, it has been a while. God damn it, I'm rolling really poorly. That's 8 points of piercing damage.
All right, 8 points of piercing damage.
Plus, he has to make a Constitution save.
All right. Okay. Or
now, if he misses the Constitution save, that means he's disadvantage on attacks until the end of his
good
next
to know.
turn.
The rays don't make attacks, so the only thing good affect is his bite.
Okay, that's sad.
But good to know.
Rays don't make attacks.
Good to
Good to know.
It just looks at you and the ray hits you, and it's your attempt to try and get out of the way. It's how it works.
Gravy.
Good fucking God. Okay, and then, God fucking damn it. And just, I suppose, with my last attack, I'm going to shoot that fish person just because we should really clear the board.
Okay, go for it.
That's better. 28, 31.
31, that hits. Go to roll damage.
8.
8 damage, alrighty.
Just sucking.
So as you turn around, the third shot, fire, it slams into the fish creature. You see like blowing part of its neck out. It's pretty heavily hurt, but still standing. And it looks to be like almost like the pain is withstand as it's looking up at this. It's like reverent and kind of raising its spear towards the beholder, like yak, yak.
4 more years.
Yeah, that's my roll.
All right, that's Percy. It is now that creature's turn. All right.
We're gonna build a fish cage. Vasselheim's gonna pay for it.
So it now, after being shot, is going to.
It's gonna be huge.
Huge. Tiny hands, huge.
5, 6. It's going to move up to you after you've shot it. Percy, it's going to make an attack with its spear on you with both hands. It kind of pulls up and goes towards you. Its big old fish mouth snapping. That's going to be a 21.
You know, I'm gonna
Get hit.
No, save it for the
gonna take the hit.
Yeah.
Okay. As it jams the spear into your side, it hits your shoulder and kind of streaks off, tearing into the flesh a little bit. But it's not too bad. You end up taking. It's 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay, that's fine.
It's not too bad. All right. that ends its turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay. First things first, I'm gonna.
Actually, sorry. Before the end of your turn, out of frustration of being shot, it's going to use one of its action points to shoot. One of its legendary actions to shoot another eye ray at random.
Oh, boy.
At the end of Percy's turn.
Where's that laser pointer?
It's gonna shoot at me, isn't it?
Random.
Actually, it's going to.
Zara's got a death grip on it.
Yes, it is going to shoot at you because you were the one that just shot at it. No, it's not going to shoot you because you are in its. It would absolve its rays, so it's not going to shoot you. It's going to fire behind it instead at Kima.
Kima.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What? Come on.
Kima's strength save.
Oh no!
Natural 2. So that's going to be the telekinetic ray. It's going to move at 30 feet in any direction.
He's gonna knock her
It's going to lift Kima above
Oh,
and just drop her.
God.
Kima, unable to do anything at this point, struck with fear from the previous ray, and is nowhere near the edge, is just thrown off and plummets into the darkness below where the beholder originally emerged. You just hear her scream, "Ah!" as the echo continues past. You don't even hear an impact.
Gone already.
That sucked.
Oh.
Okay.
I can't do anything.
He's falling.
Now it's your turn, Keyleth.
Oh my god. It is. Do I still have enough time to do a bonus reaction to try and save her with a grasping vine, or is she gone?
He's falling.
That would be. You know what? I will say. Go ahead and roll a dexterity check, just a straight dexterity check.
Straight dexterity. Oh.
As you look over, before you have an opportunity to get that thought in your head, she vanishes into the darkness.
Oh shit, Kima just died.
What's he laughing?
She may not be dead. She may just be
Really wet and
really
broken.
wet and broken.
She landed in the slime.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's soft and
It's
cushy.
all right,
Soft and
everybody.
cushy
It's
in the
all right.
slime.
Keep going.
There's
keep
nothing
going.
I can do.
Nope.
Okay.
What are you doing, Keyleth?
I'm going to try and move behind him, so I'm not like in his eye cone, am I? Jesus.
Right now you're not, no. So you can move
No, behind him a bit.
like here?
Yeah. I'm going to cast Blight at 5th level
Okay.
on him. Oh god. I'm so afraid. So that's gonna do 9d8 damage. Anyone give me some d8s? D8 me.
8.
Yeah, I know. I need an 8 too.
Here, you want an 8?
Okay, Constitution saving throw. That is
Fail it, motherfucker.
Fail it. Fail it.
Fail, motherfucker.
11, so yeah, full damage.
Yeah! Alright. Okay. 8, 10, 15, 17.
Sure, at 17.
17. Come on. Jesus, that could have been better. What did I say? 17 plus another 7. It's going to be 24, 28, 31, 33 damage.
33 damage, nice. So as you look up, you channel your spell energy into the essence of withering life force, and you can see a portion of its back, kind of, the slime dripping from its form. The flesh kind of shrieks up and shrivels, and it streaks out. Some of the eye stalks kind of quiver and look at the direction of where you are, and some kind of glance down and see you.
So in this we established that this moss slime isn't natural. It's not like plant.
Correct.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to go into earth elemental form.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Return to form.
Wow.
This worked last time.
All right.
What does that mean, Keyleth?
She turns into a giant rock.
I'm a giant earth.
Nice. Has anyone just tried talking to her?
Go ahead, please.
Hi.
Please.
I'm
All right.
Turn.
I'm
That ends your turn. At the end of your turn, it's going to use another legendary action to fire another ray.
Of course it is.
This one is going to be. This is going to be at Scanlan. As is the one that's kind of clearing behind it. It sees you transform into Earth Elemental form.
Do I still have enough movement to where I can like go underground? Can I do that or no?
You can travel into Earth. You cannot travel into like solid stone, like carved stone.
Is there any earth around?
Not immediately visible. I mean, actually, there is in the wall that it disintegrated when it tried to shoot Percy. So there is, technically, yeah, right up in here there would be.
Can I, like, Homer Simpson into the wall?
Okay. You vanish into the wall there, but you cannot emerge. You can only emerge from that same spot.
Okay.
This is the only exposed earth in the vicinity.
That's fine.
But you are in the wall. Okay. It's going, since you've disappeared, it goes and takes the ray shot at Scanlan. Scanlan, I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Is this a spell?
No, this is not a spell. This
Can I
is
use
just a
cutting words on it?
It is not an actual attack.
Oh, it just
But you can use cutting
happens.
words to reduce the damage if you want to.
Well, then I'll just make my dexterity.
Your dexterity save, yes.
Yeah, great.
Oh, wow.
No.
Oh, wow.
5.
To be fair, I think I still have the
Ability
enhanced
checks.
ability up.
Ability checks, not saving throws.
Fuck!
All right, so you can see one eye stalk that was looking for Keyleth hones in on you, and this eye has no iris, just a deep, thick black pupil.
Oh, shit.
And a streaking beam. It sounds like a shrieking voice, just streaks out and slams into you. This black, solid beam. You take 55 points of necrotic damage.
Oh my god.
Sure, yeah.
I hate beholders so much.
That ends Keyleth's turn. Kima's turn.
Hate beholders.
Kima.
Come on,
Is
Kima.
she unconscious or
He's not gonna
We're
tell
gonna
us.
find
She's
out.
possibly still falling. It could be a really deep hole.
Just like, damn, this is taking forever.
Does not make the acrobatics check.
Oh no!
That's a lot of dice.
This is like Grog falling off the.
Look at this guy.
Through the hole.
He's cold as the
Doing
universe.
so much math.
Look at him. Oh my god. He's killing his babies.
Okay. You hear a distant echo of a slam of impact that seems like the breaking of water along with the hitting of stone. And you hear this distant echoing. Ouch!
She's alive.
Wait, we hear her say something. That means she's not underwater drowning or anything.
Yeah.
not
And she's not
out.
dead.
Okay.
Correct. The
Fucked up.
hit of water and stone sounds like wherever she landed, it was shallow enough
Oh.
to impact when she landed,
Okay.
but not enough for her to like sink her anywhere. But she is right now effectively out of this fight.
Fuck.
But she's safe.
But she's seemingly. Ending her turn, Zara, you're up.
Come on, Z.
Need the
Flavor.
All right, if I move Flavor Flav to
wanna
this
attack it.
tiny
Boy.
little
Alcove.
alcove right
Here?
there, can it see me?
You're not within its main eye,
All
but
right.
it can see everything around it.
Then I'm going to hex it. No, I'm going to use Witch Bolt.
All right.
I'm going to use Witch Bolt.
What level?
I'm a warlock. What level can I use it at?
What level would it be? It'd be your max level as a warlock.
It's
so,
my max level.
so it'd be.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
6, 7.
No, 6.
6.
6.
All right.
6, 7 was last week, and that doesn't count.
No. You can't finger it to death.
I can't figure it to death, and I want. Wait, what?
Wow.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm casting Finger Blast.
Grog, do you still have those
It's not so
boots?
bad.
Which
I know.
is a plus 11 attack bonus, and then
So you-
5d12 plus 2.
Correct. Well, technically 60-12 if you're doing it at 6th level.
Oh, 60-12.
Go ahead and roll to see if you hit first. You have to roll to.
A d12?
Still try it anyway.
It would be a d20 and add your ranged spell attack bonus.
So I want to go.
Smash you.
Okay. I'm up for it.
Alright.
What is my ranged spell attack bonus?
It should be on your spell sheet.
Your ranged attack bonus?
Yes, ranged spell attack bonus.
Because I'm.
Spell attack bonus 11.
11, and what is it? Oh, that's a 9. 20.
Okay, so you rolled a 20 total?
Yeah.
That hits. Go ahead and roll
Nice.
6d12 lightning damage.
6
Boom.
Oh, holy crap, girl.
Come on, Z.
Yeah.
That one.
Okay.
It's hot.
7, 9, that's 16.
Spit all over me every single time.
20.
You're welcome. That's for you.
I feel closer to you now.
That's 18. That means you're rolling a d20.
Oh, sorry.
Can't get. finger to death with my hand.
Starting over.
Why did you do that? Why would you even do that? It's just not.
Jesus Christ. I can't now.
24.
24. That blows. I did better on the other ones.
24.
Take forever.
24.
24 plus 2.
Okay, so
26.
26. All right, so the lightning blasts into its side. One of the near stalks just kind of looks over at you to acknowledge the impact, and you just hear a slight snarl as the eye kind of looks out of the corner towards you. Is that going to your turn?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bring us to the top. Vex, you're up.
Okay. Can it see me in its eye? Would I be in its thingy?
It is looking in your direction.
Okay. I'm gonna move stealthily along the wall so I can maybe be out of that thing. Can I be?
You don't know. We'll find out when you stop. So there?
Use an action to stealth.
I don't.
At
I'm
level
already
1?
I'm already stealthing, dude.
Yeah.
You would still be in the eye range.
Fucking shit, bitch. Okay.
Only she can get away with that.
Okay. I'm gonna.
None of the rest of us can.
Shit, bitch.
Nobody. Mother bitch.
Can I?
my
Am I
mother.
hiding? Am I still hidden?
No, because you revealed yourself from the attack you did the other
But I
round.
mean, can I duck behind a wall?
I mean, you can
wall
duck.
is-
You can duck partially. If you want to use an action to try and hide, you can do that.
No, I don't want to do that. I just want to like make my motion hide behind a pillar, maybe. Only go to the pillar.
There. Okay.
Yeah. And then
Remember, Laura, you can move a little bit faster because you have 30 gold less than you did earlier.
But she's way down by the book.
Yeah, I appreciate it. My pouches are still pretty heavy. I'm gonna hold my action.
At least he's non-discriminatory
until
about who
he's
he
looking
burns.
away from me.
Okay. All right.
And I want to move Trinket behind the wall.
Over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right
Trinket
there.
moves behind the wall there, kind of looking over at you. You can see like a noticeable fear in Trinket's face. All right. That at the end of your turn, it's going to use its third legendary action. It's going to take another eye roll, another eye beam. This one is going to fire at Grog.
Well, I'm hiding behind
Actually,
the
no,
pillar.
not Grog. I mean, I think you still see the pillar. No, Grog, because you're the one in the few like big individuals in its front way that's not in its ray.
Does the pillar grant me any cover at all?
Nope. We'll see what it does though.
Oh God.
All right. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Boy. 19?
Yeah.
19.
20, actually. 11 plus 9 is 20.
All right, cool. So, as a kind of yellowish beam streaks across and slams into your back, you feel your back muscles tense up and lock up, and you resist the effect once again. You just have that hardy constitution of a Goliath that seems to be resisting every one of these beams that slams into you for the time being.
It's like the last time it was the Rocky Horror Picture Show. You're
All
just
right.
taking the laser.
Vax, it's your turn.
I'm going to use cunning action to hide, and then I'm going to run along the back wall to the pillar by across from Vex at the back of the chamber. And if counting is right, I'm 60 feet away from the beholder.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Tell
at
me.
an angle, you'd be just within 60
Just
feet.
within, right?
Just barely.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I'm going to throw 3 daggers at his fucking eyeball.
Go for it.
And would you say that he's not within 5 feet of anyone because he's so high
Well,
up, right?
you used your bonus action to
hide, so I
so
have
you get
advantage.
2 attacks.
2 attacks? The bonus action, but I got the hasted boots on. I clicked
Right.
the heels.
Right, but you only have 1 attack with your main action.
Oh, right, thanks, yeah. Okay.
Bonus
And
action
do I
is
have
the offhand.
advantage? Is anyone, no one's near him,
We
right?
have to roll a stealth check to see if he sees you or not.
Come on, Dorothy.
I'll use my last luck.
Ugh.
No, it's okay because I'm me. That is 25.
25, okay. So go ahead and roll your attacks.
All right, so the first attack was an 18.
18 hits.
I rolled that already.
Correct, and you do have advantage on these because he does not see.
Okay, so the first attack was, oh, no, it was 18 plus, sorry, it was 30. And the
Hits.
second attack was 28.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll damage and sneak attack on the first hit because he did not see where you were.
1 plus 2.
Surprisingly,
plus
being an entity covered in eyes.
1 plus 2, 5, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20 for the first.
Nice.
No, 27.
27. Yeah. All right. There
And
we
then
go.
the second attack is 10.
10. Got it. 37. Rushing behind the side, kind of ducking into the shadows, you go around the pillar and launch one dagger, spin around and launch a second one. Both of them sinking into it. Kind of adjusts in place angrily from the pain and impact. But yeah.
I also make a little like raspberry noise at the end and go.
Okay. Cool. That's what breaks your stealth.
Yeah.
Not the attack, strangely.
Yeah.
Okay, that ends your turn. Kashaw, you're up.
Try it.
Come on.
I don't. But if he's looking right at me, I mean, he can see me essentially looking right at me. Correct.
Everything else except for you and Percy are directly out of the main eye, but it has eye stalks that look all over the entire room. They keep shifting and kind of taking in the awareness of the surroundings. But the big eye is just staring right at you intently.
Can I get out of the direct? Well, can you cast magic against the big eye or no?
You don't know.
Find out.
Should we give it a shot? See, that's the thing. Is he staring right at me?
Ask your friends.
He's staring. Yeah. First
gotta
thing.
get out of-
First
out
thing
of
we want to do
range.
is run away. Can we get out of the range of the eye somehow?
Possibly. You have not encountered a beholder in your time.
That's
Go
true.
ahead and roll an intelligence check.
God, it's ironic that I don't even know how to do that.
Where's intelligence?
Up higher.
It's up on
higher,
top.
higher.
Just
Yeah.
his modifier?
It's modifier.
Yeah.
So 12.
12. Do what you want to do.
Thanks for that. How far away can I get?
I mean, you can move 6 squares,
Okay.
30 feet, so.
2, 3. Let's. I'm gonna get away from the eye. Yeah, let's. Can we move to behind that wall? Is that possible?
Yep. Right there.
And then I still can see him though, but he can look at me, and I'm just gonna be wasting stuff if he. So I'm looking at it. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my action until he's not staring right at me. Can we do that?
Sure.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
not
it's
much
just
I
gonna
can.
keep staring in this direction.
Not much I can do. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do and run away.
Where's the mitten?
Okay, that ends your turn. It is now the
Love to
beholder's
use
turn.
mittens.
The beholder's turn.
The beholder is going to float up towards the ceiling of the area.
How does it go?
This is going to put it at
25 feet.
25 feet? Yeah.
there. This is going to be. Let's see, put a little weight there on this one.
You just gotta be behind it.
Need to find something to weigh that down, actually.
On this.
I'll use this dice bag though.
Like a sandbag.
Perfect. All right, so it is approximately 20 feet up right now, which gets it out of predominantly melee range of most anything at the moment. All
So
right.
now when it looks down at us, does it change the direction of the cone?
The cone still kind of spreads in the area, and it's going to look. Let's see. Right there. So it looks away from you, Cash. So, what action did you want to prepare?
Should we try it now? You think? I'm gonna try to blind it.
Okay.
So if he can't see, maybe he can't do some shit. So I'm gonna cast blindness at a 3rd level.
Okay.
Come on, Cash.
Shoot arrows at it.
He's reading blindness right here.
Yeah, me too.
All right. So Constitution saving throw.
Fail it.
That is a 19. What is the DC?
What is the DC?
Spell DC?
My DC is
It's
right there.
fucking 18.
18.
It resists the spell, unfortunately.
Damn it.
However, it is now going to make 3 eye ray attacks.
Comes.
Let's see who's in the radius here. So going forward here. So I can't get a ray towards the 4 of you. So it's going to do 1 ray at Zara, 1 ray at you, Kashaw, and another ray. Zara. So I guess 2 rays.
Ah, all right.
He can't do anything.
Hey, Mary, go fuck yourself.
So Mary, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw
With inspiration.
if you need it.
Yeah, if you need it.
With saving throw. Use that.
It depends if it's a saving throw or
Add your inspiration. Add your inspiration.
with an inspiration. I have luck too.
Oh.
Whatever you want to
Yeah,
use. but
yeah.
You have an inspiration die, sir.
You can re-roll the 20 or add inspiration.
That's good.
That's great. That's 16 plus
18.
18.
18. Okay, a similar yellowish ray that hit Grog earlier strikes past you, and it hits you, but you manage to resist the effect. Okay, a light blue ray streaks across towards you, Kashaw. I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom save.
A wisdom save?
Yes.
Come on, Cash.
Oh no, you're gonna be so dumb now.
Now.
20.
Yeah.
Slams into you. A wave of intense sleepiness comes over you, but you shake yourself out of it. Third ray goes towards you, Zara. Okay. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I have no dexterity.
Come on. Use luck if it's sucky.
That's good. That's pretty good.
17.
17. You manage to duck out of the way as it slams into the wall behind you. This entire chunk now
Oh shit!
is gone.
What's behind it?
Disintegrated.
Or below it.
You see there's a chunk of rock and earth that has been exposed on the opposite side as it just disintegrated that portion of the room.
It's under the door for Keela.
Yeah. Dope.
All right.
All
You
right.
can also just take apart pieces of the model. That's amazing.
That ends its turn. And now, because of the top of the round,
Thank
As
you,
a-
Scanlon. Love, kisses, kisses, and love.
out of one of the slimy surfaces in the room,
Oh no!
you see all of a sudden the stone opens up a phantom eye that just whoosh, appears out of nowhere, not even attached to this beholder. As it does, another beam streaks out of it.
What?
Yes. This is going to be.
What? It just
This
got
will
like.
be at Scanlan.
Homebrew.
Ah!
Where did the beam come out? Where did the beam come out of? Where's the eye? Where's the
Yeah, where
phantom
is it?
eye?
Where's the eye?
The eye for this one will be streaking out of this pillar here.
It comes out of the
no,
pillars?
it'll be this pillar here, or this wall here, and then just hits towards Scanlan.
Oh my god.
Vicinity of the room. I need you to make a
Oh, you want a squishy pill?
make a Constitution saving throw, Scanlan.
Constitution this time. Beholder fight. Constitution. What? 20.
20.
Yeah.
All right. As a familiar beam hits you and begins to lift you off the ground,
Oh no.
you manage to grab onto the side of the stonework and pull yourself out of its force before it could throw you into the same hole that Kima had tumbled into.
The chemo hole.
All right. Grog, you're up.
I'd like
Hold.
to run directly beneath it and slightly behind him.
Okay.
So into that tunnel with, actually, yeah, towards, there,
There?
right there. That's perfect. And
Okay.
I would like to use the
Hold.
chain of returning
something.
on Craven Edge and throw it up into the
Okay.
bottom of the beholder.
Go ahead and roll for
Let's
attack.
Do it.
Pass.
23.
That hits.
Beholder Anus.
With a 5, it fails its saving throw, so you take a +1 strength. It takes a -1 strength.
Yay, amazing. 11, 19. 19?
19?
Yeah, 19 points of damage.
All right, great. The blade stinks into it. It kind of, as you yank it back, go ahead and make an athletics check to pull the blade back.
Get it back.
I got it. Oh, that's an 8.
It's an 8. You yank on the chain, and it's just still embedded in the bottom of the beholder. You can't seem to pull it back.
That's a ride. Go for a ride.
Yeah.
It's like a balloon that
Yeah.
makes its
I did do one strength
Iris
point.
saving.
Yes. All right, Grog, that end your turn?
An sentient
All right,
evil
Scanlan,
soul
you're
in
up.
the ass of beholder.
You
What
lucky gnome. It's your turn.
He's 25 feet up.
It is
20, right?
20 feet up, technically.
If I aim a fireball right at the roof, will
Yeah.
it hit any of us?
Yeah.
Right at the roof.
20-foot radius.
It might. You don't know. Depends on where you're hitting. If you aim it up here, it may. Give it a haircut. It may hit Grog.
Do it.
I'll aim on the far side of the beholder.
Over here.
Yeah, just up from there.
Well, you can't see that wall area because this is all a blocked area. You can only see through this passage, so you can only hit anything on the ceiling in this way, unless you move into the room.
Can I? Well, I'll just try to get it as far away from Grog as I can.
Okay. So we'll say about
on the-
there's where you can hit it.
Sure.
Go for it.
Okay. 1 to fireballs, and I'll do it at at 4th level.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the DC for the wand?
If I use my, does that go
It's
through the
not for the
handgun?
wand. No, the wand has its own DC. It should.
The wand has a DC of 15.
Okay, it does make the save, so it takes half damage. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Do I have to make a save?
Currently with the blast area, no, and it would hit Percy, except for as the fireball explodes, the fire just seems to dissipate around the cone, actually absolving the flame from its current position.
Is he going to be affected?
He is affected, yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 30, so 15.
15 points of fire damage. Okay. The blast, and you can see some stones from the ceiling from the impact of the blast. It kind of weirdly shapes around the cone in the front of its eye. And do you want to move? And you stay where you are.
I mean, if I move, he's going to hit me. I will inch away from the precipice.
Okay.
I would inch away from the chemo hole.
There, a little more. Okay.
And I will.
How do you even make that sound weird?
I will inspire. Let's see who's going next. I will inspire Percy with a song. I will sing. And if we're talking Percy, you got a perfect gun, so put it on me and pull that trigger. If you shoot him right, you'll end his life. On and on and on.
Take a D10 inspiration dice. All right, Percy, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna deal with this fucker in front of me. So I'm just gonna pull out my sword and slash him and stab him and see what happens.
Okay. So using your quick draw, you.
Quick draw.
Well, you have one hand, so you can pull out a second
Yeah,
your hand.
so-
So go for it.
Yeah, that fucker.
All right.
It's a one-handed sword. All right, let's. That's 19 to hit.
19 hits.
All right, and that's 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage. With that, you eviscerate.
Boom.
As it croaks out. And just falls to the ground,
Say.
gurgling into a pile.
Ow.
Sorry. Actually, it wasn't a word.
I don't speak fish. It's the worst kill line ever. That's just terrible. Ah.
Pretty damn beautiful.
Blood, motherfucker.
All right.
Suppose you floundered that one.
Can I ask a technical question?
Yes.
If I've held my action until he does something and he never does it, do I ever get to go?
Nope.
I just hold it
Oh, it's a
until the end
gamble.
of the turn?
Yep, and then you get your next turn.
So technically, that's a gamble, and if the thing you ask for never happens, you forfeit
I'll
your
double
turn.
check here.
Oh, I didn't know
No,
that.
whatever-
That's
whatever you say,
balls,
dude.
man.
Let me check real
Just
fast,
curious.
just to make sure, because I don't want to screw you
Good
out
to
of
know
it.
I'm gambling that away if...
Let me double check, because the internet will let me know if I mess it up.
It will.
Essentially, it's readying an action. So,
Did you remember Hunter's Mark?
I didn't do Hunter's Mark on purpose.
Hmm.
Because I can't do any magic on him because he's looking at me.
I was making decisions.
Yeah, whatever.
You want to?
I mean, okay. How it has with this essentially is you wait for the trigger, or you can ignore the trigger, which means if you want to, you can just do it at any point if it never happens. So.
Oh, okay.
And so at the end of the next person's turn, you could unleash.
Say screw it.
Totally.
So you can just
Okay.
chime in and say, "Fuck what I said. I'm going now."
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Unleash hell.
So my other question is, my attempt to cast a spell while in the cone, does that cancel out that spell so I can't cast
Yes, the
it
spell
anymore?
is used.
Spell is used?
Unfortunately. The holders, man, they're assholes.
So I'm going to make a run for cover towards the where's the laser pointer? Here it is.
Towards which way?
Run
Okay.
that way.
There?
Yeah, I can get about right there. Am I still in
Move
its?
one more if you want to.
Okay, and while I'm running, I'm going to take a shot. I'm gonna pull out the big gun and take a shot with the big gun.
Okay.
Do it. So.
Yes.
And I'm going to attempt to. I'm going to also attempt to make this a legs wing hit, and I'm going to try and knock him down.
Does not have legs. Does not have wings.
Oh shit. Okay, that's fair.
It just kind of floats.
That's fair.
Hovering entities aren't really affected by pro.
No,
You would know
no,
that.
they're not. That's very fair. That case, I'm going to just do a sharpshooter shot and see how this goes.
Go for it.
Oh well. That's
Have inspiration.
And I have inspiration, which I'm going to add to that.
Alrighty.
So that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 18 to hit.
18 just hits.
Ah, yes. So that's.
Ganon comes through again.
Thank you. That's very useful. I need another D12. Where's my D12? Why do I never have any D12? Here they are.
Keyleth, you're on deck, so be prepared.
Okay, so
Me?
that's.
Yes.
No, the other Keyleth.
I have a question.
9, 10, 11, 12.
So smug. No, the other one.
That's 28 points of damage.
28 points.
28
of
points of
damage.
piercing damage.
Nice.
And reload, and that's the end of my turn.
That's the end of your turn. That's all your attacks. Okay, that ends up with Percy. At the end of your turn, Percy, it's going to do one of its eye rays. This one is going to be towards Grog. As Grog is out of the cone and kind of rush underneath, throwing the blade up and stuck into it. One of the eye stalks shoots down. Okay, Grog, I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, I get advantage on those. Because of the danger sense.
Danger sense.
21.
21. All right, not a worry. You managed to duck out of the way before it slams into you. All right.
What kind of ray was it?
It was a black ray that
Oh.
streaked towards
Oh.
you. A familiar ray you're very familiar
Yeah, I
with.
remember that one.
Yeah.
Did it happen
Fuck
to
that
maybe like
lightsaber.
destroy some things behind them again?
Nope, not that one.
Boo.
All right, Keyleth, it's your go.
Question: did enough like stones kind of fall out of the ceiling that might be like me-shaped?
Not from the ceiling, no. You can
No?
only have two.
From the fireball.
From the fireball?
No, because it's mostly flame. It's the impact and the explosion. It's not enough to like damage the structure of it. It's more.
Is the ceiling considered worked stone,
Yes,
or
it
is it
is.
just carved out?
Unfortunately, it is considered worked stone.
Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to like shape up there and try and break through it, you could attempt that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
I want to like the hole that was kind of already created by Scanlan's fireball.
Okay. So what's your movement as an earth elemental?
Well, I don't know. I'm doing the earth glide, so.
Every time.
I think I don't know. Oh, 30 feet.
30
Can I
feet.
make
So
it?
it'd be like
Actually.
20, 30. It's cutting it close.
Make it.
Cutting it
Okay.
close.
Okay, and now I'll just wanna.
All right. Go ahead and make a strength check with the strength of the earth elemental.
Okay.
Come on, tank.
Oh wait, is that cocked? Was that cocked? I don't know. I don't think so. It's not great. No, 7.
7. No, you pull up and you slam your fist into the stone beneath you, and it cracks a little bit, but not enough to give away at all. So you are currently kind of resting up in this vicinity.
Is that it? That's my turn.
I mean, that's your action.
All right.
Your movement.
Okay.
Okay.
Try it again next time.
Kima can't do anything right now, so Kima's just currently trying to heal her wounds a bit.
Okay.
Heal.
Not dead.
I'm still down here.
Ain't gonna take a walk.
At the end of your turn, it's going to attempt another eye ray.
Very badly wounded.
This one is going to be. This is going to be at Kashaw.
Yeah.
I have to. Well, no, actually, those I don't have to reroll for the same because they're each different turns. I need you to make a dexterity save, Kashaw.
21.
21. You guys are rolling some serious.
No, this is
fucking
like
saving
that's intense.
throws.
Pretty lucky.
Yeah.
As a DM who loves using a beholder, it's really frustrating. That's great. All right, so you just dodged the same black ray that just streaked past Grog, just ducking out of the way, across the wall. All right, that brings us to Zara.
I believe I still have Witch Bolt going. Now, my question is,
Yes.
because Witch Bolt is a concentration, I still have a cantrip of Eldritch Blast, which is not a concentration. May I use Witch Bolt, just the single, not
Witch
the
Bolt is
full
Witch Bolt is an action to use, and it only does 1d12.
Yes, I know, but it's still going. So technically, it's an automatic 1d12.
Well, you have to use your
damage.
action to do it, which means you can't cast any other spells
Can't
to do
cast
it.
any other spells.
Yeah.
Focus
Oh,
on that shit.
Big hairy balls.
So, I mean,
That's a good point.
See the way you like her, Cash.
Well,
All right. I'm going to
Calls it how she sees it.
Eldritch Blast plus invoke Agonizing Blast, which does not use a spell slot. So
all right. So go ahead and roll 3 attacks with your ranged spell attack against the beholder.
nice, dude.
12s.
Use the d12s. I need d10.
You need 20s for attacks.
Oh, just attack?
Hold your turn.
I'm gonna use luck. I have 3 luck.
Yep.
12?
Plus.
Plus your attack modifier.
I'm sorry. So that's 23.
Okay, so that hits. Second one.
Sheesh. 13.
Misses. And the third one.
Natural 1.
Oh, no.
man.
All right.
I don't think so.
All right, so go ahead and roll 1d10 plus 5.
That sucks balls.
The D10 is.
Holders risk. 6 plus 5, 11.
11.
11 points of damage as your beam streaks and blasts it from the
I
side.
use my action since that's
Go
the
for
end
it.
of it, right?
Yep.
I pop out and I shoot 2 arrows at him. That's it.
Okay.
Just like
That was awesome. The attacks do not get the magical bonus to hit and damage. So whatever your attack bonus is, -2 to damage and hit.
Because of my bracers. No.
Bracers don't affect.
Oh,
No,
it's
actually,
the
it's
Sky Senate?
-4. All of your magical equipment doesn't work
No,
when
no,
you're in
my I know, but my bracers only add to damage.
Right, but your actual bow is magical and adds to hit and damage.
Yeah, so that would be minus.
-2 to hit, -4 to damage.
4 to damage. Why 4?
Add +2 to my damage.
Technically, it's supposed to be +2 to hit on that item. Actually, it's a misunderstanding. It's all good. So.
Well, this one is 29.
That hits, and the other one is.
20.
Is it with the -2?
Yeah.
Okay, they
20.
both hit. Go ahead and roll damage on each
Go,
-4.
go, go, go.
Come on, girl.
Tag team, yo.
Yo.
Ah. Oh God, that's
W.C.
pathetic.
Fields over there.
Come on, Liz Lemon.
10.
All right, 15 points of total
Shoot me with
damage
my bow,
as you streak around, releasing these 2 mundane arrows from a mundane
Pathetic
bow
arrows.
momentarily. Both hit, and you can see now it's starting to look a little rough. Like it's hurting. The streaks of blood out of where various wounds it's taken. It still has Craven Edge kind of jammed into its underside,
Bacon.
stuck in its craw. All right, that brings us back to the end of Zara's turn, where it uses its third and final ray.
Can I? Oh. I haven't moved.
Oh yeah, you can move if you want to. Where you want to move?
Actually, I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay. This last ray is going to.
So tense in the silent moment before he said that.
Oh, I'm trying to see here. This one's going to be at Scanlan since all the rays have hit everything else.
He really likes him. Well, everybody's kind of hiding.
Everyone's kind of in its corner hiding, and Scanlan's
Tip of
just
the
the one
spear.
little visible one there.
Oh, that's right. He can't attack anything within his own
Cone,
cone.
yeah. All right, you can make a Constitution saving throw, Scanlan.
Neither.
Great for
17.
17. All right. Jesus Christ, guys. All right. So you take this one kind of almost shimmering purple ray slams into your chest. You manage to get most of the ray to not impact you in the flesh, but where it hits, you do take some damage. So you suffer 16 points of necrotic damage. All right. Vex, you're up.
Okay. I am going to. If I run back to where I was standing, am I out of its freaking cone?
You would be, yeah.
All right, I gotta do that.
Okay, you have to get over there to get into a space away from these guys.
All right.
Being attacked by Daria.
All right. Back to like all my magical stuff.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna shoot from my Sky Sentinel
Okay.
at him.
Go for it.
Okay. That's my first attack for that. And that is 22 for the first arrow, because it splits.
That hits.
20.
Hits.
Was that? No, that was wrong. No, that was right.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was weird. 16.
Misses. You get 2 hits
Okay.
on that with the Sky Sentinel.
Okay, so that
Kill it.
adds 1d6 to my damage.
Correct.
Okay. Balls. 8, 9, 10.
Kill it.
16 for the first.
Alrighty.
14 for the second.
Alrighty.
And then my second attack, I want to shoot through my blazing bowstring at it.
Okay, go ahead and roll for attack on that one.
Come on.
Okay, 17.
As the arrow ignites in the middle of the air, the enchantment is too strong and actually burns the arrow to a cinder before it reaches its target, just scattering ash against its body.
Oh no, it wasn't one of my owlbear arrows for sure. I'm gonna duck behind the wall right there if I can.
Okay. Actually, currently all the areas of the wall are taken by Trinket and Kashaw. You can have Trinket move out of the way.
Fuck you! Get out of here! I got this part.
My wall.
Yeah,
This
push
is
Trinket
taken.
out.
This is taken.
Okay, I push Trinket out and make him run around and hide behind the other wall.
Wow,
There
from the mother's mouth.
I love you. I love you. Move. Get out of the way.
All right.
He's got 40, so technically he could make it behind that other wall.
There you mean?
Yeah, the better coverage.
All right. So, at this point in time now, you can see where the slime all over the walls. All of a sudden, a series of tendrils begin to whip out of them.
Wow.
What is happening?
All right. So, good to know. So now, pretty much all of the slime-covered walls in here and within this hallway are now reaching out these semi-translucent, almost created out of the same slime, these tendrils that are just reaching out and grasping.
Over every part of the wall?
Yes.
So
How
if we're-
far
great.
out?
Oh,
You are
How far
out to here, so I mean it's within 10 feet.
Everything at the walls.
And
Anything
10 feet
hiding.
within each wall.
At
least we all know of
they
us.
have no
Oh,
taste.
good.
All of us are
I'm
screwed.
glad that we're all right next to a wall.
So Max, it's your turn.
Can you show me where his glance is
10
again with
feet
that
away?
doohickus you have?
You have to guess.
I have to
You
guess?
don't know the specific elements
All right.
of his ray. We
All right,
check
I'm
into.
going to use cunning action to hide.
Well, first and foremost, at
Yes.
the beginning of your turn, I need you to go ahead make a dexterity save.
Yeah, evasion. Yeah, don't worry. That's 30.
All right. Well, don't say you're using evasion yet. Wait till because it doesn't
okay.
damage you.
All right, 30.
Where you go to waste your evasion for no reason. However, you do avoid being grappled as they try and grab onto you and hold on.
Jeez.
So
Thank you.
yes, so you can use your bonus action to
Hide.
hide. All right.
I'm
Go ahead and roll
gonna-
stealth check.
Okay. That is a 25.
25. Okay.
I'm gonna run past Trinket along the back wall, all around the edge, over to where Vex and Cash are.
All right. Right there.
I'm gonna keep pushing along.
This is our spot.
I'm gonna get between them.
All
Push
right.
I know
Vex
that
out.
slows the movement down, but I want to be in there, and I'm gonna use my 2 actions left to throw daggers at the floating fucking bowling ball. with
Go for
eyes.
it.
I duck so he can shoot.
You do not have advantage
No.
because it rolled a natural 20 on its perception check, and you are not stealth.
Oh wow! So the first one is a 21.
All right. That hits.
Yeah. Second one, oh no, okay. Second one is a 17.
That misses.
All right, so it's a measly little attack of 9.
9 points of damage. Stink. little toothpick impact. Alrighty, that ends your turn.
No, I used the last of my
Oh,
movement to lower down behind Cash.
Wow.
Okay.
Scanlan.
Cash, beginning of your turn, I need you to go ahead and roll a dexterity save.
Knew it. I knew it. I called
10.
it.
Oh.
10. The tendrils wrap around you, and you're currently grappled, which means you cannot move.
Okay, so can I cast? Well, can I use freedom of movement on myself?
You could, yeah. If you really wanted to, yeah.
But I guess it wouldn't matter because then that's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I taking any damage as it's holding on to me?
No, it's just holding you in place.
Okay, then I guess I'll just.
Feels really uncomfortable.
It does. It's just uncomfortable and frankly just too close to me, and now a little creepy. Yeah. No. Yeah, I guess then there's not much I can do.
You can still cast
You
a
can-
spell.
Can I cast a spell still?
You can certainly try to, yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna try even from there being grappled, a 6th level flame strike.
Hey.
Let's try to do some damage here if we can.
Okay.
So what are we doing?
So he's gonna go ahead and make his dex save, which he makes, so he takes half damage. But
Okay.
go ahead and roll 8d6 points of damage.
D6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
8.
That's not bad. Actually, that's not bad at all. So we got 10, 16, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
26, nice.
So that's...
So half of that would be 13.
13.
13 points of fire and radiant damage as the column of flame bursts up around, impacting you. Feel the impact from beneath you from
Did it
the
maybe
blast
like
of it.
loose a little bit of stone up a little bit more?
Maybe.
Maybe. All right. Nice. Cool. Nice.
Good to know.
And then I can't do anything because I'm grappled, so I can't even
Grappled,
move.
so you can't move. So you're there.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
My level
So that ends your turn. It is now the Beholder's turn.
Oh, Jesus.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Beholder is going to turn this way.
Hey!
Hi!
Back up this way, and it's just going to like stare down in this direction now.
Does Grog travel with it since he's hanging from the train?
Unless do you want to hold on?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
My fucking sword.
Yeah. Get dragged along, holding onto the chain.
That's the
Hang
greatest
on, Grog.
kite ever.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 3 ray shots.
Bye, guys.
No.
No.
You're
Because-
fine.
Rolling
You're in
good.
the cone? No.
No, yeah, you're in the cone. I can't
Oh,
hit you with
okay.
this ira. However, based on the visual there, it's going to be 2 rays against Kashaw and one against you.
Me?
Yeah.
It can see me?
Yeah, the eye stalks can see you from there. From that vantage point at the very top, yeah. All right, so against Yukasha, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
9.
9.
Oh no.
Your muscles tense up and lock as you are paralyzed for a minute.
Oh
Damn it.
You're frozen.
While being also in the
while being
tentacles.
held by the tentacles.
Sweet.
So you can't do anything on your turn.
Fuck.
Against
I was ducking
I like them
down. I
tentacles
was
now.
ducking down. So the fact
it's still solid. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
That you're good at.
Okay.
Come on.
21.
21. Yeah, you managed to duck out of the way. This part of the wall, actually, however, blasts out
Hey.
from the impact there as the disintegration ray just destroys the stonework. And the last. All right, and Kashaw, I need you to go ahead and make an. Oh no, you.
I can't do anything. You said
You can't. You are paralyzed, so you automatically failed dexterity saving throws.
Oh my god.
All right, the beam hits you, and your skin begins to turn a dull gray as you can see your flesh beginning to harden around your body.
Gosh.
Okay.
All right,
Totally normal.
that ends its turn. Grog, you're up.
Happens to everyone.
Can I run as far into the alcove that is at his rear, just underneath him as far as I can? Yeah, right there. Maybe one step closer, so I'm right underneath him.
Are you still attached to the thing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I'd like to pull the
Okay.
blade out.
Okay. So this will be your bonus action. Pull it out. Go ahead and make your athletics check.
And can I? Awesome. 23.
Yeah. You pull the blade out, catch it in your hand.
Can I hold the rest of my action and look at Scanlan and say, "Hey, Scanlan, could you give me a lift?"
Maybe.
All right, I'm gonna hold.
Maybe.
I'm gonna hold my action.
Okay. All right.
No, you can only if you get close to him.
Okay, at the end of Grog's turn, it is going to. Actually, Grog, I forgot to do that.
Oh, in the beginning.
I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw. You have advantage on it. So.
Dexterity saving throw.
19.
You're fine. All right. So it is now at the end of your turn. It's going to go ahead and do one of its reactionary eye rays. This one is going to aim for. This one's going to aim for Vex again, as you're one of the few out of its area. Okay. Vex, I need you to make another dexterity saving throw.
God damn it.
If I can make this shit. Make it.
14.
14? Okay. I keep rolling high. It's interesting. I'm missing a bunch of different rays here that aren't even doing anything. Well, this one, though, however, a similar black ray streaks downward and slams into you. You take 55 points of necrotic damage. All right, and now Ed is going to bring it to Scanlan's turn.
I hoof it towards the altar. As fast and as far as my...
That's as far as you can get there.
Here's the thingy if you need it.
Shit. That's as far as I can go?
25 feet. You're a no, man. Tiny little legs.
Can he see me?
You don't know. We'll find out if you try something.
As a bonus action, can I move a couple more feet?
Doesn't work that way, buddy. Sorry.
All right, I'll give it a shot. We'll see if he's looking at me. It doesn't look good, though.
Okay.
Wow, that's a tight angle.
Tight.
Come on.
There.
I think you might
No,
be
you're
just
fine.
out of
I'm going to cast Bigby's hand,
Where?
and I'm going to do something unorthodox that the DM is going to have to approve.
Okay. Where were you putting the hand, by the way?
Around Grog.
Okay.
And I would like to swing Grog like a hammer at the back of the thing.
You're fastball specialing him with Big B's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am so about this. So about this.
Oh,
my God.
reversal! It's a Goliath
yeah.
hammer.
Okay. I want you to go ahead and just make a strength check. So roll a d20, add 8.
23.
Okay. The hand grabs Grog, rears back, and just full strength lobs towards the hole. Grog, you go flying up in the air with the added strength of the behind you. What are you doing?
I'm just slashing as I'm flying through the air at.
Okay. Okay.
No, I got
You get +8 onto each attack roll or each damage roll from the force of Big B's hand.
Come on! I would like to reckless attack Great Weapon Master all three of these. All two of them. So +8. Okay.
Well, it's +8 to damage, not hit.
+8 to damage.
Yeah. So the first
Oh,
one.
+8 to damage.
Damn.
You gotta hit him.
Yeah.
Your reckless attacks, you have advantage on them.
19.
19 hits. Second attack.
Slow motion.
Come on.
22.
22 hits. Go ahead and roll damage on them. Oh, this is gonna be nasty.
Kill him, Grog!
Kill him!
Come
Come on,
on.
Grog.
5, 10, 18, 28, 36 for the first one.
Was that 26?
36.
36 for the first.
9, 14, 22, 32, plus 8 is 40.
Whoa!
Amazing.
As you go streaking through the air, Grog, whoosh, arc once with the blade across the top, severing a couple of the eye stalks. The second one, whoosh, tears through it. Fails both its saves with a 3 and 2. Strength. Its strength is reduced by 2 more.
Ooh, so you get another strength bonus. You bump up on it.
Yeah.
However, you pass over and also then plummet immediately to the ground.
He's so fine.
Falling prone.
10% of his hit points.
You take 10 points of damage from the impact. Half to 5. Well, no, it's not bludgeoning damage. It's just fall damage. So
It's
you
like
take-
a
you
hard
take-
sneeze.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
take
yeah,
10 points of fall damage.
Fair.
And are prone on the ground.
Okay.
And
Prone-
Big B's
prone,
dissipates, I assume.
I'll take it for that. I'll take it.
No, the Big B stays there. It's a bonus action.
Oh.
Big B's just chilling right there where you left it. So.
Oh, okay. Great.
All right, great. That ends at the end of your turn, Scanlan.
I would like to use my bonus action
Yes.
to inspire who's about to go. Vex.
Me.
Vex, who's taking selfies of her.
I was taking a snapshot. Her roll stats.
I will inspire her with a limerick. Friends, I don't mean to sound bitter, but a year ago life was a shitter till I picked up some dice with some friends. It was nice, and now, I'm a critter.
It wouldn't make no sense to you, but it sounds like a nice song. So you're gonna get some inspiration back.
That's
all. What does that mean?
It didn't make any sense at all.
All right. So, at the end of your turn, Scanlan, it's going to go ahead and use Another one of its eye rays.
Oh Jesus! I should
Uh,
have healed myself. I'm dead.
This
No,
one
we're not
is.
sure. Halt.
Yeah, this one's going to be at you. All right, make a Constitution saving throw, Scanlan.
Come on, Scanlan. Come on. Good. That's 11, right?
Yeah.
11. You take
13.
36 points of necrotic damage
Oh!
No.
from the innervation ray.
He's not
looking
down,
pretty rough.
but he's looking pretty rough.
All right, Percy, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to circle around the side of the wall. Get on the other side of this wall.
There.
Just buckle myself against the wall. I'm going to take a couple shots with bad news.
Okay.
I'm going to. Here we go for first shot. I'm going to be doing. Fuck it. Let's take a sharpshooter shot. Let's see what happens.
Sure.
That's 18, 19, 20, 23, 24. That hits.
That
That's
hits,
25. So that does. 5, 11, 21 points of damage.
Nice. Reload.
Reload. Firing again. Also another sharpshooter shot. 23.
23 hits. Whew.
That's better. That's, oh wow.
Yeah.
So that's 36 points of damage. Spending a, using my action surge.
All right.
Reloading.
Okay.
Another sharpshooter shot.
Yeah, do it. What else?
Kill him.
That hits. That's the same. 13 for
Yeah.
that hits. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 26 points of damage.
Looking rough, man.
How's this thing
Hold her,
still
do her,
alive?
Reload. Reload a second time. Third final shot. Each time, blasting chunks out of its flesh. You can now see like some of its teeth are shattered from the impact. The eye is now bloodshot, and dark blood is like seeping from under the large eye. It's like
I reload one last time, and I'm going to try and hide behind that column right over there.
There.
Come on, Percy.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice. Nice work, Percy.
All right. At the end of your turn, it's going to do its third and final one. All right. This is going to be at Zara. No, Zara, you're in its cone, so it's not. You can't do that.
I am too, thank God, because I'm prone.
Shit.
Oh, shit. You guys are behind it, and you're paralyzed.
And still.
You can't
And
sit
you're
there.
paralyzed.
Vex, you're up.
Inspiration dice.
You got this, baby.
Okay. Vex, I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Okay.
I'm not rolling any.
24.
Oh. Yeah, you're fine.
23. It was 23.
23. All right.
Oh no.
That's terrible.
Then it's 117.
Matt wants to use a different beam so bad.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to.
I know. The interesting rays aren't coming up. It's really pissing me off.
The interesting rays.
There's like rays that just do
I have a
damage. There's ones that do cool
chartreuse
stuff.
ray that's
Is it tomato,
Right.
fruit, or vegetable?
Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, I didn't. I forgot this last time. As a siege monster, I can deal double damage to objects and structures. I'm assuming this is a structure, yeah?
Yeah, that
Might
would
want
have.
to like beat through it. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do a slam attack through it. Come on. Fuck. I don't know if that's doors. This is to the wall though, right?
The wall, yeah. It has like no
so,
armor class.
14
Yeah, go ahead and roll damage. Double damage.
to the
technically.
wall.
Yes.
2d8 plus
To the
5.
window, to the wall.
Keyleth, attack the monster.
Happy birthday to the
Not
wall.
The wall.
5, so
Behind it.
that's 24 damage to the ceiling.
The ceiling breaks as you move forward, falling down.
I'm just gonna try and once again catch him. And
How many attacks do you have as the...
I have 2.
All
I
right,
have
so-
a multi-attack. I can do 2 slam attacks.
True, so you do one slam attack to break it. For a second attack, you could attempt to
to like punch the beholder into the ground.
Oh, we can attempt to make a slam attack to push it down if that's what you were trying
That's
to do.
what I want to do.
All right, go ahead and make the attack.
Yeah.
Big money, no whammies.
Okay, that's not bad. 21.
Yes.
21.
That was awesome. Okay, 21. That definitely hits. Let me just.
Kill him.
There we go. All right, so actually that would be your athletics check.
I'll take it.
What's your the athletics for the for the form?
I'll take it.
I guess I just have my dex.
Okay.
Strength.
Oh, and my strength, which is a +5.
Yes. So what's the total?
It was a total of, for my D20 roll.
Yeah.
And that would be 18.
18. That works. So no damage is dealt, but you punch the beholder down, back onto the ground, and you land at its side right there.
Is it on the ground or 5 feet above the ground?
Am I like on
It's
top
like 5
of it?
feet above the ground. It's still within.
Right.
You're not on top of it per se, because you didn't grapple. You slammed it, so you land next to it essentially.
Nice job, Finn.
Okay, so I just brought him down.
You
Do
take
any damage?
6 points of fall damage from the attack, but no big deal.
Okay.
Do you get? I shouldn't say it.
Do you get to stay as an earth elemental if you're right in front of him?
That's right. Is it a magical ability?
Beast sense, beast shape.
I'm checking right now. That's a good point.
I was kind of wanting to like ride him, like stand on top of him. And
Right, but as part of this, that would be a grapple as opposed to a slam. So unfortunately, that wouldn't be the case. And for
like specify.
alt shape, to magically assume the shape of a beast as you fall past its eye, it returns to her normal form.
That sucks. I can't fall backwards. I can't, like.
No, that was the placement where you
Butterfly
were above it,
effects.
unfortunately.
Okay.
Butterfly.
Okay.
All right, that ends your turn though. Zara, you're up.
Yeah.
Come on, Z.
Oldie but a goodie, but I think I can do.
and it's calm now.
Get it.
All right. Oh, it's looking towards me.
Can I do a bonus action then if I fell out of my form and cast a spell as a bonus action?
Sure.
Can I cast Grasping Vine? No, wait, no, never mind, I can't.
Oi!
Never mind. No, never mind.
Look at the guy right behind you.
Okay, I'll cast Healing Word on Scanlan.
There you go.
You go ahead and cast the spell, and as you reach behind,
we can't.
no effect.
Oh, son of a
As
fuck, I'm
you're
in this
in-
fucking front of.
Shit
God
balls.
damn it. Shit.
Got like 12 healing potions.
They don't work in front of him, right? They're magic.
They're potions, though.
Potion?
Long way to find out.
But now
What are you doing,
stop.
Zara?
All right, I'm going
Bet
to
you're right.
1, 2,
His
3,
eye
4,
is like
5,
the
6.
temple
I'm
we were
going
in.
back behind him.
You're aiming at the screen. I don't know where that is.
Oh, say, how are you? there.
Back there. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to use my charred dark staff, being right next to the son of a bitch, and I will use
charred
Witch Bolt one more time, only because it's got the biggest amount of damage. I'll use it at 5th level, so I'll still have 1 charge
All
left
right.
on my
So
staff.
go ahead and roll your a d20 with your spell attack
I'm sorry,
modifier.
you're gonna get him. I can feel it.
Natural 20.
Oh!
That was 3, baby. That's my Z right there. Dice drop.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
All right.
So that's 5d12.
5d12.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. This could
double
do it.
5d12.
Come on,
What
Z.
the? All right, these are all
5d12.
d12s,
All
right?
right.
All right.
Yes.
Times 2. He's done.
Come on, that's that fellow.
edged. Oh, yeah. So 10, 15, 19.
19.
You only need 2 of them.
Okay.
19.
19, 30,
35
35.
times 2, 70.
70.
Whoa, wait, what? 2? Wait,
70.
huh?
Critted.
Times
What?
2?
Credit.
All right, so it's
Credit.
35 points of
Credit.
damage on from the
Plus
5d.
2.
Well, the plus 2 is after.
Oh, all right.
So how much?
dice get doubled.
So it'd be
70.
35 times 2, yes.
Right, 35 times 2, so that'd be 70 points of
70
damage.
Plus
Plus
2,
two.
72 points of damage.
72 points of damage. All right, how do you want to do this?
Scanlan, how would you like to use Big Big's hand to do this?
Bigby's hand is not doing it. You're the
No,
one
you're
doing
doing
it.
it. It's out of it.
Right, I want to stick my bloody staff into his eyeball and make him explode.
Okay.
I'll use Bigby's hand to catch some of the sinew and blood.
Some of the spewing.
All right. So, as you glance over at Scanlan and give him that visual perspective of let's do this, you glance over, reach out your hand and pull Bigby's hand towards you. It streaks up and grabs the back of the beholder like a baseball, just palming it, thrusting it down towards you, Zara. Its mouth open, it reaches down, teeth open, kind of momentarily frustrated by the moment, is going to use this to try and bite down. As you reach up, you slam your staff up into its mouth and release the witch bolt at ground zero from the inside of its body. The eye kind of widens for a second as the top of the staff pierces the upper part of its palate.
Yeah.
And with a burst of black and bluish electrical energy, the entirety of its skull just detonates from the inside, sending chunks of slimy flesh and bone and whatever brain matter resides inside the cranium of this beholder, scattering across the room.
Are we all covered in muck?
Yes, you are.
Wow.
Yes! Oil can.
I immediately call
Oil
out.
can.
Call out, help, Cash!
Oil can.
Yes.
Cash.
And I start running to the edge. Kima!
Cash needs help.
Are you
Yes.
alright?
I run to the edge with Vax since I saw fucking Kima go over.
Can I go over and help Cash?
Yes. Well, as the beholder dies, the ray eventually fades off, and you get the tendrils kind of retract into the wall.
So you're
pull him
fine?
Well, his skin
Pick
was
him
great,
up.
I
too.
run to look over the edge to take care of Kima too.
Covered in muck. I
Give me
look
the
at
rope.
my
Give me
brother
that
and I
endless
say,
rope.
"Are you all right?"
I'm all right.
Pulling the
All
rope
right.
out.
Yes, thank you.
I'm pulling the rope out and trying to lower it over the edge.
I'm going down. I'm repelling.
You hear the voice echoing from inside. I'm all right, relatively speaking.
Vax is coming down to get you.
Yeah, I'll piggyback you up. Come on.
I can
Hold
fly
on. Just
down
wait a
this
moment.
As you come down, kind of pulling your dagger out and used it as a torch. Down on the inside, as you're lowered, you can see there are hundreds of partially eaten corpses of those fish humanoids that you encountered earlier, as well as what appears to be various cradles of just gathered slime and putrescence, the real core of where this beholder had been existing at the bottom of this tomb.
If we'd have gone down there, we would have jumped right
Kima's down there currently, like, kind of holding one shoulder. You can see she's tended to herself with her wounds for the most part on her own, but just currently looks up with like, I got nothing. And as soon as you descend from the pit, kind of dangling from the rope, she goes, okay, good.
Let's tie you up. Grog!
Yeah?
I'm gonna tie her up. You're gonna pull her up first, and then throw it down and get me.
Pull her up and throw her down?
Yeah. No. Almost. Just pull Kima up.
Okay.
Step 2 is coming.
Yes.
And I'm gonna use perception on this pile of bones down here as she gets yanked up.
Look for any loot.
I know what you
As
want.
they're doing
Or
this,
investigation.
Should we go to the tomb?
I'm chugging a greater healing potion while I look around for any loot around the altar and around the dead bodies.
Okay.
Trinket with me, if you wouldn't mind. And we're gonna walk up to the altar and push the sarcophagus open.
Okay. So you guys move up and push the sarcophagus open. As you guys slowly start bringing Kima up, the rope itself kind of tense with the weight. She's wearing a lot of armor, but it manages to pull her up without issue. You go ahead to the top of the sarcophagus there, and it is covered in black feathers, some of which got pushed off in the battle. You shove the top open, and you can see within inside a skeletal corpse that is resting, surrounded by what looks like very, very fine golden and silver jewelry that have been just laid at its sides. And on the corpse itself, you can see there is a set of jet black studded leather armor that has a series of just runic engravings and carvings along pretty much every square inch of the leather. And you can see around the mantle of it, where the leather mantle falls, the edge is trimmed with black feathers.
Oh,
That's hot.
That's fucking sick.
That's some Labyrinth of Jared shit right
Yeah.
there.
Artists, go.
Investigation check.
15, a very average 15.
15?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Brother, I'm gonna go look at the stuff that they're finding. Okay. Be
All
safe.
right. Okay.
And I run over to the
bones.
sarcophagus.
I'll wait here.
You find what looks to be roughly within the brief time you spend, and you spend like a good 10 minutes kind of like combing through the slime. You find about 6 gold pieces.
Oh wow.
Oh boy.
Are there any fish guy bones?
Plenty of fish guy
I
bones.
play a
down
couple
here.
of them on the wall.
All right.
Do a little song.
It's beautiful in the echo. It gives it this sort of reverberation effect to it.
6.
Cash walks over and heals Kima.
Got it.
Okay, as Kima gets pulled over the edge, you reach over and help with that. She's like, "Thanks, appreciate that. That didn't go as planned. I'm a little embarrassed."
All good, Kima.
It was a very long fall,
And it was a lovely-
and I survived that.
Did.
Yeah.
Did you feel anything squish when you landed?
Not that I couldn't handle.
Did you black out?
No.
Did you pee your underoos?
You make an insight check.
Shit, my inside balls. 5.
No, man. She owned that fall.
Yeah, you's a badass bitch.
It was a heck of a scream as you went down.
Grog.
Yeah.
Throw down the rope, please.
Oh, I still want to just throw the entire rope down.
Pretty please.
Without holding on to the other end.
Sure.
No, I know what
It's
it means.
infinite rope.
Yeah, but I would throw
Greater
the
healing
whole
potion?
thing down.
That
I'll throw it
is
down.
4d4 plus 4.
Are there any beholder teeth left? Anything, any sort of...
I mean, there are there are a few full teeth that you can try and make.
Can I
perception?
say, Keyleth actually goes over and starts doing her harvesting things.
There's not a whole lot left to harvest.
Yeah.
Like, it is destroyed. There's a few eye stalks
From
you
the
can probably
inside.
Yeah, sure. I'll
Most
check
of them
out
are just
the
ruins.
eye
They
stalks.
get 2 eye
Perception check
stalks.
the tomb and
beholder
see
eye
if it's
stalks.
safe to grab shit out of
Such a
it.
weak
Sure, go ahead and make an
stomach,
investigation check.
Hey, Vax, you got that rope yet?
Thank you.
Hold on.
Very gently, I'm removing
Lift.
the leather armor.
Yeah, I am. Geez, how much you been eating
Okay.
lately?
Whoa!
I need Vex, I need Percy, and I need Trinket to all make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, snaps.
Evil shit.
Sorry.
Oh,
1.
1.
For
Dead.
me,
Why do you roll that big?
Instant
I
death.
rolled well on it before.
Why are you rolling twice?
I'm going to use one of my
Trinket.
re-roll every saving throw.
6 for Trinket. This is a good night, you guys.
No,
Good
see?
time. Honey.
Did I find loot in the bodies of the losers, the little guys?
You find a bunch of shitty spears,
Called shears.
crappy leather, and
Leather.
through all them all about 12 gold pieces.
Can almost buy a book.
18 total.
So
21.
you manage, as you reach out and grab for the armor, as your fingers touch it, there's this vibration, and it seems like the nearby shadows in the corners, seem to reach up towards your hands. You pull back in time, but you and Trinket notice a little too late as there's a burst of death, a burst of death energy that just bursts out for a 10-foot radius around the entire sarcophagus. You avoid it. Both you and Trinket
Are dead.
suffer 56 points of necrotic damage.
I'm unconscious.
Does that bring you below 0?
Yeah.
Vex's body falls and hits the stonework, and you look over as you see her eyes stare up, the last bit of air escaping from her lungs as the life drips out of her form.
Oh, shit.
What's going on?
Running over.
What? Running over, pouring a healing potion in her mouth instantly, as quickly as possible.
I can revive her too.
Cash, do something.
The healing potion has no effect, and as you go to her, you can already feel the clutch to her skin. Her body is instantly cold from the necrotic blast.
Kashaw!
You glance over at
Ow.
the sudden, intense energy of the room and see your sister lying cold and lifeless on the ground, being cradled by Zara.
What the fuck happened?
Cash, cash, cash.
I can raise the dead.
Wait.
Run over.
Wait. Ray, that's different.
I can revivify or I can raise the dead.
Revivify.
Well, let's do it.
I'm already running over. I'm picking her up. What
Such a creature just
what
died within
happened?
the last
What
minute.
happened? I was only down there for 30 seconds.
Do you have it prepared?
But meaning, what do you mean?
Do you have it prepared as one of your prepared spells?
I believe so, yeah.
Check your list to see if it has a little dot
I'm
next
pouring
to
a healing potion in her mouth. I'm pouring a greater potion in her mouth.
it. Okay. No effect.
The fuck is going on?
I do. Do it.
Go.
I do. I have it prepared.
It's true. It's written down.
Do it.
It's true.
And I have third levels left. So
Do it.
Oh my god, I'm shaking.
All right.
I can bring her back.
You rush over, you reach into your pouch and pull out a bit of clustered diamonds in your hand that you keep just in case for such a circumstance. And as you place them out, you sprinkle them across her chest, kind of pushing Vax a little bit away, knowing that you need the concentration on this. At which point you pull up the symbol, and this type of magic, life and death magic, draws a little closer than you feel comfortable with Vesh. And you realize at this moment that you're going to have to make the choice to possibly call her attention forth.
Call whose attention for?
Oh shit. What are you hesitating for? Do it. Do it. Whatever the fuck you're gonna do, do it.
She could destroy everything.
Do it.
What do you mean she could destroy you? What do you mean?
Who's she?
The dragons are going to be the least of your fears if she comes back. That's what I mean.
Kashaw, you're running out of time.
Who's she?
I'm going to bring her back.
Okay. So, we're going to do a quick ritual skill challenge as part of this Revivify enchantment. So, as you grasp the symbol, and as you do, you can see all of the scars across your forearm begin to light with a deep red crimson energy just and you close your eyes, and as you look up, you can see Kasha's eye just go straight black, and this kind of dark energy begins to swirl off, and as it reaches out, it touches the diamonds, which then shatter upon impact, and the dark energy seeps into your sister's corpse.
Oh my god.
The back arches, though she does not register on the face or any of her movement. Her body lifts slightly in place, her arms just kind of draped, dangling, and scraping against the stone beneath her as she's elevated there. How do you guys want to help with this ritual?
I take out 3 of my shards of residuum, and I place them. In where the crystals are as an extra offering.
Okay, so place the residuum across where the diamond dust was shattered, and use that as almost a focus for the energy from the spell. All right, I need you to go ahead and roll an intelligence check. Just roll a d20 and add your intelligence modifier.
I'm gonna throw up. Oh no.
I can use my rerolls as well, correct? I can't use
for
my
saving throws.
That's
it's
for
not
saving
ability
throws.
checks. What'd you roll?
6.
6. The energy itself vibrates within the glass shards, which then shatter, seemingly not able to focus the energies of the spell.
I take my enchanted moonstone from my staff and place it next to her.
Okay. So as you take the moonstone, and what are you speaking to your patron to aid with this?
I am.
All right. So as you take the moonstone and hold it aloft, you place it near the focus of Kashaw's ritual. The dull white glow begins to intermingle with the dark, shadowed energy of Vesh's grant, and as they impact, it creates this strange gray swirl. I need you to go ahead and roll an Arcana check. Just roll a d20 and add your Arcana skill to it.
Depending on what she does, I'd like to do something next.
17.
Okay. The gray balances, and where the two meet now, there is just gray energy seeping into her body. You, focusing, look up at the altar where the body was, and you see the very faint drifting image of a dark female form looking on. Wants to make the third and final attempt at aid.
I will
I do.
inspire. Oh, shit.
I do.
I'll let you do it.
I pull my sister in close, and I say, "Take me instead, you raven bitch."
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
That's a good offer.
With advantage.
11.
11. Okay. At this point, the dark female form that drifts from the altar, you glancing up intently, feeling the sudden, intense, fearful gaze of Vesh upon you. As it gets closer and closer, the presence is different. What you feared was Vesh is not Vesh, actually. It is an image, a specter of the Raven Queen herself. The face is formless at this proximity. You can't make any details. It's just this perpetually blurred female form of a face. The hair just tumbles down past. And as it steps forward, no expression, no words, the hand reaches out towards you, Vax. There's a nod. The magic strengthens, focusing through your moon crystal into Vax's body. Take a picture of this so that no one questions this. A moment passes. A second moment passes. The vision of the Raven Queen nods the head to you, steps backward, and the specter vanishes. Breath fills Vex's lungs as she begins to cough, her form drifting back to the stonework. Your vision clears, and you find yourself looking up at the partially broken stone ceiling of the dark altar, into the face of your brother, tears streaming down his face. The rest of your friends gathered around.
What happened?
Hello, darling.
I feel so cold. Knocked out.
Yeah.
That was a close one. Did we find anything?
And I reach out and I touch Vax on his back. Do I feel or sense anything different?
No.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Take my stone and put it back in my stone.
Why are you
I
crying?
look at Cash.
Not crying.
You're all right.
Stupid.
I'm all right. You people suck.
I just hand Vex 30 gold and say sorry about before.
What happened?
You fucking died.
Grog.
Yeah. We turned around, I pull your brother out of the pit, and you're laying there lifeless on the floor.
What?
At which point, you immediately have this perpetual slapping of wet bear tongue across your face as Trinket is just nuzzling up against you and like pressing all of his weight against your body to an almost intense degree.
All right, your breath is lovely. Okay.
Well,
How
how
do
did
you-
I?
How do you feel?
I feel cold.
Take my cape.
How am I not dead then if I died?
That's a good question. Vax, how are you feeling?
Walk out of the chamber.
Wait, Percy, did you set off a trap? Is that how I died?
Yes.
Well, who brought me back?
Cash.
And your brother.
Oh.
And Zara.
Oh.
I grab Cash by the hand and just to him.
What does this mean?
To be honest, I have no idea.
How do you feel?
I feel okay. I hope the barrier that was sealed has remained sealed. Or this is the start of very bad things.
Why did you do that?
Because I knew you wanted me to.
That would be so
Hey, Vex, do you want any, like, ale or anything? We've got some,
Yeah.
fire water?
Yeah, give me some of that. It'll warm me up.
Yeah.
We need to get those leathers, those vestiges or whatever, and get them out of here.
Well, I think that was the problem, right? Did we get it?
No, the moment you touched it is when that blast went off.
Right.
Can we investigate it and see if there's any traps? I mean, how do we make sure it doesn't happen again?
Let's keep you away from it for now, darling. Have a
Yeah,
sip
here's
of fire
a
water
big,
just
here's
to
a
warm
big
you up.
flask of fire
Can we
water.
read the?
Can we
Can
go
we read
over
any
it?
of the runes that are on the?
As you walk back up to the altar and look on the inside, the corpse is dust. The blast, whatever it was, while it didn't damage anything, seemingly the remains are dust. The armor is laid there, same place it was when you found it, if a little kind of slumped in without any sort of something to fill it out. Also, most of the jewelry that's there has turned green and seems to have been robbed of whatever precious metal it was once contained. The only thing that sticks out to you is what looks to be a black crystal that comes to a point on one end. It has a loop on it, like it was part of a medallion or a necklace or some sort of a loop to carry it on a chain. Those are the only two things you see within.
So the leather is gone?
Well, the leather is there.
Oh, all right.
The corpse is gone.
Yes. All right. Is there any way to pick this up without touching it? I mean, is there any way to... Can I use Mage Hand to lift it?
Yeah,
I
It's
know, I
pushing the
can use it
boundaries
from-
of Mage Hand, but you can try.
I can hold up to 10 pounds.
Yeah, it's full leather armor. Yeah, you can just, I'd say, begin
I
to lift it.
I'm a
I've
giant.
got mage
I'm a
hand as
giant
well.
tank, and I've got a super long like sword. I could try and give it a pick up if everybody backs away.
Well, what if I lifted it up and put it onto your sword, and then we could carry it out that way?
I was gonna put it in a bag of holding.
And put it in the bag of holding? Is that all? Could I
Again,
lift
can
it up
we-
and put it in the bag of holding?
Can we read anything that's written on it?
Well, we need it. That's what's going to help us.
Well, all the runes are inscribed there. You make an Arcana check.
Can I do one as well?
Or religion check. One of the two
I
probably
read
would.
all
religion,
runes.
right?
Yeah. So you glancing at it?
I glance at it. I can read. I have Eyes of the Rune Keeper.
10.
Okay. The language is a forgotten language. It has been dead for probably since before the Divergence. But your eyes clarify on it in the arcane nature of your sight. You pick up phrases throughout, and it is a tale of the creation of the Raven Queen. It is a tale of her ascendance from mortal to immortal. It is the history of her penance for ascending and taking the throne of another entity that was supplanted. It's just seemingly a history tale that is woven in with a very, very strong enchantment. And you see within each one of these little runic sections, there are mentions of elements: fire, ice, lightning. It kind of runs through all these various elemental arcane properties that are bound into this enchantment. You're not entirely certain what the nature of it is.
Well, do you want to put it into the bag of holding and then deal with it later when you're up against these things?
Matt, I just did an Arcana check and got a 23. Does that help us know anything about it?
It is very magical. It is very enchanted, and I'd say based on the circumstances and looking at this, whatever the blast that was set off here, the runic elements that maintained that trap that were in the sarcophagus are currently expended.
Okay, let's take it.
All right.
And
What
the
about the jewelry and the black crystal?
You can take the black crystal as well.
It was the runic things in the sarcophagus that sent off that blast, not the leather itself.
You don't know. But there were two runic circles within the inside of the sarcophagus that were not visible when you first looked into it, that are both now visible and expended of energy.
All right. Yeah, let's put it in the bag of holding. You want a mage hand onto my swordie and then we
Yeah.
shish kebab it into the bag?
Yes, I'll take the crystal as well. Is that the only thing, other thing, that the rest are all tarnished and green, yes?
Yeah.
All right. So here's the black. Can I do an investigation check on the crystal at all? Or,
You'd probably have to take some time with it, like a short rest, to go ahead and ascertain the nature of it.
All right. Well, maybe on the way back. I don't know. Get some insight. So here, mage, hand it up. There we are.
All right. So you gather your findings, your first retrieval of one of the vestiges of divergence, a success, barring difficult circumstances. You make your way back out through the tomb.
I walk up to Vex. I just say, you know, he loves you very, very much. Very much.
So sorry, but we still have to deal with the water and getting out of here. The stone, don't we have a stone wall there? We still have to get out.
I still have one more control water spell I can do.
Yeah.
That would be
Well,
lovely.
it wouldn't be an issue.
All right.
We'll say for the sake of story brevity, you guys make your way up through the temple in relative silence, kind of just taking in the moments that have transpired. Through the aid of Keyleth and the rest of the party, you managed to make your way back out the way you came, parting the remnants of the Marrow Wavelock and start making your way back in the darkened evening hours towards Vasselheim.
We need rest.
Do you want to rest on the outside of the locker?
I feel like we should maybe camp and sleep and rest up and get. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, no, I think a little tree line rest would be a good idea.
I pull
Before we
Vex.
go anywhere else.
I pull Vex aside and say, walk with me for a moment.
Okay. And I go with Kashaw.
Okay.
I'm not sure what just happened, but I need you to know that you're very dear to me. I've only known you for a short period of time. At any rate, while you were gone, and I'm not sure how much time I'll be spending with you from now, I have something for you. After our fight with Rhymefang, I forged something for you as well. And it is one arrow of dragon slaying. And I want you to have this. If for some reason I'm not here or I can't help you, I want you to use this to do whatever you can to get rid of these things.
Thank you, Zara.
You're welcome.
I want to kill it.
Yeah, I want you to kill it. And I want you to write me and tell me how you did it. Details.
All right.
Lots and lots of details.
Now it's Keyleth and Kashaw.
You know, Kashaw, for a cleric, I was concerned maybe you didn't believe in much at all. And I was very unsure of how you got all of your radiant powers, considering I didn't know what you believed in. But you must believe in something. So what is it?
I believe in life. That's all I was raised to believe in, was life. When you're married to death, it's pretty much all you have. And I didn't believe in any actual person until I met Zara. She saved my life. She didn't have to, but she did. And she started to teach me what it meant to have family. I didn't really know what that was like until I first saw all you guys together. I figured there was no way that was going to happen, and then there she was. And suddenly I had a sister. And once again, I realized that at the end, life conquers all.
Well, you did our family a great service today, and you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, Vax would have killed me. And like I said, I believe in life. Mine above all others. He's a good guy, you know. A hell of a warrior. A little creepy the way he's always staring at you, but I can't really blame him.
You know, you're a good guy too, even though you try really hard to pretend not to be.
Don't let that get out. I got a reputation.
Thank you for everything.
There is something you have to do for me, though. You gotta go and kill these fuckers.
You actually think we can do it?
I don't really know, but I know that no one else will be able to. I hope you can. That Grog guy's fucking huge.
Yeah, he is.
Stay near him. Behind him, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Or just stay near Vax. He'll look out for you.
Thanks for looking out for me.
Yeah, you don't suck.
By the way, you didn't need to apologize for stealing that kiss before it. It was fine.
Well, that's good to know. It was only my second one.
What? Really? It was my first.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, between us, we've had 3 kisses now. I think we did pretty well.
Yeah. High five.
All right.
Yeah, man. A question. Who was your first kiss?
That would be my wife.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Well, this
Cool,
has been
yeah.
pleasant.
No, it has.
Very, very nice talking to you again.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad that it's not awkward at all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, we should probably.
I'm gonna camp across the way from you tonight, if that's
I'll-
all right. Just because it's a little weird, so.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
All right. As you guys head back, the rest of you have gathered at the same camp setup you had the night before. Kima, while you guys are doing this, Kima's kind of fixed a little bit of a meal at the base and set up her own Bahamut arc of protection on the tree below where you guys are set up. As everyone gathers around, she kind of gets your attention for a moment and goes, "All right, so best that I can understand, we have most of our allies and many of the survivors at your place, right, in Whitestone?"
Yes.
While you're seeking most of these things, that's where the bulk of our hope resides. This is also, you say, where Ali is, and where the rest of the survivors of the council are.
Yes. Everyone that we could save.
Okay. Well, for the time being, I'm probably going to head there and make sure that we have a defense in case any of these dragons manage to get some sort of wind, and this is where their possible usurpers are. They're going to hit it, and they're going to hit it hard. I want to make sure that we have at least a decent chance of defending these people. So I figure all strength that we can spare beyond those that are searching for these artifacts. I'll go and stay there at the moment. Besides, it'd be good to catch up with a few friends myself.
Lovely meeting you, Lady Kima. Come and find me when you return to Vasselheim.
You're welcome to join us in Whitestone. We could use the help over there.
Both of you.
I can guarantee you, probably seeing what you guys can do today, we can definitely make use of that better over there than killing things for cash here in Vasselheim. But to each their own. It's just a noble cause. Helping your friends, whatever.
I'd have to put it to the group of Vox Machina. Is that all right with you?
Yes, we'll meet you.
I'd be
Whitestone.
thrilled.
Honored.
I'd be more than happy to. I'd be honored, actually.
As would I, but. Damn, it's just gonna be awkward now. We just had the whole big thing. All right.
Well, I mean, we'd be passing through.
Yeah,
It'd be.
fair enough. We'd
No,
love to
it's
help.
fine.
It's
Yeah.
the world and
Just-
everything, so.
It'd be great. Yeah, it's big. It's big world.
And just to put this out there, and I don't mean to say this in a selfish way, but I'm really sick of sleeping in trees. Do you have one of those tree travel things you have already to Whitestone? I could really use a bed.
Sure. Yeah. We could all head that way, actually.
To Whitestone?
Do we need to go back? I don't know. Sleep for the night.
I think we could all use some rest, don't
Whatever we
you?
want.
How about getting some rest?
Still have the fire at Shari.
We do still have the fire at Shari. Granted, I could theoretically
Tree
just
back here.
tree back. You guys want to go take a nap in Whitestone?
Yes.
Let's go. It's been a long day.
Use a bed.
Great.
Tree stride.
As the
Right?
tree
Or
opens,
tree teleport, transport.
teleport
Yeah,
plans.
ta-
As the
yeah,
tree
teleport.
splits open, showing the portal, Kima's eyes kind of light up. Look over.
See, yeah, see, yeah.
Well played, Druid. Well played. And she charges through eagerly, and you guys all follow suit out of the Sun Tree in Whitestone. Find yourselves a comfortable bed to sleep for the evening. And that's what we'll call tonight's game. I know it was long, but also due to scheduling shifts and, Will couldn't stay for the next week, I didn't want to have to leave in the middle of that. I wanted to get you guys closer to the arc. So thank you for staying for a long session.
Good game. Good 1 year anniversary.
One
extended.
year anniversary.
1 year. Congratulations to you guys.
That's
awesome.
We haven't had a near death in ages. That was-
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh God.
I was like, no one's gonna check for traps, okay?
I had just rolled to check for traps.
It's only the
And then you pulled
champion
the
of the
You made a whole new set of
the goddess of
expressions
death,
when you were
man.
doing that.
No, you know
That
what?
was like.
I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you, all of you, for not.
What did you roll?
Huh?
Did you roll
What
a
did you
1?
roll?
12.
A 12.
to
Okay.
be
If you rolled
more
a, what
than
were you
11 or
aiming
something?
for?
The DC starts at 10. Each failure increases the DC by 1, and a success lowers it by 3. So it had gone to 12, and the success had brought it down to a 9. If I had rolled an 8 or lower,
Oh.
it would
Wow.
have been gone for good.
She or would I?
Well, she would have
I
been gone
would've
for
been
good.
gone.
You would have had to have made a very serious journey elsewhere, possibly, to make that exchange.
What about Trinket?
Well,
He survived. He didn't even go
survived.
below 0 on that hit.
Okay.
yeah.
I was
He's
just
a little
already
fucked
at
up, but-
41, so it lowered me.
Yeah, that was.
Like cry in the shower.
Yeah,
The best
Four hit
part of
points
that
left.
was
I know.
that you were
Holy
totally out of
shit.
the blast range, and you were like, "I want to go be there when they open up the."
Yeah,
sarcophagus."
she ran back. She ran back. Yeah,
No,
totally.
believe me, I'm aware that my greed fucking did that to me. I am
Life
aware.
lesson.
And
Life
will
lesson.
she learn from this moment?
I thought for a second I hadn't written down that spell. I was like, oh my God, wait, I didn't write. Oh yes, there it is. Thank God. Oh my God.
And you still could have done Raised Dead. It just would have been a little more expensive.
It's crazy though.
Well, I thought Raised Dead just brought
Brought me back as a
to life
zombie.
zombie.
That's what
No,
I
no.
thought too.
No, you can.
No, Raised Dead is a proper resurrection type
Yes.
spell. It's really expensive and it's a ritual. You know, and there are limitations to it.
Oh my god.
Revivify is good, but it has to be used within a minute. Of death.
yeah.
Minute.
Well, that's a hell of a way to mark your
Which
one.
we used previously before, and we were mid combat, and I didn't want to do the whole frickin' ritual in the middle of the battle, so
Right,
I had to
because
go through.
Old Pike got on him next
Yeah.
turn.
That's crazy.
Ashley was texting as it was
Freaking
happening.
out.
Oh.
Guys, thank you, Mary and Will, for
Thank you,
having us.
Miriam. Well, yes.
And Mary getting that, how do you want to do this again?
I know, man.
Mary's a golden
I
child,
like big
man.
beasts.
Happens.
That was delightful overkill. That was like 6 hit points left in that beholder.
Oh,
and you're
really?
like, oh, like 70 something.
My timing has been perfect, though. I mean, I always get either the Hellish Rebuke or the Witch Bolt right. It's all about timing with all of this. Because he was really trashed. He was slashed
He was
up.
wrecked.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, he was.
Guys, well done. Well, welcome back. Glad we're we,
Never sleep again.
Yeah, we'll see you next week. Hopefully we'll be announcing a special guest we'll have the following week, schedule barring. But yeah, we'll have another guest in a couple weeks, hopefully. Should be fun for the announcement. But guys, thank you so much for sticking with us as long as you have, and we'll see you next week. Is it Thursday yet?